The truth was, the attack wasn't as annoying as everyone thought. Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode could suppress and immunize all negative feelings of oneself. This included Heart Sword, Sonic Sword, Sky Sword, and Spirit Sword. None of those would work on Han Sen in Super King Spirit mode. Others were in fear, seeing all those sword skills fail. To Han Sen, it was nothing spectacular. Han Sen was familiar with Six Paths sword skills. He knew the only skills that could threaten him were Blood Sword and Life Sword. With those conning next, the real fight was only just beginning. Six Paths noticed Han Sen's body change. The three sword skills he used already did not work on Han Sen, but he now looked calm. People who knew Six Paths knew what his calmness suggested. People that had finesse with the sword knew it was best not to wield such a weapon with jittery excitement. And when Six Paths saw an opponent that impressed him, he'd often get excited. But when Six Paths saw an opponent that could be considered his rival, he always became calmer instead. He'd don the look of a proper swordsman. The sword in Six Paths' hand did not move. His face started to look red, as if his blood was boiling on the inside. It made people think he was a volcano that could erupt at a moment's notice. But his eyes were a contrast to that look. They seemed extremely calm, holding neither sadness or happiness. Han Sen looked dim now. He knew the real fight was only just beginning to. With Six Paths' blood sword coming up, Han Sen knew he could no longer rely on tricks. He had to fight properly. Han Sen took a deep breath and let the energy course through his entire body and run on a cycle. Yin Yang Blast with twice the cycle allowed Han Sen to finally control both Yin and Yang. Han Sen had learned many different skills, and aside from sword skills, Yin Yang Blast was still something he frequently used. It was originally taught to him by Bai Yishan. It was a dangerous hyper-geno art though. The results could either be heaven or hell. If he used it well, it could prove to be the strongest hyper-geno art one could use. But if it was used poorly, Han Sen could damage himself badly. Yin Yang Blast was banned in the Alliance due to its power and volatility, despite the ease of learning. The sword was like a bird flying low at Han Sen. The violence was coming fast and quiet. It was impressive enough just to watch. Even if you did not know how to use a sword, you could tell how accurate it was. You could tell how fast and steady it was coming. Han Sen did not have a sword, but even if he did, he wouldn't use it against Six Paths. Although Han Sen's sword skills were no weaker than Six Paths' techniques, if they fought sword to sword, Han Sen only had a 40% chance of winning. Han Sen was good with sword skills, but the sword was more of a tool for him. If he used a spear or a knife, it was all very similar to him. But to Six Paths, a sword was a sword, and there was no comparison to anything else. Facing Six Paths and his sword skills, Han Sen did not dodge. He did not have sword heart, but he still had the inherent will to fight. It did not make much of a difference whether he had a sword or not. He wanted to win just as much either way. Han Sen flicked his finger, unleashing a Yin Yang Blast of power at Six Paths' sword. The sword went 3 inches off course. Six Paths' sword heart remained calm, but his sword skills were like a volcano or a tsunami. Fast, faster. Hard, harder. Accurate, more accurate. Steady, steadier. Six Paths' sword was harder than ever. It was crazier than ever too. By the end, you couldn't even see Six Paths' sword nor his body. All you could see was a sword light flickering around Han Sen. It left sword marks everywhere. Han Sen was in the arena, but his arms moved blindingly fast with all 10 fingers flicking in different directions. You could hear the sword and fingers colliding against each other repeatedly. It happened so many times, it was impossible to keep an accurate count of how many times they had hit each other. Everyone stopped breathing. It was like if you stopped to blink, you'd miss an insane match. You wouldn't want to waste a single second. So many creatures were in the stadium, watching, but still, it was all deathly quiet. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of the fighters striking. Powerful sword skill meets a powerful plan, Furnace Emperor said with a sigh. Sumi, who was next to him, looked confused. Father, what plan? Sumi could tell Six Paths was strong, but he was not sure why Furnace Emperor said plan. Furnace Emperor sighed again and said, Dollar's skills aren't special. He has calculated his strength, and Six Paths' sword skills are in fact stronger. If I fought against him, I know I'd lose worse. But sword skills require an accurate judgment of strength. Stabbing and slashing can change the entire direction of a fight. Dollar can see through Six Paths' sword skill, and the fingers keep flicking to where they need to be. It looks very dangerous, but it isn't. Does that mean Dollar knows the weaknesses of Six Paths' sword skills? Sumi asked. No, it does not. There are no invisible powers or factors here. If you want a sword that is very hard, it will lack flexibility. That is not a flaw. That is just how things are. Dollar uses the right strength for the right situation, Furnace said. Sumi looked as if he understood, but he didn't. Then he asked, I still don't understand. What's the difference between that and weaknesses? Furnace Emperor, with a wry smile, shook his head. I don't know. I can tell Six Paths' sword skills are strong, but Dollar sees right through them. Many elites discuss the battle between Han Sun and Six Paths. Dollar is straddling the edge of a knife. If he slips up, he'll be killed by Six Paths' sword, the Outer Sky leader said, looking at Battle God. Strange. Dollar seems to know Six Paths' sword skills. Otherwise, how could he make the correct judgment of Six Paths' constantly changing moveset? The sacred leader looked suspicious. Demigod Gu, what is happening now? Wang Yuheng could not see the fight, so he asked Gu Qingcheng. Something dangerous. Gu Qingcheng frowned. Who is in danger? Tang Junmiu asked. Dollar. He is gambling. Even if you've successfully gambled 100 times, all it takes is one loss. If he loses, he'll be done for, Gu Qingcheng explained. Gambling? Everyone looked at Gu Qingcheng with confusion. The fight between Han Sun and Six Paths was too fast for them to keep track of. Gu Qingcheng, after a moment of thought, said, Six Paths' Emperor's sword skills are incredible. He is a champion with the sword. He won't grant an opponent a moment of reprieve, and he is flawless. He does everything he can to take the advantage and make his opponent lose hope of victory. His sword skills are something you can't overcome. Does that mean Dollar is actually losing? Wang Yuheng opened his eyes wide. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. Maybe not. If it was someone else, they might use strength to break the attack. If the power was sufficient to suppress Six Paths, his sword skill would break. I don't think anyone can possess more strength than Six Paths in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, however. So Dollar is doing something different. He is gambling a potential victory. Gamble? Wang Yuheng still did not understand. He had no clue what she was talking about. Gu Qingcheng looked at Han Sun and said, Yes, he is gambling. The champion sword is using his experience to beat the opponent. He's not supposed to reveal a single flaw he has to his foe. Dollar, on the other hand, is doing things differently. He is not trying to uncover flaws through SKS. He is going with the flow rather. When the enemy strikes, he falls back. When the enemy falls back, he strikes. It's keeping Six Paths from gaining the advantage and pushing Dollar to the point where his hope begins to wane. That sounds good. Why is it gambling? Tang Junliu did not understand either. Gu Qingcheng said quietly, sword skills can be different. You cannot predict where Six Paths Emperor, who is so strong, or an average run-of-the-mill swordsman, will put their strength. Now they knew why Dollar was gambling. It was hard to predict how an opponent would use their sword precisely, especially for a fight as wild as that. Everything was happening at breakneck speed, and it was difficult to determine where the next strike would fall. If Han Sun did this correctly, he could slowly eliminate Six Paths' sword power. But that was just the power of his sword, and there was still no guarantee of victory. If he blocked the wrong direction and failed to beat back the Six Paths sword, things could go bad. All that time, Han Sun was using his finger to flick Six Paths' blade away. It didn't cost much strength, but it required a lot of unflagging judgment that was much harder than exerting total strength. He couldn't afford to miss once. If this continues, Dollar will miss and Six Paths is going to win. He has gotten so strong. I hope I don't have to meet him until I reach the rankings of the 10 Son of Gods. A powerful elite now realized Han Sun was actually in trouble. It was a gamble that he could not afford to lose. Dollar only had one life, whereas Six Paths had many. Time passed and the fight raged on. The faces of the audience began to change. Weird. Why does he keep succeeding? Does he know Six Paths' skills better than Six Paths himself? No way. How can he always be right and never miss? This dollar is weird. Does he have falsified sky power? And that means he always moves correctly. This is unbelievable. The match continued, alongside much discussion. No one understood why Dollar was so lucky in his judgment. Interesting. Jade Shura looked at Han Sun with much intrigue. Six Paths looked interested too. He was keen to see how long his opponent could last. He was pushing Blood Sword to the max. But still, he could not penetrate Han Sen's defense. As everyone looked on, trying to predict how much longer he'd last, the sword light suddenly disappeared. Six Paths withdrew his sword and stopped attacking. That is some incredible power control and foresight. You are undoubtedly the best I have ever seen. Six Paths spoke to Han. Senator Han Sun looked at Six Paths, but did not say anything. He knew the next attack would be even scarier. Life Sword was even more frightening than Blood Sword. If Blood Sword was a champion sword, Life Sword was a killer sword. You could predict the champion sword, but not the killer sword. Han Sun was not psychic. He was just excellent when it came to prediction. Six Paths Emperor then turned into a different person. Now he was like an animal that was full of the wild unknown. He brandished his sword towards Han Sun, prompting Han Sun to flick it again. But this time, he could not send it astray. Six Paths' sword skills had changed. He started to slash without a moment of reprieve in between. Six Paths became a monster that wished to strangle Han Senator. He came out from different directions to attack Han Sen's weak spot, and he took aim at his life door. It wasn't steady, and the chance of calculating the attacks was non-existent. Every slash did not seem connected, and they couldn't be predicted. Han Sun had no choice but to fight. Han Sen's body then glowed with holy light. He could not predict the flight of the Six Paths sword, and he had to react instantly. They were both like a pair of ancient monsters, battling in a primitive arena. These two are too scary. We're only talking about battle skills, and yet they can cause a reaction such as this? Their battle powers must be inside their bones. Furnace Emperor said with a little awe. Dollar is starting to take advantage. The Sacred Leader spoke to himself. It wasn't just Sacred Leader thinking this. The entire elite audience had watched Six Paths unleash himself. Yet when he used Life Sword, he was suppressed by Dollar and put at a disadvantage. Powerful Dollar. I wonder where he comes from. Outer Sky looked confused. Six Paths Emperor used Life Sword and got suppressed. This had only happened once before. And at that time, Six Paths hadn't been this strong either. Han Sun believed going up against Six Paths Life Sword would be difficult. After all, Life Sword resided at the heart of Six Paths. It was his essence. If you took away the limitations of skills, all he had left was primitive drive. Six Paths sword skills, when cast, were something scary to behold. This would be the sixth sword skill, and it was the only one from the set Han Sun had heard about, but not actually seen in action. It wasn't that Six Paths did not want to show it to Han Sun. It was just that Life Sword was something of a personal achievement to learn. It was pointless to simply see it. But Han Sun knew it was strong. He just didn't know how strong. And now that he could see it, he was getting a feel for its power. It wasn't as threatening as Blood Sword though. A battle that was based on reactions and strength was something Han Sun was good at. That was what he did before he amassed an array of hyper-geno arts. After all, Six Paths had learned a lot. But Han Sun's combat abilities weren't anything modest. He also had the advantage of the Dongxian aura. It would be an advantage that lent itself to any of his fights. Seeing Dollar suppressing Six Paths, the audience was all in shock. Han Sun kept flicking his fingers until Six Paths inevitably had to fall back. He couldn't fight him. The fingers of his opponent were so sharp. The Six Paths sword was soon delivered a deep scratch. Scary. Too scary. Who is this Dollar? Dollar is good. This is the rhythm to beating Six Paths. Strong. He is strong. He is my idol. Some of the demigods who weren't as talented hadn't been able to tell what they were seeing before. But this bit was plain for all to understand. Six Paths had been suppressed by his opponent and couldn't fight back. Seeing Six Paths incur more wounds across his body, Sacred Emperor frowned. Is Six Paths Emperor going to lose? Gu Qingqing's expression was complicated. It looks like Six Paths is going to lose. But Han Sun did not think this. Six Paths had used all 6 of his sword skills, and had ended up suppressed, yes. But Han Sen didn't think it was going to be an easy win. Six Paths' eyes were still brimming with clarity and the fire of combat. Han Sen was doing something that was akin to damming a river with mud, or throwing rocks onto a spreading fire. It seemed useful, but there was that constant worry that it was only a matter of time before the containment was rendered useless in a sudden outburst of power that been held back and built up. Han Sen knew he couldn't stop. He attacked faster and faster with the desire to kill Six Paths before the sudden frenzy could manifest. Blood was spilling and bones were breaking. Six Paths' wounds were getting worse, but despite all that his eyes shone brighter. The moment Six Paths relaxed his body, Han Sen felt as if he had just gone eye to eye with a viper. He stumbled back with goosebumps. He looked at Six Paths, who was covered in blood and still standing. Six Paths was still clutching his sword, but the tip was low against the ground. The sword mines were all gone, and he looked like someone who had forgotten how to use the blade. "Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach this step." Six Paths looked at Han Sen with excitement. Han Sen just looked back at Six Paths without saying anything. The spirit still looked like an ordinary person, but there was a sudden aura of danger. Han Sen hadn't felt this level of danger before. "As a reward, please accept my final sword." Six Paths said this right before lifting Six Paths' sword. When he raised that sword, it felt as if all the power in the world was now coming down on Han Senator. It was as if the sword was at the center of the universe, and everything existed around it. Six Paths in one? Han Sen looked surprised. Heart Sword was about Wielder's true self. Sky Sword was about the sky and the earth. Sonic Sword was about the acoustical powers. Spirit was about the spirit. Blood Sword was all about living. Life Sword was about existence. When they all combined into one, it made Six Paths become a part of the world itself. Like a true sword master, his sword became the center of the world. Boom! The power he had gathered up was too much, and the unbreakable arena was actually shattered. The sword created a giant crater in the ground, as the previously standing Six Paths was lifted into the air to float above the ground. The entire power was gathered there. The audience was in shock. They noticed that all their powers had been magnetized towards Six Paths. It felt as if they themselves were going to be processed into the sword he wielded. Some of the audience quickly cast skills to prevent power leakage, but many of the weaker beings were unable to do this, and they found their energy stolen and pulled into the sword. The strong spirits could stop this from happening naturally, but that had to be possible. Otherwise, none would have been able to watch the match. Six Paths is becoming a god. Outer Sky Leader looked at Six Paths like an unrivaled swordmaster. Many of the other elites were shocked too. After this fight, Six Paths is sure to become a god very soon. I can't believe he is breaking through now. Six Paths is on the verge of becoming a god. Dollar is in trouble. Gu Qingqing looked glum. Tang Jinliu looked to be in shock, and he couldn't even find the words to speak. Simply seeing it all through the Marshal Hall's tablet was enough to make him feel suffocated. I am the sword. The sword is me. A sword can traverse Six Paths and become one. When Six Paths pointed his sword to the sky, his power had reached maximum capacity. The way he spoke made it sound as if he was a god, and it frightened all those who listened. Creatures that had weak minds were already prepared to obey him, as if he truly was a god. Creatures with strong wills could feel the pressure, as well, and they felt as if they wanted to throw up because of it. After that, Six Paths swung his sword. A sword light was cast through the arena, covering it in its entirety. All in its proximity were swallowed. In that moment, Six Paths was like a god that could not be beaten. Everyone believed that it was now the end. Dong! In the sword light that brought ruin to everything, a golden light suddenly cracked the fabric of space. It traveled through the sword light and smacked into Six Paths' sword, then stuck to it. Everyone realized that the golden light was actually a coin. It was a beautiful coin. Boom! The Six Paths sword, which had previously been at the center of existence, had now been wrecked by that coin. The power that was going into the sword then started to travel into the coin. The scariest thing about this was the fact that the super elites, who had previously been able to stop their energy from leaking, were now unable to stop the process. The leaders of Outer Sky and Sacred also suffered under the coin. A portion of their energy was being stolen by the coin. Even the power and energy of the Six Paths sword was being taken by the coin. Eventually, the coin was bigger than the sword itself. Dong! A crunchy noise sounded, and Six Paths Emperor was no longer able to control the sword. He allowed it to fall, and when it came to a stop, it stood erect with its tip dug into the ground. Six Paths Emperor was still clutching the handle, and it was clear he wished to pull it out of the ground, but couldn't. The sword actually got heavier and heavier, and as it sank into the earth, Six Paths Emperor started to go down with it. All the beings in the audience were shocked. Watching was what was happening to the Six Paths sword. The power Six Paths had gathered was nearly godlike, and yet, it had been beaten by what looked like a measly coin. His sword could not take the weight. Six Paths, who had now lost the sword, was frozen. That sword was something he had never lost before. To him, his life was his sword and his sword was his life. Having now lost his sword, he no longer wished to do combat. Even God is afraid of collecting taxes. Collecting taxes is scary. Han Sun sighed, and then he flicked his finger once more. A shower of coins began to rain, and they covered the entire arena. They landed on Six Paths in frightening numbers, until he was buried beneath a mountain of them. A severe weight pressed down on him. Six Paths didn't move. All he could do was turn his head to see the coins that fell. He looked at Han Sun and smiled. I lost. The sword is yours. There will be no other Six Paths sword. When you see me again, all you will see is Six Paths. After that, Six Paths Emperor wiggled his fingers. He was disconnecting himself from the Six Paths sword. And when he did that, the sword released its power and just fell on the floor. Six Paths Emperor's mouth bled, but he still worked up a smile before leaving. He conceded, leaving behind the Six Paths sword that was on the ground. Han Sun did not feel joyous though. After that fight, Six Paths had decided to abandon his sword. The sword in his heart must have been very scary. And if they fought again, victory would be even harder to achieve. Han Sun picked up the sword and exited the arena, returning to his shelter. Han Sun and Six Paths had left the stage, but the battle had been incredibly exciting. It had shocked the entire Fourth God's sanctuary. Six Paths was half a god, but he had lost to the enigmatic Dollar. Everyone was curious about his true identity, and everyone thought Dollar would win the entire divinities bout. He would surpass the 10 Son of Gods and become the first Son of God. The media in the Alliance had reported the news as well. Champions return. The coin crushes everything. God versus God. The power of Dollar. All sorts of articles were released after the fight. They spoke passionately about the battle and Dollar's victory there. Dollar is the best. He must be able to reach first place. Don't worry, Dollar will never disappoint us. If he wants to, he'll definitely wind up in first place. The Fourth God's sanctuary's divinities bout was something that had little to do with the general populace of the Alliance, but it was still a popular topic of conversation, nonetheless. Not many people saw the fight, either, and journalists were only able to make write-ups through interviews that were held with demigod witnesses. It was the only way for them to learn what happened. Due to their inability to locate Dollar, the journalists asked the demigods that watched the fight. Fang Mingqiuan's interview was the most popular, and that was because he was famous and knew a lot of people. He had interviewed many demigods in the past, and he was a big fan of Dollar. People that liked Dollar would often go and read his articles. Demigod Tang, what is your opinion of the fight between Dollar and Six Paths? Fang Mingqiuan interviewed Tang Jinliu, a person he was quite close with. Tang Jinliu smiled and said, where do I begin? I mean, Six Paths was strong, but he just wasn't on the same level as Dollar. Dollar will be able to get to the top 10 Son of Gods, for sure, and he might even achieve first place. Most demigods that accepted the interview said many similar things. They all thought Dollar could reach the top 10, at the very least. But there were some unpleasant voices amidst the crowds, and some whispered Dollar was simply lucky. If he reached the top 10, it'd be through good fortune. There were many powerful spirits and creature ahead, and with them thinking Dollar was a cocky person, They didn't think he'd reach the top 100. There were quite a few arguments surrounding this, and the alliance turned its focus to the issue. The elites in the Fourth God's Sanctuary spent a lot of time researching the fight. They were looking for a way they might be able to disarm the coin and beat Dollar, if he ever came for them. Right now Dollar had become their biggest, #1 enemy. He was the likeliest candidate to reach the top 10 thus far. The people felt very lucky when it was confirmed they might not have to face Dollar. But for those that had to fight him, they researched and researched. They wanted to find a way they might win. Han Sen didn't think much about any of this though. He just retired to the practice of Dongxian Sutra. The coin Geno Core had reached superclass after the fight, and he was fairly confident he could reach first place. If Han Sen could get all his Geno Cores to super, that would be even easier. Before the next round started, Han Sen practiced constantly with the Dongxian Sutra. When Han Sen entered the arena next, it was 4 days later. He didn't have to fight, though, as every opponent he went up against had to concede. No one dared to do combat with him. The opponents of the next 4 rounds conceded, and all super elites grew fearful of Dollar. Dollar's name was very famous. Humans had also gotten used to referring to him as the Light of Hope. Even so, there were a few unfriendly voices. A widely known professional published an article that presented a number of reasons why Dollar was not actually human, and was in fact a spirit, and it repeatedly reiterated that humans should not be so joyous in celebrating the figure. Words like those incited the ire of Dollar's fanboys, and debates raged between the camps in the virtual community. The professional was earnest in his opinion and supported it, but he had even gone so far as to say that even if Dollar was proven to be a human, there was no chance he could breach the top 10 Son of Gods. He also predicted Dollar would have trouble in his 5th round, and that he would get no further than the 7th match. Han Sen looked at who his opponent would be in the 5th round. He had only seen who he was to fight in the 7th round, and that was Jade Shura, the supposed queen of the Shura. He didn't realize he would also have a strong opponent challenge him in the 5th round. Aqua Sun Beast was a berserk super creature. Han Sen didn't realize he would be an opponent. But Han Sen was a man that wanted to come out on top, and he didn't care about who or what got in the way. If Jade Shura did not have a special identity, Han Sen would not have cared too much about her, either. The matches Han Sen had watched the most were not Jade Shura's though. They were the matches of Gu Qingqing, Outer Sky Leader, and Sacred Leader. They didn't encounter strong opponents. Everyone who faced off against them ended up conceding. Gu Qingqing had a few matches, but her opponents were all killed with a single hit. She didn't even allow them the berth to draw a weapon. But today was the day for Han Sen to battle Aqua Sun Beast. Many people came to watch it, and there was a far greater turnout than there was last time. Because Han Sen's past 4 opponents had decided to throw in the towel, many more came to watch as well. They were all keen to see what sort of power Han Sen possessed. That expert who wrote the article, is he a demigod? How did he know Dollar would go up against a berserk super creature on the 5th match? Wang Yuhang looked at the Marshall Hall's tablet. What? You know about this Aqua Sun Beast? Tang Jinliu asked Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang nodded and said, I asked Cheap Sheep to collect information. Aqua Sun Beast is famous. He claimed 80,000 miles of the Aqua Sea, and he eats emperors. He is powerful, and I certainly don't expect him to concede. What kind of power does it wield? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. Anyone who's dared to enter the Aqua Sea has died inside its belly. No one has seen how it kills people. Wang Yuhang shook his head. Gu Qingqing coldly approached them and said, The power of the Aqua Sun Beast is not as mighty as the Destroyer Wolf. But with that being said, the elites of the Fourth God's Sanctuary would prefer to challenge the Destroyer Wolf than venture near the Aqua Sea. Perhaps that can give you an idea of how scary it is. Do you know what power it wields? Wang Yuhang asked. I don't know. Gu Qingqing shook her head. That expert is smart. Aqua Sun Beast is so mysterious, it might cause Dollar trouble. Tang Jinliu frowned. What is there to be afraid of? He defeated 6 paths. After doing that, there is no need for him to fear any monster. Wang Yuhang was confident. While they discussed, it was time for Dollar and Aqua Sun Beast to do battle. Han Sen, wrapped up in the holy light, entered the arena. He didn't see Aqua Sun Beast immediately. When the time for the creature to join was almost up, a door of light was revealed upon the arena. A beast that looked like a jade Kirin came out of it. It stood in front of Han Sun, not saying anything. All it did was spit out a green orb. The orb's size was double that of a basketball, and its color was like green jade. The orb also possessed a strange glowing symbol of some kind. When the orb showed up, a strange green light covered the entire arena. Han Sun used holy light to fend off that green light, but the green light didn't seem to be destructive. He wasn't entirely sure what it did or what it meant. Amidst Han Sun's confusion, he suddenly heard the Aqua Sun Beast roar. Then the symbol upon the orb began to glow. And then, the same strange symbol appeared on Han Sun's body. It was atop him stuck. Oh no, that is the power of a seal. Jing Jiwu was shocked. He has the same power as you do. Lin Feng looked at him glumly. Jing Jiwu nodded and said, "It is the same, yes, but I only have it at gemstone class. Its sealing power will be far stronger than mine. Now that Dollar has been touched by that green light, he will have been sealed. I doubt he'll even be able to move. This power can constrict Dollar just like that." Tang Junliu looked to be in disbelief. Jing Jiwu had a wry smile. "I'm only gemstone class. My sealing power is enough to constrict a super creature for 3 seconds though. They can't move no matter what. Jade Sun Beast is much stronger than me. And even if Six Paths was the one in the arena, he'd suffer the same fate. No wonder he is so strong. It looks like we should never underestimate the abilities of a single super creature." Tang Junliu's face changed. Dollar has been too careless. He shouldn't have allowed himself to be snared right away like that. Wang Yuhang said. "It looks like that expert was right. Dollar is in trouble," Tang Junliu said. The audience could observe the sealing powers of Aqua Sun Beast, and when they saw it they were shocked. From what was seen in the match between Han Sun and Six Paths, defeating Han Sun through sheer power was very difficult. No one could be sure. Aqua Sun Beast's sealing power was like the issuing of a warning. Can Dollar get out of that sealing power? Sumi looked at Han Sr. It will be difficult, if it's possible at all. Aqua Sun Beast is probably one of the best when it comes to sealing powers. It is difficult to evade the beast's sealing light, but now that he is sealed, not even emperors can escape something like that, Furnace Emperor said. Aqua Sun Beast thought Han Sun was now unable to get away. He grabbed Han Sun with the plan of placing the human in his mouth. Seeing that the beast was about to bite his head off, Han Sun pulled out a stone pipe and put it to his lips. He took aim and blew into it. Pang! A red light went right into Aqua Sun Beast's mouth. It blew up the beast's entire head, resulting in a mess of blood. The professional in the virtual community got stomped on. Everyone commented and asked for his opinion on how Dollar effortlessly broke the fifth opponent's head. Your prediction was accurate, and Dollar really was given a lot of trouble. The blood must have taken ages to clean. Blowing up his head in less than a minute must have been really difficult. This is worrisome. It was such a big creature, think of all the meat. I don't know if we should bake, grill, or boil it. Of course, we can actually prepare it in 10 different ways. We can fry it, stir-fry it, steam it, roast it, deep-fry it, slow-cook it, put it in sauce, flamethrower it, nuke it, or just barbecue it. The professional said Dollar wouldn't get past the 7th round. This is great. The professional didn't respond, but after a while, he departed and left behind a single note. It said Dollar was guaranteed not to make it past the 7th round. It made everyone go crazy once again. In the 4th God's Sanctuary, all the beings were trying to find out what element Dollar was attuned with. The sealing power hadn't worked on him, and he seemed absolutely perfect in every way. He had no known flaw. It gave the others who wanted the title Son of God a headache. Many super elites investigated these events, but they could not find anything. But they were able to confirm that the pipe Han Sun used was the Blow Blood Geno Core from Drink Blood Emperor. That confirmed the sealing power did not work on Dollar. Blow Blood Geno Core had been sealed, and over the years, none had been able to unseal it. Yet when Dollar had it, he had somehow been able to do just that. Now people were able to confirm that the Coin Geno Core they had witnessed was actually the Coin Geno Core on the leaderboard, and it belonged to Dollar. Everyone was talking about this, in fervent wonder about who might actually be able to stop Dollar. People investigated Dollar's list of battles painstakingly, and aside from Aqua Sun Beast, Dollar would go up against Jade Shura on the 7th round. Jade Shura's performance was outstanding. She hadn't beat Six Paths and Aqua Sun Beast like Han Sun had, but she was great nonetheless, especially since she had falsified sky powers. That was something many beings were flat out afraid of. It was a shame Godslayer Luo hadn't decided to join in, but nobody dared to ask him to compete. Still, that meant the connection between him and Jade Shura would to remain a complete mystery. People assumed she was the queen of the Shura, a conclusion drawn from both her body shape and name. Still, people did not know why the queen possessed the falsified sky powers. Because her identity made things mysterious, it heightened the allure of the 7th match, and all wished to find out which of the two would end up stronger. When calculating the odds from a simple power perspective, the results favored Dollar. But falsified sky powers never missed. That power could very well kill Dollar in a second flat. Regardless, all the beings were extremely excited for the upcoming match. The beings that would later go up against the victor of the match paid extra attention to it as well. It did not matter who won, as long as they could learn a thing or two. Inside the Shura Palace, a young Shura lady stood next to the Shura Queen. If Han Sun saw who this woman was, he'd have been shocked. That was because this Shura lady looked just like Zero. She was obviously older than Zero, but she was practically the same in all other physical aspects. Minger, you need to be careful tomorrow. That Dollar is unusual. The Shura Queen spoke to the young Shura. Mother, do not worry. I will beat him, and I will rise to take first place. I will tell everyone that Jade Shura is the greatest of all creations. Yu Minger spoke with absolute confidence. The Shura Queen laughed. She held her hands and said, "You cannot be careless. Our falsified sky powers still possess flaws. Until we obtain the second half of the falsified sky sutra, it will never be perfect. I know, but do not worry. The deal for the next 10 years will result in me beating Luo Haitang, and then, I will obtain the second half of the falsified sky sutra," Yu Minger said. The Shura Queen shook her head. She knew her daughter well, and she knew the girl wouldn't listen. But the Shura Queen wasn't too worried. Yu Minger was the most talented person in Jade Shura to have learned the falsified sky sutra. She was so strong, and there was no need to be concerned with her safety. Even if she was unable to win, she could still survive whatever came her way. Han Sun, meanwhile, was investigating something he was holding. After killing Aqua Sun Beast, he didn't get the beast's soul, but he did obtain the dead body Geno Core and Life Geno Essence. Life Geno Essences were now useless for him, and he gave the meat to Little Silver and the others. He brought the Geno Core with him though, a green jade orb with a weird symbol of light. It contained a strong sealing power, that much was certain. If other people did not have a sealing power, they could not make use of the orb. And it was at times like this, the benefit of Han Sun's collection of spirit Geno points really showed. Han Sun did not possess the power of sealing, but with the sealing spirit Geno points, he could simulate sealing powers to make use of the orb. The orb was useful, and if monsters were touched by the sealing light, even a superclass little star would end up stunned. This is good stuff. Han Sun played around with the orb and came to like it. It was called the God Orb, but it was not perfect. If Little Star was traveling, the God Orb would not be able to shine on him, for example. The sealing light could also be blocked by objects, such as shields. But still, even if a shield was deflecting the sealing light, the shield itself would end up getting sealed. This applied to armor as well. If the armor was sealed, your body would be locked in place. Han Sun took the God Orb and returned to Divinity's bout. The sixth enemy conceded, a move prompted by witnessing Aqua Sun Beast's merciless execution. So Han Sun exited the background and waited for the seventh match. He was curious about the Jade Shura. Luo Haitang, who did not show much interest in Divinity's bout, went straight to the martial hall when the seventh match began. He was eager to watch the fight between Dollar and Jade Shura. Luo Li walked over to Luo Haitang, and with a serious look asked him, "Sir, is that Jade Shura the real Shura Queen?" Luo Haitang sat down and said, If she isn't the Shura queen, then things will be much worse. Why is that? Luoli asked, confused. If she isn't the Shura queen, then that means the Jade Shura have a second scary person, Luo Haidang said calmly. Luoli thought that made sense. The Shura queen was already giving him a headache, but the prospect of a second individual like this would be worse for the Luo family. The Jade Shura family had many elites, whereas the Luo family had no one. Aside from Luo Haidang, none were strong enough to represent them. I hope Dollar can kill Jade Shura. Even if she is not the Shura queen, killing her should sort the problem out, Luoli thought. She didn't dare say it out loud in front of Luo Haidang. Luo Haidang did not say anything. He simply watched the stream displayed upon the Martial Hall tablet, waiting for Dollar and Jade Shura's match to begin. When it was time for the fight to start, Han Sun strode right into the battleground. Jade Shura hadn't arrived yet, so there was a bit of a wait. When the entry time was almost over, Jade Shura made her appearance. She looked the same as she had before, clad in black armor. She had a pair of purple horns and a mask on. She's not the Shura queen. Luo Haidang frowned, as this was bad news for the Luo family. Han Sun checked out Jade Shura carefully. He had never met the Shura queen, so he could not tell if it was really her before him. The pros love to enter at the last second, don't they? Does that make you look stronger or something? Han Sun asked after she walked in. He didn't care whether she entered early or late. He just wanted to find out whether or not she was the Shura queen, judging from her response. Jade Shura coldly responded, "Isn't it a good thing? It's me being merciful, letting you live a little longer." After hearing her speak, Han Sun was able to guess that it wasn't the Shura queen. With the Shura queen's age and manners, she wouldn't have replied like that. Han Sun thought it must have just been some young Shura lady. If she is not the Shura queen, she must at least be from Jade Shura. Han Sun thought, then he said, "You are kind." "I am not. But if you are willing to concede, you can walk away with your life," Jade Shura said. Han Sun laughed and said, "You are confident. I wonder what your strength is really like. Try me, and you just might find out." Jade Shura gave a grunt. Then, she raised her hand and began to build up falsified sky power in the cup of her palm. The crowd felt that they could almost see something there, like she was holding a mirage. Han Sun looked at the left hand she had raised and frowned. Jade Shura only had half of the falsified Sky Sutra, but still, the level of power she possessed seemed nearly perfect to Han. Senator Luo Haidang saw the problem, too, and he frowned. "How is that possible? Her falsified sky power is like you. Did they get the second part of the falsified Sky Sutra?" Luoli screamed, completely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Luo Haidang shook his head and said, "No, she didn't get it. Then why is her falsified sky power?" Luoli couldn't speak. Luo Haidang had the complete falsified Sky Sutra. That meant she was accusing him of something. Luo Haidang looked at Jade Shura's left hand and said, "We possessed the falsified Sky Sutra, but it was something we stole from a tomb belonging to the Shura. And we need Shura blood to practice it. That means it was originally a skill for the Shura. Jade Shura bred with the Shura for many generations, so their blood is probably completely Shura now. But it still can't be like the absolutely pure Shura, that cannot practice the falsified Sky Sutra. Jade Shura's blood is strong enough to almost complete the falsified Sky Sutra, so she is scarier than the Shura queen herself. If she really did come to own the complete version, there's no telling how strong she might become. Can Dollar beat her?" Asking that made Luoli feel guilty. Luo Haidang shook his head and said, "It'll just be difficult. Her falsified sky power is close to my level. Very few beings can block her attacks. Dollar will have to get rid of her before she strikes. Otherwise, I fear it is already too late." Luoli heard this and felt very anxious. Jade Shura had already gathered up her falsified sky power while Dollar watched. He didn't even seem interested in attacking her. What is wrong with him? Does he not know the strength of falsified sky power? What is he standing there for? Go kill her. Luoli felt a need for haste, but no matter how she felt, all she could do was watch. Many creatures shared the same feelings. Those who knew what falsified sky powers could do were confused. They did not know why Dollar was refusing to attack. That Dollar is conceited. He is waiting for Jade Shura to strike first, Furnace Emperor said while observing Dollar. Doesn't he know that falsified sky powers will not miss? If Jade Shura strikes, he's a dead man. Sumi looked on strangely. True, but everything around this Dollar is weird. Perhaps he does have some power that can go against it. Furnace Emperor was not entirely sure. Jade Shura saw Dollar unmoving, waiting for her to strike first. She looked annoyed, and she thought to herself, if you want to die then fine. After that she swung her hand. An invisible force came rushing forward to Han Senator, and everyone's eyes traced it from her left hand. The strike was nothing beautiful. There was no light or ripple as it came, but people knew what the strike did, and they knew how frightening it truly was. Han Sun looked at Jade Shura's left hand. Still he did not strike. He just wanted to see how far she had come with her practice of the falsified Sky Sutra. Everyone's focus was on Han Senator. They knew watching Jade Shura was pointless. Falsified sky power was invisible anyway, and if they watched her, they wouldn't see how the attack killed him. Is Dollar playing around? This is falsified sky power he's up against. Tang Junlio's hands were getting sweaty. He wasn't related to the Luo family, and it was a Shura using that power. He earnestly hoped Dollar would win. Nobody replied to him, because they didn't know the answer either. Everyone was intensely focused on Dollar. Just as most people were expecting Dollar to start spewing blood, he moved half a step. He did it casually, but after that step, everyone froze. After that step, nothing happened. And the fact that nothing happened was what struck people with disbelief. Falsified sky power had been cast, but nothing became of it. It was strange, and everyone turned to look at Han Sun with surprise. Even Jade Shura. No one could believe that the falsified sky powers had missed Dollar completely. Did he dodge the falsified sky power? Luo Li's eyes opened wide. She had seen all that transpired, but she still couldn't make sense of it. Luo Haitang looked just as surprised. But he only looked at Dollar without saying a word, retreating into thought. Jade Shura was wearing a mask, so nobody could see her face. But Jade Shura knew her own face was full of shock. She couldn't accept what had just happened, and she didn't believe her falsified sky power could be avoided. Because Jade Shura only had half of the falsified Sky Sutra, it was not impossible to dodge. But hers was different. Her falsified sky power was almost perfect due to her blood. In recent years, no one had been able to dodge her ability. Jade Shura's eyes looked cold. She didn't say anything and simply cast it again. She swung both hands and kept repeatedly slashing towards Dollar. Han Sun remained still and firm, only moving to casually dodge the strikes. And still, Jade Shura's falsified Sky Sutra did not hit Han Sun, and he managed to dodge each and every attack. Jade Shura's falsified sky powers were almost perfect. Even if she had a variant that was absolutely perfect, Han Sun's Dongxian Sutra would allow him to dodge it. He wouldn't be struck by it. Is it fake perhaps? It must be a fake falsified sky power. Shit. Dollar is too strong. Falsified sky power is useless against him. I must be seeing a fake falsified sky power. Dollar is scary. Not only did the sealing power not work against him, but neither has falsified sky powers. What power can work against him? Dollar will surely get into the top 10 Son of Gods. None of the beings had expected this. Godslayer Luo killed everything with his falsified sky power, and he had even taken down a super shelter with it. So humans could have a place to call home in the fourth God's sanctuary. Spirits and creatures knew how powerful it could be. Even top-rank spirits and creatures would not underestimate falsified sky powers. And yet, Dollar had effortlessly evaded it. It made them wonder if the ability they were witnessing was fake. The falsified sky power is not fake. It's just that Dollar is so strong. He broke 6 paths, and is immune to sealing powers. Not even falsified sky powers can hurt him. Where did he come from, wielding such power? I have never heard of such a thing before. Sacred's leader frowned while looking at Han Senator. Haha, see. This is a strong human. Falsified sky powers are nothing. Dollar is God. In front of God, everything is rubbish. Many human demigods were fans of Dollar, but now they were even more hyped. They all wished they could be like Dollar, making battle with enemies of the different species and divinities bout. and achieving a more widespread human glory. Spirits and creatures did not believe Dollar was human. It's not an elite human, it is a creature. It's not a creature, it is a spirit. The audience argued amongst themselves. Inside the arena, Yuming'er was still reeling in shock. The power she was most proud of had proven useless against her opponent. No matter how hard she tried, the falsified sky powers had lost their luster. Han Sen's moving body started to look bigger and bigger in her eyes. Her opponent looked so mysterious, and it knocked her confidence down more than a few pegs. Han Sen now fully understood how proficient she really was with falsified sky powers. Her ability was far from being perfect, and it was much worse than even zero. If Han Yin became super class, she'd be better than Jade Shura as well. That Jade Shura is a potential threat. Even half of the falsified Sky Sutra is extremely dangerous. I should kill her to avoid further problems. Han Sen's expression turned murderous, and he suddenly started sprinting towards her. Yuming'er's confidence had been trampled, and her attacking momentum was now low, but she was still able to dodge the punch Han Sen threw. But Han Sen turned and revealed his blood Geno core. Then he blew it at her. A red light came flying at her face. Yuming'er had the best blood out of all the Jade Shura. In a situation like this, she could still remain calm and evade the attack. But she was unable to dodge it completely. The red light went right for her face and broke a part of her mask off. Han Sen teleported in front of her with his fist raised to punch her in the face. But when he saw her image, he stopped. He didn't want to punch her. Why do you look so familiar? Han Sen was in shock. Yuming'er looked just like Zero. If she hadn't looked older than Zero, he would have believed that Zero herself was standing before him. Kill me, if that is your desire. Yuming'er stood where she was, seeing the fist in front of her. She gritted her teeth in anticipation. Tell me, what is your name? And from which Shura tribe do you hail? Han Sen asked her. Han Sen wanted to find out more about Zero. And although he'd never given up, there hadn't been clues for the longest time. Now that he had seen Yuming'er, he was taken aback. Until he could figure out the connection between the two, Han Sen was going to spare her life. Yuming'er did not say anything. A door of light appeared behind her, and she ran towards it. In anger, she turned and said, Dollar, right? I'll remember you. I won't lose next time. Han Sen watched Yuming'er concede, and did not move to stop her. He had decided not to kill her, so stopping her would be unnecessary. And even though she had said nothing about the fact, Han Sen at least knew she was of the Jade Shura. She couldn't run from him. Dollar had become the most famous person in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, perhaps even the entire universe. Everyone was curious about the true identity of Dollar. To all the creatures in the Fourth Sanctuary, it didn't matter who Dollar actually was. They had all concluded that Dollar would definitely make it to the ranks of the 10 Son of Gods, and he might even win the entire divinities bout. Han Sen didn't have the time to care about that after he went back to the Alliance. He immediately started to observe Zero. And the more he looked at her, the more he found that she looked like Jade Shura. Is Jade Shura Zero's mother or sister? Han Sen was thinking. However, he didn't think it made much sense. Though Zero looked like a little girl, she wasn't young anymore. Jade Shura might not even have been as old as Zero. Han Sen thought about it for a while, and he still went to see what he could find about Jade Shura's identity. She had actually shown her face, and she came from the Shura race. She had to have something to do with the Jade Shura family, so it should be fairly easy to find out who she was. After asking a lot of people, he found the information he wanted. Actually, it wasn't a difficult job at all. The news that Yuming'er lost to Dollar was also important news in the Shura race. Soon, Han Sen learned that Yuming'er was indeed someone from the Jade Shura bloodline. She was a daughter of the Shura queen. However, before the divinities bout, nobody knew that Yuming'er was so powerful. A daughter of the Shura queen? Does that mean Zero might be a daughter of the Shura queen as well? No way. If she was, why would she look like a human being? Han Sen felt that the information he had found wasn't accurate, but he couldn't figure it out himself. I'll have to look for an answer from the Jade Shura bloodline, Han Sen thought. Divinities bout was still going on, but the competitors Han Sen was about to fight all chose to back out. Nobody dared to fight him. Han Sun went through a very peaceful competition period, but at the same time, another major event happened in the divinities. Bout the outer sky leader was defeated by a creature nobody knew, and he was crushed. His body was destroyed with one punch, which shocked everyone in the fourth god's sanctuary. It was just as shocking as Han Sen's defeat of Six Paths. The master of outer sky was a spirit, so he didn't actually die. Han Sun felt sorry after hearing that. However, being powerful enough to kill the outer sky leader did make Han Sun alert. After he heard more about the fight, Han Sun became concerned. Based on Wang Yuhang's description, the guy who killed the master of outer sky with one punch was mysterious, and Wang Yuhang wasn't even sure whether it was a spirit or a creature. The being was wearing black armor, and his punch had wielded a fire that was powerful, yet icy cold. Outer sky leader's Geno core was frozen, after which it was crushed. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. The armored man from the Iron Chimenia? A terrifying being popped up in Han Sen's mind after he heard Wang Yuhang's description. Han Sen's stomach felt a little upset at the thought. If it was actually the armored man from the Iron Chimenia, Han Sun couldn't be guaranteed to defeat him. Han Sun still remembered the fight between the headless rockman and the black armored man. In Han Sen's memories, the man in black armor was already much more powerful than many of the strongest beings in the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sun didn't think he could kill Outer Sky's master with only one punch. Han Sun went to see the fight of the man in black armor in the next round. Though the competitor chose to quit the battle, Han Sun still saw the armored man, and it was indeed the one from the Iron Chimenia. Why did he come to join the divinities bout instead of enjoying his time in the Iron Chimenia? Han Sun couldn't understand it. Han Sun studied the bracket of upcoming fights, and he found that he wouldn't meet the man in black armor until he became one of the 10 Son of Gods. That was relieving. If he fought the man in black armor, and they both got crushed, others would exploit their weakness, and then it would be a tragedy for both of them. Luckily, he would enter the top 10 before he had to worry about that because of the armored man. Everything was changed now. Everyone thought that Dollar was likely to be the top of the 10 Son of Gods, but now people were discussing who was stronger, Dollar or the armored man. It was bizarre because nobody knew where the armored man came from, so no news was spread. Even other creatures didn't know that the armored man came from the Iron Chimenia. It's indeed a handful. The headless rockman couldn't even defeat the armored man with Destiny's Tower. Can I actually handle him? Han Sun wasn't sure either. Han Sun didn't run into any trouble in his battles. He went to watch the fights of the armored man several times, but all his competitors conceded as nobody dared to fight him. Everyone knew what had happened to the Master of Outer Sky, so none of them were willing to take the risk. Han Sun took a look at the contestants that the armored man was about to fight. After reading it for a while, he noticed that Gu Qingqing would run into the armored man before trying to become one of the 10 Son of Gods. Gu Qingqing is indeed powerful, but that armored man was just wicked. I'll try to convince her not to fight. Han Sun ran back to the shelter to find Gu Qingqing, and he told her about how he met the armored man and fought him. Sister Gu, that armored man is very dangerous, and his power might not even belong in the fourth god's sanctuary. Don't fight him, otherwise, your beautiful face might get injured, Han Sun said jokingly. What? You think I can't compete with him? Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sun smiling. No, I just think he's like a monster, or a beast. You're a beautiful woman, so it's not worth it for you to fight a beast, said Han. Senator Gu Qingqing stopped smiling. She looked at Han Sun and said, if he's really from that Iron Chimenia, then there's more reason for me to meet him. Why so? Asked Han. Senator, do you know what that Chimenia is? Gu Qingqing didn't answer Han Sun's question, but asked him one in return. How should I know? Han Sun smiled. If he had known what the Chimenia was, he wouldn't have messed with it in the first place. Gu Qingqing's facial expression was veiled as she said, if your description is correct, the Iron Chimenia should be the alchemy pot of a famous Taoist. Are you saying that the Iron Chimenia belonged to an ancient human being? Han Sun's eyes popped, and he stared at Gu Qingqing. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't be sure, said Gu Qingqing calmly. Was there something like the Iron Chimenia in ancient times? Han Sen found it hard to believe. Humans had been around for tens of thousands of years, and there was a time when humans didn't keep historical records. But even so, the history of humans was not as long as that of the Shura race, not to mention the ancient races like the crystallizers. If humans had possessed something so powerful in ancient times, they would have risen in the universe a long time ago. They wouldn't have taken so long to gain power, and the Shura wouldn't have maintained dominance for so many years. At that point in history, humans controlled some strange items. Actually, you have one yourself, but it isn't as powerful as it used to be. Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sen with a smile. You mean Taya sword? Han Sen thought about it, and that sword was the only thing he had with a rich history, which came from the era of Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing nodded and said, Taya's sword was mighty before it was broken. When I left, Taya's sword was still one of the top 10 sacred swords, but out of nowhere, it got broken. Lots of things were lost or destroyed around that time, and I don't know what happened after that. There's one thing I can be sure of. If the iron chiminea is as you described, it's probably an alchemy pot. Is it used for making medicines? Asked Han. Senator Gu Qingqing paused for a while and said, in that era, many Taoists wanted to become angels, and making medicines was one of the ways to achieve that. It was very popular among the Taoists, and the most famous alchemy pot was the long-living pot that belonged to the Taoist Xu Fu. Xu Fu. I've heard that name somewhere before. An emperor in ancient times once went to find medicines that could help him live forever. Was that him? Han Sen asked after a moment of thought. He had heard that story when he was in kindergarten. Gu Qingqing shook her head. He wasn't an emperor. Xu Fu was a very famous Taoist, and he was great at making medications. He was using the chiminea to reshape his own body. Reshape his own body? He wanted to turn himself into a medication? Han Sen was very surprised. Of course not. He was using the chiminea to train his body, and he absorbed the forces from the medication. He then condensed the medications and tried to become an angel. Unfortunately, modern science has proven that there isn't anything like heaven, and the so-called Taoist technique back then was proven to be just a rumor. Only a few seem to actually break the space and ascend. Perhaps nobody actually succeeded, and even if one succeeded, nobody knew where they went, but it wouldn't be heaven. Gu Qingqing shrugged her shoulders. Han Sen's interest was piqued. If Dong Xianzi broke through space and entered the sanctuary, then what about the other Taoists who broke through space? Did they reach the sanctuaries as well? However, that didn't seem quite right. Jade Little Lion King once said that his father had seen that iron chiminea when it was still young, and based on the age of the Little Lion King's father, that iron chiminea had been around much longer than humans had. If that ancient creature saw the chiminea when it was young, there was no way that the device once belonged to humans. I think it's just a coincidence that they look alike. The iron chiminea has been in God's ruin for so long, and it's definitely older than human history. It's not likely that it's some pot that belonged to Xu Fu, said Han Sen to Gu Qingqing. We need to see it first, said Gu Qingqing stubbornly. Seeing Gu Qingqing insist on fighting the armored man, Han Sen stopped trying to persuade her to concede. He had already warned her and told her everything he knew, so it wouldn't be his fault that something bad happened to her. The divinities' bout continued. Han Sen and the armored man didn't run into any obstacles. All the creatures and spirits conceded, so they passed round after round of battles without fighting. After half a month, the battle between Gu Qingqing and the armored man came. Gu Qingqing also had great performance in her previous battles. So many creatures and spirits were attracted to her fight with the armored man. Lots of creatures were speculating on whether Gu Qingqing had the courage to fight him. The truth was, Gu Qingqing was a very stubborn person. Even though Han Sen warned her several times, Gu Qingqing still insisted on fighting the armored man. When she showed up on the battlefield, lots of people cheered. They were cheering for Gu Qingqing's courage, but at the same time, they would finally see the armored man strike again. Nobody paid any attention to the armored man until his fight against the Master of Outer Sky. And after that fight, no creatures dared to fight the armored man. So most of the crowd had never seen the armored man strike before, and they didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Gu Qingqing was the first person since Outer Sky who had been willing to fight him. And this was the perfect time to see whether the armored man was indeed as invincible as the rumors said. Han Sen didn't have a battle that day, so he left Shadow Shelter and went to watch the battle with Wang Yuhang and his friends. Han Sen knew that Gu Qingqing was powerful, but that armored man was also terrific. Han Sen wasn't sure whether Gu Qingqing could win or not, so he could only wish Gu Qingqing good luck. Old Han, will Sister Gu be okay? Wang Yuhang was a bit worried. He had watched the armored man kill Outer Sky's leader with one strike, so he knew how terrifying the armored man was. He was very worried. If she thinks she can do it, I don't think she'll have a problem. With her power, even if she can't defeat the armored man, she can still survive long enough to resign the fight. Nobody in the Fourth God's Sanctuary can stop her. Han Sen could only hope for the best. Fleeing? It'll be the armored man who'll flee. Elysian Moon sneered and walked toward him. She then sat down on the stone steps. Let's hope so, said Han. Senator Cheap Sheep and Green Cow also came to cheer for Gu Qingqing. Unfortunately, Gu Qingqing couldn't hear anything in the battlefield of divinity's bout. The battle had begun. Gu Qingqing walked into the battlefield, and almost at the same time, a door of light showed up in opposition to Gu Qingqing, and the armored man walked out. Everyone was staring at the armored man, and they were all greatly anticipating his performance. All the creatures were still thrilled by how the armored killed the master of Outer Sky with one strike, and many people wished to see the same thing happen again. Gu Qingqing stared at the armored man thoughtfully. It seemed that she might have figured out something. The armored man didn't say anything. He raised his fist, and fire started to burn across his body. But the burning fire wasn't hot at all. Instead, it was cold as ice. Gu Qingqing was more direct. She took out her blade and rushed toward the armored man, summoning a powerful sword light from her sword. The fist and the sword hit each other, and the fire shook and the blade light shattered. The terrifying forces exploded, creating a hole that was larger than a basketball court in the indestructible battlefield. The power of the attacks was already at the same level as Six Paths' trump technique, and all the creatures watching were thrilled. Han Sen frowned. It seemed that Gu Qingqing's blade technique was better than he thought. However, the armor didn't seem to care at all. The fire on his body got denser, and his power slowly grew. The battlefield became covered in flames, completely surrounding Gu Qingqing. Then the entire battlefield looked like an exploding volcano, and the tumbling flames rushed to the sky. The flames were the only thing the audience could see. Gu Qingqing and the armored man were nowhere to be found. Pung! A comet flew out of the flames and hit the wall of the battlefield hard enough to shake the stands. It was Gu Qingqing's body. She spewed out a mouthful of blood, which splashed everywhere. There was ice covering Gu Qingqing, and she looked like she had been coated in white powder. In the next second, the fire flashed toward her again. Gu Qingqing was terrified. She took a step back and went through a door of light. She conceded and exited the battlefield. Everyone watching the battle was completely shocked, and more than a little terrified. Gu Qingqing had shown such incredible power, but she could barely survive 2 strikes from the armored man. That display of power had shocked everyone into silence. It was absolute power, and it was absolute suppression. Are you okay, Sister Gu? Han Sen walked toward Gu Qingqing and supported her out of the martial hall. He could feel that her body was very cold, and just touching her made his palms feel like they were about to freeze and fall off. I'm not dying, said Gu Qingqing with her lips trembling. Come help her, little Silver. Han Sen called. The silver lightning fell on Gu Qingqing's body, and after half an hour, Gu Qingqing started to recover. It's okay now. After more than an hour, Gu Qingqing seemed to be recovering a little. Little Silver then stopped treating her. Is the armored man really that strong, Sister Gu? Asked Wang Yuhang. Gu Qingqing shook her head without saying anything. After leaving the martial hall, she told Han Sen to come and see her. The armored man is indeed using the skills of a Taoist. So he is actually Sufu? Asked Han. Senator Gu Qingqing shook her head and said no. Though he's using the skills of a Taoist, his power doesn't seem like a human's. He feels more like a creature to me. Han Sen frowned and looked at Gu Qingqing. as he didn't know what Gu Qingqing was trying to say. Gu Qingqing cleared her head and continued. Do you think it's possible for a creature to learn the skills of a Taoist? Is that really possible? The powers of both creatures and spirits are inborn, so they can't change them. They might be able to learn some techniques or concepts from humans, but the power itself couldn't be changed, Han Sen said thoughtfully. Gu Qingqing considered that for a moment. You said that the armored man is staying in the iron chiminea, right? If it's actually an ancient chiminea, the creature might be training itself in the chiminea in order to change its body enough to use the techniques of the Taoists. A mutant creature with the power of a Taoist? Han Sen was really disturbed. Though Han Sen knew nothing about that era, or how powerful the Taoists were, he could still tell from Gu Qingqing that the Taoists were exceptional. A powerful creature with the abilities of a Taoist was indeed a nightmare. The armored man won again, and the news shocked everyone in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. They originally thought that Dollar might be able to fight that armored man, but after the fight with Gu Qingqing, they all thought that Dollar would most likely be defeated by the armored man. Even a random attack from the armored man could rival the most powerful strike from 6 paths. The power gap was obvious. How can there be such a powerful being in the Fourth Sanctuary? The fact that he still hasn't broken space and become a god doesn't make any sense. Perhaps he's a god fallen to the Fourth Sanctuary. I don't think there'll be any suspense in the divinities bout this time. The armored man will be ranked first, and Dollar will come second. Indeed, no suspense. That armored man is just too powerful. Even great beings like the Master of Sacred Shelter had given up. He just hoped that he could get into the top 10, and he didn't count on getting first place anymore. The power of the armored man was making people desperate. As for Han Sen, he didn't think that way. The armored man was indeed incredible, but he wasn't invincible. Gu Qingqing survived 2 strikes from him, at least. As long as he wasn't invincible, Han Sen still had a chance. Han Sen asked Gu Qingqing about the details of her fight with the armored man, and about the kind of skills the armored man actually used. According to Gu Qingqing, the power the armored man used was the Dansha technique, which was very famous in her era. He condensed power into a medication, and when that medication exploded, the power it yielded was much superior to what the armored man possessed himself. Gu Qingqing told Han Sen that the armored man's body wasn't much stronger than hers. The first strike of the armored man was the power of the armored man himself, and Gu Qingqing was strong enough to rival it. However, the power contained in the armored man's medication was much stronger than Gu Qingqing, and the second punch contained that sort of power. Gu Qingqing couldn't resist it, which was why she lost. The divinities bout continued. Han Sen got into the 10 Son of Gods. As for the armored man, nobody dared to fight him anymore, so he became one of the 10 Son of Gods too. After all 10 Son of Gods were chosen, the divinities bout was over, and the final matches were the ranking competition for the top 10. Each Son of God needed to fight the other 9 Son of Gods, thus giving the final ranking. Everyone thought that the armored man would reach first place. Even some of the Son of Gods said that they wouldn't fight the armored man. After all, the creatures treasured their lives. Even the spirits who had the power of resurrection didn't want to be killed for nothing. Han Sen had been studying ways to defeat the armored man before the ranking competition of the Son of God started. Han Sen wasn't sure how powerful the armored man could be when he fully triggered his medication. If the armored man had shown the full extent of his power in the fight with Gu Qingqing, then Han Sen's own physical power, when combined with Little Angel and his blood pulse technique, could defeat the armored man. Han Sen found somewhere silent to combine with the Little Angel. The power infused his entire body, and his strength immediately surpassed the Emperor level. There wasn't any downside to combining with the Little Angel, so Han Sen had been fighting in this mode. However, Han Sen wasn't sure if he could defeat the armored man or not. Han Sen tried the Blood Legion technique while under this status. Han Sen's blood slipped out of his veins and suffused his flesh, which made some strange changes in Han Sen's body. Suddenly, in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, Destiny's Tower started to shake, as if it were responding to the changes in Han's Senator. It was no longer peaceful like it had been. Han Sen summoned Destiny's Tower and held it in his hands. He tried to control the Geno Core to make attacks. He didn't actually fight, because he just wanted to see how long he could last under this status. The results beyond his best expectations. After combining with the little angel, using the Blood Legion technique, didn't place a huge burden on his body. He lasted for a whole day, before he gradually felt kind of tired. I think I should have enough time, and I don't think it's going to take that long to end the fight. After separating himself from the little angel, Han Sen felt that his body was much weaker than before. It seemed that the Blood Legion technique still had a significant impact on his body, but merging with the little angel significantly weakened that influence. When he returned to the Alliance, he found Little Flower and Bower playing in the yard. Zero was drinking tea on the stone chair beside them as she watched the two play. Zero, are you bored here? If you are, you can go to the sanctuary. Han Sen felt a bit sorry for Zero. To ensure that his family would be safe, he asked Zero to stay in the Alliance to look after Little Flower and Ji Yin Ran. It had been very unfair to Zero. Zero gave a very calm smile, and she poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Han Senator. She also filled her own cup, held the tea close to her face, and breathed in the steam as she sipped it. Looking at Zero, Han Sen suddenly felt relaxed, as if nothing else actually mattered. No matter who she is, I won't let anyone hurt her, Han Sen promised himself. He then took the cup, took a sip, and enjoyed the moment. Instructor, I still can't find Qingya. Perhaps he's already dead. Inside a palace, a man in a cape saluted a man sitting on the throne. Who killed Qingya? The man sitting on the throne looked very young, and he didn't look like a human being. He had silver hair and a bloody scar between his eyebrows. There was a spiral horn on his head that made him look like a unicorn, and at his back were a pair of golden dragon wings. With that golden crystal armor, he looked exceptionally powerful. We haven't found out yet, but with Qingya's power, I can't think of anyone who could have killed him. Even the disciples from Blood Legion, while they might be able to defeat Qingya, I can't imagine that they could actually manage to kill him. Qingya. The only one I can think of who could kill Qingya that easily is the chairman of the new community, said the caped man. Why him? Does he really have that kind of power? The instructor said, looking at the caped man. The man in the cape lowered his head. That chairman of the new community is too mysterious. We still aren't sure where he came from, and we aren't sure if he is like us. We don't even know if he is from Blood Legion. Qingya joined the new community to study him, so he's the greatest suspect. But we can't say for sure that he is the one who killed Qingya, said the instructor. If we want to know if he killed Qingya, just let me go and test him. Then we'll know whether he has the ability to do so, said the man in the cape. The new community is a part of our organization, and I have a pact with the previous chairman that I won't interfere with their issues. If we can't be sure that the new chairman is indeed someone like us, we'll just leave him alone for now, said the instructor calmly. Then what about Qingya? Asked the man in the cape, raising his head. Put it out of your mind for now. If the chairman of the new community really did it, we'll figure it out sooner or later. There's something more important for you to do now, said the instructor. Please do tell, said the man in a cape with his head lowered. You've heard about the two creatures in the divinities bout in the fourth sanctuary, right? Asked the instructor. I did. Instructor, do you think that they might belong to Blood Legion? Asked the man in the cape. The instructor shook his head. That's not possible, but something is indeed strange. Have some people in the sanctuary inspect them and find out who they are. Instructor, they are almost invincible in the fourth sanctuary, which we cannot enter. The creatures we have in the fourth sanctuary might not be able to deal with them, said the man in the cape. No need to deal with them. Just send our forces to see if they are really human beings or not. That is enough, said the instructor calmly. Okay, I will go do it now. Eye of God is still in the fourth sanctuary, and with its power, it should be able to tell whether they are humans or not, said the man in the cape. Have you figured out who the masters of the other three Geno cores are? Asked the instructor. I haven't identified the masters of True Blood or Bulwark Umbrella yet, but the master of that crystal core might be Han Senator. I'm still trying to confirm it. the man in the cape said after some thought. The Hans again? Damn it. Just go and confirm his identity, the instructor said with a complicated facial expression. After a few days, the ranking contest of the 10 Son of Gods began, and Han Sen's first opponent was the Master of Sacred. Han Sen wasn't afraid of Sacred's master now, and if the divinity's bout hadn't been taking up his time lately, he would have already rushed into Sacred's shelter and killed Goddess. He now hoped that Sacred's master wouldn't concede, as it would be a good opportunity for him to kill Sacred Shelter's leader. He just needed to engage in one-on-one combat in divinity's bout. But if he went to Sacred Shelter, he would be forced to deal with lots of super beings, which would be much more difficult. After entering the battlefield, Han Sen saw that Sacred's master was already on the battlefield, and he wasn't backing out. Han Sen was very pleased. Goddess was in the martial hall of Sacred Shelter, watching the divinities bout. A man covered in holy light walked onto the battlefield. Almost everyone in the fourth sanctuary knew about Dollar now. However, as Goddess looked at Dollar, she felt that he seemed familiar. It wasn't because she had seen his fights like everyone else. She felt that she had met Dollar before, but she couldn't recall when or where. It was natural that Goddess couldn't recall. She couldn't link this peerless being with someone who was defeated by her dog in a single strike. And also, Goddess hadn't given Han Sen a second look. Before she actually saw Han Sen clearly, her black dog had already smacked him into a wall. Goddess thought Han Sen had already died, which was why she could kind of remember his shape, but she couldn't remember where she actually met him. Sacred's master entered the battlefield and summoned a golden scepter into his hands. There was a pair of wings on his back, and he was wearing a beautiful armor. The golden scepter in his hands was gleaming, and he looked fabulous in the outfit. He really looked like some god from a religious legend. Han Sen looked at the master of Sacred Shelter, and he was considering how he could kill his well-dressed opponent without giving him a chance to concede the battle. Everyone in Sacred Shelter was a super creature, and Sacred's master was a berserk super creature. Even if Han Sen's super geno points were already maxed, he was still very interested in the beast soul and geno core of a berserk super creature. Before Han Sen moved, Sacred's master started to strike. He raised the scepter in his hand, and the golden crystal started to release a gleaming halo, covering the entire battlefield with golden light. Han Sen was completely invincible under his Super King Spirit mode, so he wasn't afraid of that golden light at all. However, when the golden light fell on Han Sen's body, it felt strange. It was as if the golden light wasn't giving out any forces, and it didn't affect Han Sen's body. Although he couldn't be sealed or dampened as a Super King Spirit, he would still feel something. Even if it wasn't destructive, Han Sen would at least feel something. However, Han Sen didn't feel anything, which meant the golden light wasn't trying to attack at all. Han Sen couldn't tell what the golden light was used for, but he didn't have time to think about it. Sacred's master raised the scepter in his hands and rushed toward Han Sen. Han Sen stood still, and when the scepter was about to hit his body, he raised blood to his mouth and blew it toward the master of Sacred Shelter. Pung! Even a great being like Sacred's master couldn't handle the destructive power of blood. The bloody light went through the face of Sacred's master, and his entire head exploded. In the next second, the creature's head recovered as if nothing had happened. The scepter moved toward Han Sen. Han Sen frowned a bit, and he hit the scepter with his fist. The giant force from his fist bounced the scepter away, but it didn't injure Sacred's master. Sacred's master noticed that his own power hadn't been reduced much, and he was exhilarated. He dashed toward Han Sen with the scepter in his hands again, with that terrifying golden light. Han Sen defended himself against the crazy attacks from Sacred's master, while shooting streams of bloody light with blood. The bloody light hit Sacred's master, and exploded on his body again and again. But Sacred's master seemed to be a true immortal, like some kind of god. No matter how injured he got, he could recover in less than a second. It was recovering instead of healing. When his flesh and blood exploded, his body didn't knit itself back together. It was just instantly restored to its previous state. Han Sen realized that Sacred's master was recovering so quickly because that golden light was helping. Inside the golden sacred light, the master of sacred could endlessly store his body, and injuries meant nothing to him. They couldn't even weaken his power. No wonder the golden light didn't have any attacking power. He's using the power on himself. Han Sen was a bit surprised in his heart. Dollar isn't that strong after all. He's just a little bit stronger than Sacred's master. Dollar is indeed inferior to the armored man. The master of outer sky, who is just as powerful as Sacred's master, was killed instantly by the armored man. Yet Dollar can't even break Sacred's golden light. If he loses this battle, he might not even get the second place of the Son of Gods. No wonder Sacred's master is a top-tier demigod. Dollar is too young. Dollar seems to be much weaker than I expected. He isn't as tyrannical as that armored man at all. I think Dollar just relied on his Geno core. Without his Geno core, he is just barely a top-tier being. You can't say that. Dollar hasn't used his self-Geno core yet, so it's difficult to say who will win and who will lose. It doesn't matter really. Even if he wins, do you really think he is now qualified to fight the armored man for first place? Fight for first place? The armored man will definitely be the first place, and Dollar is likely to be the second place. Sacred's master was indeed a top-tier being, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all against Han Sen in Super King Spirit mode. Within his golden light, he was like an undying god, and the fight became quite heated. Han Sen was quite interested in the golden light of Sacred's master. He didn't care what the onlookers were talking about. He put away the blood Geno core, and summoned the Six Paths sword that Six Paths had left behind. Though Han Sen couldn't use the Six Paths sword as well as Six Paths Emperor, Han Sen didn't intend to practice the entirety of Six Paths sword technique. He only simulated the last technique, Six Paths as one. Though it was only around 60% alike, the power was still terrific. The power in the sky and earth flooded toward the Six Paths sword, and the power in the sword grew stronger and stronger. Everyone was pretty surprised. Other people couldn't tell Han Sen's power, but they were all very surprised that Han Sen was able to perform the blade technique Six Paths as one. It was conceptualized and created by Six Paths himself, and it couldn't be used simply by wielding a Six Paths sword. When Han Sen performed it, it looked very much like the real Six Paths, so everyone was amazed. When the power in the swords condensed, Han Sen slashed toward the scepter instead toward Sacred's master himself. Sacred's master was scared. He didn't dare resist the Six Paths sword directly, so he dodged it. Six Paths as one could be used several times, and that was what Han Sen did. Though the power wasn't as strong as what Six Paths himself wielded, it was still incredible. Sacred's master didn't dare to let the Six Paths sword hit the crystal on his scepter, so he conceded and quit the battlefield. Though Han Sen won the battle, many people lost confidence in him. Nobody thought that he could beat the armored man anymore. The fight between Han Sen and the armored man was Han Sen's fourth fight aside from Sacred's master. Han Sen also defeated two other Son of Gods. Though he defeated them, his performance seemed to pale in comparison to the armored man. The armored man didn't have to fight at all, as all his opponents immediately conceded. Han Sen wasn't as frightening as he was. All the creatures were speculating on whether Dollar would actually dare to fight the armored man. Han Sen didn't think about it that much. He was still practicing the Dongxian Sutra like usual, hoping that he could advance Bulwark Umbrella to super level. Ji Yanran went to the company. Han Sen, Little Flower, and Bauer were at home. Little Flower and Bauer were playing in the garden, while Han Sen was practicing the Dongxian Sutra. In the afternoon, Ji Yanran still hadn't come back yet. She was very busy in the company, and she needed to do overtime in the afternoon. Han Sen thought about it, and then he took Little Flower and Bauer to the street for some food. "Father, I want ice cream," Bauer said happily, holding Han Sen's neck. "Okay, since your mom is not here, let's get wild today. You can eat whatever you want until you are full," said Han Sen, smiling. "Yeah," Bauer cheered. Han Sen didn't want to drive them to the shops himself. It was much easier to just ride there. They arrived at the street, and they stepped onto the automatic portal, arriving at the business center. The three ate happily, and they toured all the restaurants and food stands. Hansen wasn't afraid that Bauer and Little Flower would get food poisoning. Their bodies were strong enough to resist even real poison, not to mention ordinary food. Little Flower was only 1 year old, but he could already eat a lot more than ordinary adults. However, he was very polite and quiet, and he was very elegant even when eating food. After eating, Hansen went to the bathroom, and he put Bauer and Little Flower in the children's entertainment area. Bauer and Little Flower sat on small chairs as they played. Suddenly, a lady walked toward the children's entertainment zone, and she arrived at the doors. She was stopped by the owl. "Lady, you didn't put a child here. Is there anything I can help you with?" said the owl to the woman. Of course. The lady put her hands on the owl, and the machine exploded. Nobody panicked because of the explosion. The entire children's entertainment area seemed to have been cut off from the building. Everything happening here seemed to have nothing to do with the building anymore, and everyone overlooked the area. Other kids were still playing, but Bauer suddenly jumped off the seesaw. She walked to Little Flower, and she stared at the woman walking toward her with her large eyes. "You can actually sense me coming. It seems that you're not just a pet for companionship," said the lady as she looked at Bauer, smiling. "Please leave now, sister. My dad is very ferocious. He doesn't like women. If he sees you here when he comes back, he'll be angry and kill you." Bauer stood in front of Little Flower and looked at the lady. "Then I'll leave soon. I don't like men who are very ferocious either. I only like boys who are cute and beautiful," the woman said while she moved her body. She teleported beside Little Flower and reached toward his collar. Bauer immediately grabbed Little Flower and jumped up. She dodged the woman's palms and rushed toward the exit of the children's entertainment zone. The woman was surprised. Those people are idiots. Their intelligence is completely wrong. A pet for companionship? Even ordinary top-tier demigods are not this fast. Pung. As Bauer tried to run out of the children's entertainment zone with Little Flower, they seemed to hit an invisible wall, and they bounced back immediately. The woman smiled and walked toward them. Even if you're a pet at the demigod level, it's still useless. If you don't want to be killed, stand there and don't move. Sister Bauer doesn't want to die, but if I lose my brother, my father will beat me to death. You're so beautiful, so you must be a very good person. Help me, okay? Don't take my brother away, Bauer begged, looking at the woman. What a cute pet. I just want to take you back and eat you. The woman licked her lips. Her tongue was long and thin like a snake's, and it looked absolutely bizarre. Bauer is still very young, so I don't have that much flesh for you to eat. How about you wait for a few years, and when I grow up, you can come to eat me, Bauer said with her eyes wide open. Little Flower looked at the woman curiously. You're so smart, but there's no use in stalling for time. Even if you are one of Hansen's beast souls, you can't get through my son Luo illusion to contact him. Don't even think about it, the woman said while moved her body again, teleporting over to grab Little Flower. Bauer grabbed Little Flower, and she was extremely quick. The woman teleported several times, but she still couldn't touch Little Flower, so she was upset. She looked at Bauer for a second. The woman then said, "Those people are all useless. They actually think a powerful pet like this is only for companionship. I'll have to ask the instructor to punish them when I go back." And then black and purple smoke started coming out of her body, filling the entire children's zone. The smoke looked like threads, and they moved toward Bauer and Little Flower. There was black and purple smoke everywhere, so Bauer and Little Flower didn't even have a place to move anymore. The black smoke touched other children, and it bound them like ropes. The kids were all falling down on the ground. Some kids were terrified and wanted to cry, but they found that after they were bound by the black and purple smoke, they couldn't even cry out loud because their mouths seemed to be sealed shut. They could only cry silently with their eyes wide open. The black and purple smoke that looked like hands sealed all avenues of escape for Bauer and Little Flower, and then it started to attack them. Bauer slapped her palm, and then a small gourd showed up in her hands. She held it toward the black and purple smoke, and then the smoke was quickly sucked into the gourd. What is that? Is that a genocore? How can a beast soul have a genocore? The woman looked at Bauer in fear as all the black and purple smoke was sucked into the gourd. After Bauer sucked up all the black and purple smoke, she grabbed Little Flower and hit the wall behind them. However, when they broke through the wall, there was another invisible wall blocking them, and Bauer and Little Flower bounced back again. Bauer's eyes spun, and she stomped on the ground, kicking a large hole in the floor. Suddenly, the supermarket on the first floor was visible. However, they didn't fall through the hole in the floor, as there seemed to be an invisible screen holding Bauer and Little Flower back. There were people walking down there in the supermarket, and nobody noticed the large hole above them. They were still walking and buying stuff as nobody noticed what was happening. As I've told you, it's useless. You can't get out of my Sun Luo illusion. The woman looked at Bauer with interest. You're indeed a fascinating pet, but sadly, I don't have time now. If Han Sun comes back, things will get more complicated. So back off. Otherwise I'll kill you now. You're really cute, and it'll be a shame to kill you now. Even if I'm gonna kill you, it should be on the dining table. Sister, why do you want Little Flower? He doesn't even have as much flesh as I do. If you want to eat flesh, you can just take me, said Bauer, blinking her eyes. The woman sneered without saying anything more. Black and purple smoke began to waft from her again, and this time, it didn't attack Bauer and Little Flower. Instead, it rolled down her own body. The smoke quickly covered the lady's body, then twisted and condensed. Gradually, it formed a heavy purple and black crystal armor, making the woman look like a robot. Hong. After donning that black and purple crystal armor, the woman stepped out again. Her body tore apart the space around her, and she ran toward Bauer and Little Flower. Bauer was dazed. She dragged Little Flower backwards, but they couldn't dodge the woman's palm. Bauer saw that the woman's hand was about to grab Little Flower's shoulder. Bauer grabbed Little Flower abruptly, clenched her fist and punched the woman's palm. Pung! Bauer bounced away immediately, and she hit the invisible boundary. There was blood coming out of her mouth. The woman didn't give a damn about Bauer. Instead, she reached toward Little Flower again. Bauer clenched her teeth and climbed up from the ground. She rushed toward Little Flower again and defended against the woman's palm with the gourd. I'll kill you if you want to die. The woman was kind of infuriated. Her hand that was covered by her purple and black crystal armor clenched into a fist, and she hit the gourd. Pung! Bauer bounced away and hit the boundary again. There was still blood coming out of her mouth, but with the gourd as a buffer, she wasn't injured like last time. Bauer climbed up quickly again, and she stood in front of Little Flower, glaring at the woman. The woman didn't hesitate at all. She kept punching, and Bauer kept using her gourd to ward off the attacks. Her small body kept bouncing away, yet every time, she rushed back. Kacha! After being hit several times, cracks appeared on Bauer's gourd. Bauer clenched her teeth and went back to Little Flower, and facing the woman's fist, she grabbed her gourd and rushed toward. Then the gourd was smashed. Bauer spewed blood out everywhere, and her face turned pale immediately. The smashing of the gourd seemed to be a huge blow to her. She climbed up from the ground again, and there was blood everywhere on her body, and she couldn't even walk straight anymore. However, she still went back to Little Flower and opened her arms, standing in front of her little brother. Impressive. A demigod pet can take so many of my punches. However, this is your last chance, because I'll kill you this time. The woman raised her fist, and there was still smoke all around the black and purple armor. It looked like the hand of a devil, emanating terrifying force. Bauer stared at the woman's fist and said coldly, "He's my father's son, and he's my brother. Nobody can harm him in front of me." Really? The woman sneered, and the terrifying fist tore the space apart. It hit Bauer, and the force seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Bauer was waving her fist, and she rushed toward the woman's attack again. Pung! Bauer flew out like a star again, and her body hit the invisible boundary. There was the sound of bone cracking, and the blood in her mouth opened like a flower, and her body fell on the ground. Bauer tried to stand up again, and after struggling several times, she wasn't able to do so. One of her arms had been broken and twisted into a weird shape. She couldn't use her power. The woman looked at Bauer, who was half dead already. She didn't want to waste any time. She reached toward Little Flower beside her. "I've told you, don't touch Little Flower. A sound came from beside her, and it was Bauer. The woman turned around and saw Bauer kneeling on the ground, struggling to hold herself there. She was trying to stand up, but she just couldn't do it. Then come and stop me, said the woman disdainfully. She didn't give a damn about Bauer, and she tried to grab Little Flower. Little Flower looked at the shadow of the hand that was reaching toward his head, cloaked with that black and purple armor that looked like a devil. He then cried, and there were tears dropping from his eyes. Hung! The woman had almost grabbed Little Flower when a terrifying force rose beside her. She suddenly felt that she was in extreme danger. She reacted quickly and backed off a little bit. She looked around, and she saw Bauer standing up from the ground. However, the space around her was already twisted, so the woman couldn't see her body straight. Inexcusable. Inexcusable. You made Little Flower cry. Inexcusable. Bauer raised her head and glared at the woman. Her eyes were gleaming with terrifying light, as if she were a ghost from hell. The woman was intimidated. She couldn't help taking some steps back, and then she realized what she was doing. She said to herself with contempt, "It's just a demigod-level pet. I was actually intimidated by that. I've been comfortable for too long." She turned to Bauer. "I thought you were interesting, so I wanted to spare your life, so that you could tell Han-san what happened. Since you really want to die, I'll satisfy your wish." The woman then condensed the power in her fist, and she threw it toward Bauer. "Only I can bully him, yet you made him cry. You deserve to die." Bauer glared at that woman, as if she didn't see the fist with the terrifying force. She became more and more belligerent, and anyone who saw those ghostly eyes would have been scared. The woman's fist hit Bauer. Bauer didn't even try to dodge or block it. She just glared at the woman. Dang! The woman's pupils suddenly shrank as her fist was about to touch Bauer's body. A strange light emanated from Bauer, and a soft leaf extended out of her ragged shirt. It grabbed the woman's fist. The terrifying force of the woman's punch hit the soft golden leaf, but the leaf wasn't knocked away or damaged. Instead, the leaf only trembled a bit. How is that possible? The woman stared at Bauer in horror. Even a top-tier demigod couldn't resist the power she had after she put on a Geno armor. She didn't know where that leaf came from that it could resist her fist. She took a few steps back and stared at Bauer in horror. The gold leaves extended from Bauer's body and covered her like scales. They formed a unique leaf armor and cloaked Bauer, as if she was a child wearing golden dragon scales. However, they weren't dragon scales. They were just golden leaves that looked like they belonged on a maple tree. Geno armor. How is it possible? Why can a pet have a Geno armor? Impossible. The woman finally saw what it really was, but she couldn't believe her eyes. What are you? Bauer didn't hear what the woman said. She stared at the woman with her terrifying eyes, and walked toward the woman step by step. I'll use your blood to pay for the tears of Little Flower, she hissed. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible that they can use their self-Geno armors here. Impossible. The woman screamed, and the black and purple light surged again like a volcano exploding. She dashed toward Bauer, as if she had gone completely mad. Previously, the woman had still been controlling her power, but now, she didn't have any concerns anymore. She just wanted to kill Bauer, and as her power exploded out from her, even the residual waves of her strength could crush the entire children's entertainment zone. Even if Little Flower could survive, the other children wouldn't. However, just when the woman threw her punch, Bauer's body appeared right in front of the woman, and the small hand covered by golden leaves pressed against the woman's fist. The raging power of the devil flames withered away under the Bauer's palm. Suddenly, the entire world became peaceful again. The woman felt her eyes popping, as if she had seen a ghost. She tried to pull her fist back, but she found that her hand was being held as firmly as if it was in a vice. Seeing Bauer's eyes, which were filled with bloodlust, the woman was terrified. You deserve to die. Bauer squeezed the words out of her mouth as if each word was tainted by blood. After finishing the last word, Bauer clenched the woman's fist harder and threw the woman up into the air. Pung! 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 Bauer teleported in front of the woman instantly, and she punched the woman with fists that were like hammers. Each punch left a giant hole in the woman's armor, and they cracked the flesh and blood and bones inside the woman's body. The Geno armor is being crushed. Ah! The woman couldn't help screaming, as she couldn't think of anything else now. Bauer's fists kept crushing the armor and hitting her body directly, rolling her in the sky and forcing her to scream. Blood dropped like rain, and the fragments of her Geno armor also flew everywhere. Her entire body was twisted, and finally, she couldn't even make a sound anymore. Hong! With the last punch, Bauer completely smashed the woman's rugged Geno armor in her body, and blood fell like rain. Right after the woman died, the Sun Luo illusion disappeared, and the golden leaf armor on Bauer's body also disappeared. She was still holding a gourd, and she sucked all the blood and fragments into her gourd. Aside from some broken grounds and facilities, no evidence of the fight was visible anymore. Don't be scared, little flower. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. Bauer walked to Little Flower and touched his head, giving him a smile. However, in the next second, Bauer fell down beside Little Flower. Sister Bauer. Little Flower held Bauer, and he looked very worried. Children who had gotten free suddenly started to cry, and the owl of the supermarket found that the children's section was damaged. The owl gave a warning, and all the security people rushed to the children's entertainment zone immediately. Everyone nearby rushed toward the entertainment zone regardless of whether they had left their children there or not. They wanted to see what was happening, and whether they could help. It was a chaotic scene, and when Han Sun arrived, he found Bauer lying beside Little Flower. He was terrified. He immediately checked Bauer's body. Fortunately, Bauer was still alive, although she was very fragile and weak. Han Sun took Bauer and Little Flower and rushed home as fast as he could. He took Bauer into the sanctuary and asked Little Silver to help her. Only Little Silver could save Bauer now. Little Silver used the power of silver lightning to cure Bauer. Though it took a very long time, Bauer began to recover, and Han Sun was relieved. Bauer was safe now. However, she had been gravely injured, so she needed a long time to recover. Han Sun asked Little Silver to keep curing Bauer. As for him, he went back to the Alliance to ask Little Flower what had happened and why Bauer was so injured. Little Flower was only about a year old, but he was already able to talk a lot. Although he couldn't describe much, Han Sun still understood what had happened. That woman. Is that woman from the Gods organization? She dared to attack Little Flower. Fortunately, Bauer was there. Otherwise, she might have actually gotten what she wanted. Damn it. Han Sun couldn't be more furious. After more than 10 hours of healing from Little Silver, Bauer finally woke up. However, her body was still very weak, so she wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. After waking up, Bauer grabbed Han Sun and asked, "Is Little Flower okay?" Little Flower is very safe, and he didn't get injured. You protected him, and he's safe because of you. You're an excellent sister. No, you're the best sister. Han Sun suddenly felt terrible. Little Flower is one of my toys. Only I can bully him. Nobody else can bully him, said Bauer, pouting. Han Sun learned everything that had happened from Bauer, and he became more and more sure that the woman was a member of God. Han Sun was silently enraged the whole time. After listening to what she said, he asked a few more questions, and did not lose his temper. He did not say anything further. He let Bauer continue to rest, and he went to the martial hall. The God organization was very strong, and its core members had already risen to the 5th God's sanctuary. Obviously, they possessed even more Geno armors. Han Sun knew that if he wanted to really eradicate the threat, he had to stand at the same height. Strength, I need more strength. Han Sun stepped toward the martial hall, and there was pure rage burning in his heart. He hadn't had this feeling of powerlessness for a long time. He hadn't even noticed when the God organization attacked Little Flower and Bauer. If it wasn't for Bauer, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would have been. Strong, I have to be stronger. Han Sun's body gradually turned into the Super King spirit when he entered the martial hall. He was completely transformed into a Super King spirit. Today was the time of his battle with the armored man. He had been hesitant about this fight. He wasn't sure he could win the battle, and he didn't want the two of them to injure each other. But now Han Sen realized that he could never back down or return to what he had been. He must get stronger and stronger to be able to cope with unknown and powerful enemies. Divinity's bout had already been packed with various creatures. Even the martial halls of the major shelters had already been packed to max capacity. All creatures wanted to know if Dollar would fight the armored man. He's really coming. It seems that Dollar isn't willing to quit. It doesn't matter. He is too much weaker than the armored man. Watching such a battle will still be worthwhile. Fighting Dollar will let the armored man show more strength. Seeing the image of the blazing white light appearing on the battlefield, all the creatures watching the battle were excited. Most of the spectators didn't care whether Dollar won or lost. They would get to see an exciting battle either way. Will Dollar be okay? Even Tang Jinliu couldn't help but worry that the armored man was too strong. People couldn't see any hope of Dollar defeating him. Gu Qingqing's injury was almost recovered. She also came to the martial hall to watch this matchup, but she had not spoken. She just looked at Dollar in the light and shadow, and the armored man who had just entered the battlefield. Luo Haitang was also watching this game, looking very dignified. Almost all the strongest beings of the Fourth Sanctuary were watching this battle, and among them, there was a very special existence. It was a dragon-like creature, but it had 4 pairs of eyes on its head. The 8 eyes were divided into 2 rows, and they almost reached the top of its head. The 8 eyes were different from normal eyes. Each eye seemed to be a Tai Chi. They were black and white, with white pupils in the black eyes and black pupils in the white eyes. It looked very strange. The Eye of the Gods. The god commanded that you see clearly what kind of creatures they are. You have to look carefully, and be sure not to miss anything. Next to the 8-eyed dragon, a strange squirrel-like creature called. You can rest assured that with my god's eye, I will see who they are. The Eye of the Gods said with full confidence. Its 8 yin and yang eyes looked at the light and shadows in the martial hall. The continual rotation of the yin and yang eyes seemed to pull the light and shadow into its eyes. Gradually, a figure emerged in its eyes. However, it was a bit strange that the figure reflected in the eyes was neither Han Sen nor the armored man, but a white jade. The jade took the form of a dragonfly skeleton with fire burning beneath its eyelids, and the gaps between its bones also burned the ice flames. It looked strange and gorgeous. After watching for a while, the Eye of the Gods smiled and said, "The armored man is a creature of the shackles, not a human being. Let the gods be relieved. This is too simple for my eyes." The other one, what kind of creature is the one who calls himself Dollar? The squirrel was not happy because of this, and pointed to Han Sen's figure. Wait, I will see. The light and shadow of the 8 yin and yang eyes disappeared, and then started running again. Slowly, a figure appeared in his 8 eyes. This time, the figure that emerged was the Super King spirit body that Han Sen had turned into, with its long white hair of the body. Light surrounded the body like a flame. The squirrel kept looking at the Eye of the Gods. After seeing Han Sen's figure being reflected, he immediately shouted, "Is there a problem with your god's eye?" The Eye of the Gods frowned and said, "My god's eye will never go wrong. If the reflection remains the same, that means this is his original body." "Does that mean he isn't human?" asked the squirrel. "Should not be." The Eye of the Gods said hesitantly, looking at Han Sen on the field. On the battlefield, after the armored man entered, his body ignited with horror. He walked toward Han Sen step by step like some god of ice and fire. With every step, the flames on his body grew stronger, but they did not go to Han Senator in front of him. The flames shrouded most of the battlefield. The flames followed the armored man, and the whole heaven and the earth were turned into flames around Han Senator. Everyone held their breath. The momentum was too repressive, so they stopped breathing unconsciously, and their eyes were staring at Han Senator. Han Sen summoned the little angel to merge with himself. The spectators couldn't see the little angel. They could only see Han Sen's holy light, rising like a volcano, and a pair of white wings spread out behind his back. A halo appeared over his head, and a transparent sword in his hand, exuding a sense of purity and brilliance in the light. After combining with the little angel, Han Sen began to run the blood legion technique, causing his body to change again. The blood slipped out of his blood vessels, suffusing his organs, flesh, and bones. It made his body completely different from an ordinary human's, or even from a creature. Feeling the incredible power generated by his body, Han Sen did not hesitate to summon his Destiny's Tower immediately. He wanted to win this fight. The moment that Destiny's Tower appeared, the armored man's eyes got colder. They stared at the Geno core in Han Sen's hands, and the flames on the armored man's body became even more terrifying. To the spectating creatures, it was strange to see Dollar summon a tower-shaped Geno core instead of his coin or blood Geno cores. Destiny's Tower had been gone for too long, and most of the creatures had only heard of it. No one had ever seen what it actually looked like. It was also impossible to think that Han Sen was holding the legendary Destiny's Tower. The armored man stared at Destiny Tower, and the flame of the body erupted like a volcano, and the aura he exuded became unimaginable. The armored man is trying to kill Dollar directly. His power is so horrible when he gathers it like this. It seems that he's gathering more power than he used to defeat Gu Qingcheng. The fact that the armored man has gathered such terrifying power only shows that Dollar is stronger than Gu Qingcheng, so the armored man has to be serious. Dollar! Cheers! Beat him! That kind of power can kill with a single strike. If Dollar insists on fighting, then there will be no chance to concede. Boom! The armored man slammed into Han Sen, and the flames were as bright as the sun. The entire battlefield was covered by intense ice, and the spectators could not see anything at all. Han Sen felt the incredible power of the approaching attack, but he didn't panic. He moved his hand and lifted Destiny's Tower. The blaze that was so strong, yet frighteningly, it disappeared completely in a flash. The sudden transition left the spectators temporarily blind. After they recovered their vision and saw the situation on the battlefield, they were all stunned, and their mouths gaped open. The flames on the battlefield had disappeared completely. Both the flames and the armored man had disappeared. Only a huge octagonal metal tower was standing on the battlefield. No way! The armored man was suppressed by a metal tower? It's not that simple. With the power of the armor, even if the tower is a super Geno core that uses sealing power, I think it will be broken by a punch. I can't even imagine what kind of Geno core could suppress such a strong force. Let's wait to see if the metal tower will be broken. Everyone felt that a tower could not trap the armored man, so they were waiting for the metal tower to be broken. No one believed that the armored man would be so easily suppressed. In fact, Han Sen did feel the pressure in the Destiny's Tower, and a horrible force was confronting the power of the Geno core, as if the tower would be broken at any time. Destiny's Tower was not Han Sen's self-Geno core. According to the theory, Han Sen's power should not affect Destiny's Tower. However, after running the Blood Legion technique, Han Sen felt that the tower was reacting strangely. The strength of the Geno core was affected by Han Sen's blood and flesh, and the Blood Legion techniques. Han Sen's own power surged and rushed into Destiny's Tower, increasing the tower's strength more and more. However, the armored man's power was still slowly expanding inside the tower, and Han Sen still couldn't suppress it with all his force. Now Han Sen had a tough choice. He had to suppress the armored man in the tower. If he let go now, Destiny's Tower would be destroyed, and Han Sen would also be injured. Han Sen was still running the Blood Legion techniques, transforming his own power into the same fatal power as Destiny's Tower. The strength of the armored man continued to grow, and it was definitely stronger than Han Sen's own power. Han Sen couldn't help but frown. When Han Sen hesitated to deal with it, the real blood Geno core automatically flew out of Han Sen's Sea of Soul. This time it was not flying toward another Geno core or anything else, but it integrated into Han Sen's body instead. Real blood gradually merged into Han Sen's blood. Suddenly, the power of Han Sen's blood and nerves increased sharply. Destiny's Tower filled with light, suppressing the power inside the tower. Han Sen was ecstatic. He hadn't even known that real blood had such an ability, but it made perfect sense. The real blood Geno core had been condensed by the blood vessels, and its compatibility with the Blood Legion techniques was undoubtedly the highest. It was also reasonable that it could enhance the Blood Legion techniques. As Han Sen's blood flowed, It was assimilated into real blood. At the same time, Han Sen's blood, nerves, and blood legion techniques became stronger and stronger. The infinite power passed through Destiny's tower to suppress the power inside the tower. The two forces collided fiercely in the tower, and Han Sen finally gained an advantage. The real blood Geno core also began to evolve in Han Sen's blood. After it merged with Han Sen, the blood flow in his body helped the Geno core break through its bottleneck and achieve super level. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the metal tower got broken, but time passed by, and nothing happened to the tower. No cracks appeared on its surface. What? Can the armored man not break the tower? I don't know, it looks like the tower is very solid. What is that Geno core? How can it suppress the armored man? Even if it is a super Geno core, isn't it impossible to suppress the armored man? The creatures watching the battle gradually began to discuss, and no one believed that a mighty existence like the armored man could be suppressed by a tower. That tower, it seems. The master of Sacred Shelter looked at the tower, but his eyes were filled with confusion. Could that be Destiny's tower? Many ancient beings, like Sacred's master, began to speculate. Dollar is too good. He just suppressed the armored like. That was fucking amazing. Tang Junliu could not help but scream excitedly. Gu Qingqing was slightly amazed. Although she didn't think that Dollar would lose easily, she hadn't expected anything like this to happen. He didn't even do a thing, and the tower just suppressed the armored man. The armored man roared angrily in Destiny's tower, and the ice flames exploded like a volcano, trying to break the tower. However, the blood light emitted from the metal tower formed a bloody ring. It slowly began to contract outside the armored man, pressing the ice flame down a little. No matter how the armored man roared, the blood ring kept shrinking. Pung! The flames were shattered under the blood ring, and the blood ring made physical contact with the armored man, still shrinking. Surprisingly, the body of the armored man became smaller as the blood ring shrank, and finally disappeared with the blood ring. At the same time, on the 7th floor of Destiny's tower, a stone platform appeared. The figure of the armored man appeared on the stone platform, but now he couldn't move, just like a prisoner locked on a stone platform. Han Sen finally felt that the resistance in the tower was completely gone. When he reached out, Destiny's tower gradually shrank and flew back into his palm. The battlefield and all the martial halls were dead silent. Before this battle, they had debated many possibilities, but no one had thought that this would happen. The powerful armored man had been suppressed so easily, and everyone was staring at Han Sen, who stood on the battlefield and did not say a word for a long time. When Han Sen left the arena, much of the audience had yet to react. Everything had occurred so quickly, their minds were having trouble processing it. They had expected a shocking battle, but not like that. And it ended very abruptly. People did not know about the changes that had taken place in Han Sen's body and Destiny's tower. They had only seen Han Sen summon a metal tower to crush the armored man, then absorb him. That was scary. Dollar is the scariest. An elite-like armored man was completely suppressed. Who said Geno cores couldn't beat strength? It does not matter how strong you are, you can get absorbed. Dollar is too strong. He is invincible. What was that tower Geno core? It was so strong. The battle had ended a while ago by this point, but everyone was still discussing the fight between Dollar and the armored man. The tower Geno core was the center of many discussions as well. Many super elites thought the tower was Destiny's tower, but according to the legend, it should have gone along with its master in ascension to the 5th sanctuary. Humans didn't care about where the tower came from though. Everyone simply concerned themselves with the fight between Dollar and armored man. It had led to Dollar being titled the strongest human to ever exist. Han Sen did not have time to dwell on these matters though. He was currently standing inside Destiny's tower and looking at armored man, who was now trapped on one of the pedestals. Armored man yelled at him, but no matter how much he tried, he could not escape the space shield. Hissing and cursing were all he could accomplish. "I'm going to kill you." Armored man repeated that more than a few times. "Answer my questions, and I might let you go." Han Sen looked at him, and then asked, "Who are you?" What is your relation to the Master of Destiny's tower? Armored Man simply ignored Han Senator. He kept repeating the same few words over and over, as if he was a loon. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but there was no change in response. So Han Sen decided to let him be until he calmed down. He could return to ask him questions another time. Han Sen was very curious about the Armored Man and the Headless Rockman in the tower. Since Armored Man disappeared after his fight with Han Sen and did not finish any other matches, people believed he had been killed. It made them all fear Dollar even more. So, no one dared fight Han Sen in the next few matches. They were afraid of his tower. Even spirits that were able to respawn did not want to take a risk. It was okay being killed, but finding themselves trapped inside the tower would be the most terrifying situation they could think of. After advancing through the top 10 Son of Gods, Dollar ended up at the lofty number 1 position. Furthermore, it was Han Sen's very first number 1 Son of God position, achieved in a divinities bout. He had joined a couple divinities bouts before, but for various reasons, he was always unable to reach first place. Everyone was in agreement that Dollar was the most powerful being to exist in the 4th God's sanctuary. When Han Sen finished the divinities bout, he entered the martial hall to receive his reward. The 10th Son of God had one randomized chance of a random item. It might have been a beast soul, a Geno weapon, or a Geno core. What they received was all down to pure luck. Han Sen was interested in what other rewards he might now be fortunate enough to receive. He was interested in the god's baptism. Han Sen placed his hand on the martial hall's tablet. It began to glow, and then an item was revealed. It then began to flash through different items, making Han Sen's eyes go all funny. What reward should I accept? Han Sen wanted to borrow some luck off God, but there was nothing there he truly wanted. In the 4th God's sanctuary, he was practically invincible. There was no point in getting a super beast soul, as all he could do with that was sell it off or give it to a friend. The same applied to Geno cores and Geno armors. What Han Sen wanted to do was ascend to the 5th sanctuary and see if he could go back to the Alliance. Received one pet beast soul Geno core. When the light stopped, Han Sen froze. Pet beast soul Geno core? What is that? Han Sen was surprised, seeing what his reward had been. Beast souls were beast souls, and Geno cores were Geno cores. A pet beast soul was a pet beast soul by this logic. On the tablet, Han Sen could now see a glowing orb. It became a shining light that entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Little Angel saw it, and flew right over to it. She grabbed the orb and swallowed it. Little Angel's holy light began to show unsteadiness, but it calmed down after a while. And when it did, Little Angel looked different. Han Sen reviewed her information though, and he couldn't see any changes. She seemed the same, but now was not the time to investigate Little Angel. He needed to receive his second reward, something Han Sen believed to be rather important. Han Sen put his hand on the martial hall's tablet again. The tablet then revealed a slit, which Han Sen's hand fell into. Han Sen was familiar with this, as it was what led him to the arena. He wasn't afraid of this process, and so he immediately went inside. After he traveled through the tablet this time, though, he was not taken to the arena. He was taken to a tunnel. The path was tubular, as if he was traversing a pipe. It was 3 meters long, and it appeared to have been made of flawless, seamless crystal. Han Sen, seeing the way ahead, was shocked. The crystal looked like that of the crystallizer's main control room. Is the sanctuary related to the crystallizers? Han Sen frowned and walked forward. There were glowing lights residing within the crystal walls. The lights were like tangible feathers, bathing Han Sen, and melting into him like snowflakes. Han Sen felt a surge of electricity course through him and get discharged. He did not feel stronger, and he didn't feel as if he had been purified. He wasn't quite sure what the purpose of those lights was. The passage was long, at least 10,000 meters from one end to the other. At the very end of it, Han Sen found a large door. Before he could open it though, it opened itself automatically. There was a room beyond it. Han Sen looked into the room, and when he did, his eyes opened wide. Chapter 1646 Chapter 1646 Man, in the room looked just like the crystallizer's main control room. There were many active crystallizer machines. He had already expected such sights, so Han's son wasn't surprised by their presence. But this crystallizer-like room was inhabited. Han's son saw a person inside. Han's son did not know if the person was dead or alive, as he was standing inside a tank made of crystal. The tank was full of liquid, which surrounded and supported the man. The man had short black hair, and he was clad in a set of crystal armor. It looked similar to the one Han's son had taken from Tina. Aside from that, there was nothing outstanding about the man. By all accounts, he looked like an ordinary human. There were no extra physical abnormalities that would have suggested him to be a creature or spirit. Is that a human? Han's son was not sure. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the tank. Strangely, his senses could not penetrate the surface. He was unable to get a reading of the man's energy and determine if he was alive. But when Han's son approached the tank, he heard a voice. It said, "The machine has an error. God's baptism cannot be completed. Please wait or turn back." Han's son looked around, unsure of where the voice had come from. But Han's son could definitely tell it was an owl of sorts. It wasn't the voice of something living. Han's son chose not to leave just yet though. This place surprised him, and the wait could give him a chance to understand the place some more. Something must have happened there, which had resulted in the crystallizer equipment breaking. If I am correct, this crystal tank is the equipment used for God's baptism. Han's son walked around the room thinking. After a brief examination, he turned his attention back to the tank. Han's son was confused. He wasn't sure if the man in the tank was a person supposedly undergoing the baptism, or if he was the operator of the room. What happened here? Why is this place broken? Is it living or dead? Han's son had a lot of questions. The room did not look damaged, and there was nothing special there aside from the man in the tank. Connection to control room has been successfully established. Would you like to open the door? The beetle symbol on Han's son's hand began to glow, and then the voice of the owl sounded again. Open. Han's son was happy about this. He was now sure that place belonged to the crystallizers. It looks like the sanctuary has a connection to the crystallizers. I just don't know if they discovered the sanctuary like humans did, or if they actually created it. Han's son looked at the light from the beetle, lost in thought. A crystal wall parted silently. Han's son looked towards it, and was surprised. There were many crystallizer buildings beyond the wall, but many had been brought to ruin. The place was crumbled and broken. Han's son commanded the beetle to walk him around, as there were no perfect machines or buildings there. All the structures there were large, and they were similar to what could be found in the Forbidden City. The further Han's son ventured through that place, the more ruins and destruction there was to witness. Han's son eventually came to a ruin that was in better condition than the others. After Han's son came to the edge of the building, he looked out and saw something very strange. There was a sky out there. It wasn't strange to see the sky, as the sanctuary had a sky. But the sanctuary's sky was different from the sky of a normal planet. There were many planets in space, but no one knew what was above the sky in the sanctuary. Han's son stood where he was looking out into space. It looked just like the space he could see from any planet in the Alliance, but the stars he could see from there seemed closer than usual. It made him feel suppressed somewhat. Han's son flew up into the sky and took a look at the crystallizer buildings from above. He noticed the place had been built atop a meteor, and it was actually floating through space. Han's son did not know if he was in the Alliance, though, as there were no constellations he could see that were familiar to him. Han's son summoned his beetle. After entering, he brought out his map of the galaxy. He only wanted to give it a go and see if it worked, and it did. The map displayed his location without issue. Han's son was in a system called the Yichuan system. There were 7 or 8 areas there that had been taken by the Alliance. Han's son determined the specific place he was in, a barren stretch of space that the Alliance hadn't yet claimed. But at least he knew now that he was back in the Alliance. It would take a long time to get to familiar territory from where he was. It would be annoying to go back, so Han's son remained on the meteor. The beetle scanned the meteor, and Han's son learned that the meteor was once part of a planet that had shattered. The crystallizer buildings were part of a big control room, and this was all that was now left of it. Han's son couldn't learn anything more amidst those ruins. So he returned to the room. He checked out the man in the tank. The armor the man wore was a Geno armor, and that meant he was not in the top 10 son of gods. He hadn't come there for a baptism. Then who is he? Was he one of the people that once controlled this place? Or was he perhaps an invader? Han Sun looked at the man. Han Sun did not know if he was living or not, so he didn't dare open the tank. To be able to own Geno armor, you had to be very powerful. Han Sun wasn't confident. He wasn't in the 5th sanctuary, and he could not make use of his own Geno armor. Han Sun had a set of crystal armor, but his body could not harness a sufficient amount of power to make use of it efficiently. As Han Sun mulled what to do, he heard the sound of kacha. Something broke, and then he witnessed the crystal tank open. The crystal tank, that was as tall as a tree, started to open up from the upper regions. When the tank opened, the liquid didn't splash out as Han Sun had expected. Instead, it hovered in the air, remaining inside the now open tank. Han Sun looked at the man with caution. As he was thinking about whether or not to leave, the man opened his eyes. A pair of black eyes stared at Han Sun, and it made his heart jump. Chapter 1647. 1647 Misunderstanding Splash. The man collapsed in front of Han Sun. Before Han Sun could react, the man was picking himself back up off the floor. The liquid inside the tank had been an almost jelly-like substance. It remained in the open tank, just wobbling in place. None of it actually came spilling out. Who are you? You have walked into the main control room. You know you will die for this, don't you? The man spoke to Han Sun with the human language. Before Han Sun could respond, the man saw the open door. Outside, he saw that the exterior had become a total ruin. When he noticed that, the expression on his face changed. Betrayer! You must die! The man was enraged. His armor emanated with a scary power, and he tried throwing a punch at Han Sun. Betrayer! Han Sun wanted to explain, but he could feel that the power headed for him was far too strong. If he stood and spoke, he'd most likely end up dead. Han Sun summoned his white crystal armor and threw a punch to intercept the man's fist. He felt as if he had hit a train, and the sheer force sent him flying away. His body hit a crystal wall, and he ricocheted off into an open plane of space. He flew so far away, and when he finally came to a stop, he heaved blood. The blood floated in the empty air around him. There was no gravity, so it didn't fall. It looked rather strange. The man came right before Han Sun and threw another punch. Han Sun thought the man was too damn strong. He was far stronger than Han Sun, and he had Geno armor. It looked as if he was the one who could utilize the full strength of such a set of armor. Han Sun had yet to learn how to do this. Han Sun transformed into Super King Spirit mode and combined with Little Angel. Then he used the Blood Pulse Sutra. Even with all that, he was still at a disadvantage. He was punched another 2 times, and more blood came out with each hit. Stop it! I'm not a betrayer of any kind. I came here for a baptism. Han Sun exclaimed. It was okay to have an enemy, but it wasn't okay for him to be framed for something he hadn't done. He wasn't who the man thought he was. Pa, you are trying to find an excuse now? How can a creature from the sanctuary possess a Geno armor? You are not a creature from the sanctuary. The man did not believe Han Sun, and he continued throwing punches. The man's skill was average, and he wasn't particularly dexterous. It was his strength that was incredible, and his speed too. Han Sun had to use his Dongxian Sutra and Phoenix techniques to keep up with the man. Han Sun knew he couldn't win though, and the best he could do was kite the maniac. When Han Sun actually did try to punch his enemy, his fists couldn't make a dent. Someone else gave me this armor. It isn't mine. If this was my own armor, shouldn't I be able to use its power? Why aren't I? Han Sun tried his best to explain, despite the blood oozing from his aching mouth. The man froze and came to a total stop. He looked at Han Sun and asked, You really are a creature from the 4th God Sanctuary? Yes. Follow me, if you don't believe me. I won first place in Divinity's bout. I took the passage that opened for me to get here. As Han Sun spoke, he wiped the blood away. The man heard what he was told, but he ignored Han Sun after that. He raced back into a room amidst the ruins, and came back shortly after. I am sorry. You really did become the first son of God. It is my mistake. The man rubbed his nose and felt rather sorry for what he'd done. What is going on? Hansen asked the man. The man frowned. I don't know either. I was in charge, overlooking the C3 control room. While I was soaking in the Geno fluid, the control room vibrated. Some power went inside me, and I must have fainted. When I woke up, I saw you. The place was like this. What is your identity? Hansen noticed the guy wasn't fully awake, but he still wanted to ask the man questions. Hansen still treated him with suspicion, but he listened. The man said, I am a soldier from the 3rd Division Special Forces. Which are you from? 3rd Division? Which one is that? Hansen was in the Special Forces, but there were many 3rd Divisions. He didn't know which one was being referred to. He had never heard of a regiment named so simply in the Alliance. How many 3rd Divisions do the crystallizers have? The man looked confused. Crystallizer? Hansen was shocked, but he didn't shout it out and make his astonishment look obvious. He looked at the man and said, You are of the crystallizer's 3rd Division? Are you not a crystallizer? The man looked annoyed, but he went on to say, What happened here? Why is the main control room in such a state? Hansen was shocked. The man before him was a living crystallizer. Hansen had guessed they might look like humans, but he never expected them to look identical. Hansen even thought the man might have been tricking him. He did look exactly like a human after all. Brother, I'm going to tell you something. But don't get mad when I do, Hansen said, looking at the man. Go on. The man nodded and looked serious. Hansen thought even if he didn't try to explain how things were, the man would find out eventually. There was no need for him to lie. So Hansen told him about the galaxy. The man listened to every word spoken, but his face turned green and pale like a light show. After Hansen explained, the man said, It looks like we lost then. Lost? To who? Hansen asked. He didn't reply to Hansen, he just stared at him. After a while, Hansen's skin flared up with goosebumps. I'm certainly handsome, but you still shouldn't look at me like that, Hansen thought. Can you help me with one thing? The man asked. It depends, but if I can help you I will, Hansen said. If it is possible, can you take me with you? I want to integrate with modern society. When the man asked this, he looked very embarrassed. Chapter 1648. Kindergarten Seraphim. Hansen almost choked. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. The man sounded like a school kid that had just graduated from school. He was a crystallizer with Geno armor, and Hansen thought it was strange that the man was making such a simple request. Don't worry. I won't live there for free. When I have grown accustomed to things, I will pay you back, the man said. Hansen heard him and coughed. He then said, Brother, that is not the issue. You can stay with us as long as you want. I have plenty of money, so that's okay. But I have a question. This place is far away from the Alliance, and there is no easy way home. Can you go through the sanctuary and come back with me that way? The man shook his head. I can't go there, but you can tell me where to head. If you do that, I can fly there with my Geno armor. Okay, but might you get into trouble? Hansen sounded worried. He was an elite that could destroy planets. The barons wouldn't kill him, but if he started a fight in the Alliance, who knew what terrible things might occur in the fallout? The man smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm a soldier. I have principles, and due to humans being quite close to crystallizers, I wouldn't think of harming you guys. That isn't what I meant. I mean, why don't you wait here so I can get you an identity? I can come and pick you up too. How does that sound? Hansen told him. Okay. The man nodded, and he seemed to be in a pleasant mood. What is your name? Hansen asked. My name is Stay Up Late, the man said naturally. Stay up late? Hansen was rather confused by this. He couldn't tell if the man was joking or not. Stay Up Late's temper was still okay, so Hansen wished to ask more of him. He asked, Did the crystallizers create the sanctuary? And what is its purpose? Stay Up Late shook his head. Half and half. The sanctuary already existed. We just made use of it. It was supposed to be a place we could fall back to, but now it is our last hope. What does that mean? Hansen asked, not understanding. Stay Up Late said, the galaxy is a lot more complicated than you think. The galaxy is a part of the sanctuary, so we're still inside it if you exit the actual sanctuary. The man stopped talking, and this tease made Hansen's heart jump in his chest. He asked, what will happen? You can see the result. Look at what happened to us, the crystallizers. Stay Up Late looked glum. Hansen's face went slack. You mean there are even stronger races in existence? Something beyond the capabilities of the crystallizers? Stay Up Late had a wry smile, and he said, did you ever think about why the sanctuary is called sanctuary? Hansen's face pale. Someone had researched this question before, but the answer was inconclusive. It could have been anything. The theory that was most agreed upon said that the sanctuary worked to contain the most powerful creatures, and in doing so, ensured the safety of the galaxy. But now, it seemed as if the creatures inside the sanctuary were actually being protected from something outside of it. And that applied to humans too. Hansen asked a few more questions, but the man got annoyed. He said to Hansen, think of it like this. The sanctuaries are kindergarten. Hansen froze. It took him a while to understand what he meant, but when Hansen asked something further, the man claimed he did not know. But Hansen thought there'd be plenty of time to ask him questions in the future, and he'd learn all there was to know from him eventually. I soaked inside the Geno fluid for far too long, but it doesn't seem as if it is working anymore. If it was working, it could purify your body through a process known as God's baptism. Stay Up Late sighed, looking at the tank. You said humans are a small tribe of crystallizers. What does that mean? Hansen was not interested in Geno fluid, so he asked this instead. Stay Up Late shook his head and did not answer. He just pointed at the path and said, you go back now and come pick me up. Hansen knew he wouldn't get the answers he wanted right now, so he did as the man said, and returned to the Marshall Hall. After going back, Hansen had no time to do anything else. He purchased an Alliance citizenship forgery and bought a house on another planet for the man. He didn't dare keep Stay Up Late near him, since Hansen knew that he wouldn't be able to beat the man until he reached the 5th sanctuary. The thought of having him stay in Hansen's house was like sleeping with a ticking time bomb by his side. Hansen didn't think Stay Up Late was a bad person, but he knew he should take precautions. He didn't buy a house on his own planet for the man. When everything was prepared, Hansen flew the Beetle to pick him up. The Beetle had a built-in map, which was good, because he might not have been able to find the man if he had to rely upon the navigation capabilities of an Alliance ship. Hansen flew the Beetle to Stay Up Late, picked him up, and returned to the Alliance's inhabited space. Han placed the man in his new house, and stayed with him for a few days to get him settled, and show him how to live an ordinary life. When Hansen found an excuse to leave the planet, and return to Han Manor, Stay Up Late was there waiting for him. Why are you here? Hansen looked at him coldly. Don't worry, I'm not hostile. If I wanted to murder, no human in existence could stop me, right? Stay Up Late smiled. What is that supposed to mean? Hansen asked, putting out his hand. My mission is to protect the main control room and the first son of God. I have to observe you, so allow me to live with you, Stay Up Late said. Why do you have to watch me? Hansen asked. I am looking for a qualifier, Stay Up Late answered. What qualifier? Hansen's heart jumped. The diary he had found mentioned something similar to that. The diary must have been written by a crystallizer also in search of a qualifier. It seemed like this qualifier was something important to the crystallizers. It means what it means, Stay Up Late said nonchalantly. There was nothing Hansen could do though. He couldn't beat the man, so he had no choice but to take the man home with him. Chapter 1649. Summoning an ingredient seraphim with Stay Up Late around. Hansen didn't dare go anywhere. He was afraid that if he left, Stay Up Late might harm his family. Fortunately, though, there was no explicit need for Hansen to return to the sanctuary, due to the fact he had already maxed out his Geno points. He could practice with hyper-Geno arts from the comfort of his own home. Stay Up Late did not do anything outstanding, and while he was living with Hansen, he actually helped out with the housework. Not long after, the man had gotten used to the livelihoods of humans. He even found employment for himself at a high-class hotel, where he could be a waiter. A waiter's profession was not to be underestimated, either, particularly in those days. Waiters were a luxury and had very high-paying wages. But Stay Up Late still wished to live with Han-sun, something that made Han-sun feel perpetually odd. Han-sun, is there a place I might be able to test my power, without leaving a result or record? Stay Up Late asked Han-sun out of the blue one day. If you'd like to go, there is a place I can take you to perform a private test. The data won't be recorded, and won't be known by anyone in the alliance. No one will see your numbers. Han-sun himself was quite curious about the man's power. If it isn't too much trouble, please take me there, Stay Up Late said. Of course. Han-sun agreed. He took an aircraft to a training room owned by Fang Jingqi. The Fang family had a lot of different business ventures, but Fang Jingqi was not there currently. Fang Xueshi worked in the training room, though, and that saved Han-sun some trouble. Fang Xueshi took the pair to an enclosed, private testing place. Then, the recording devices were turned off. Brother Sun, I am leaving now. Call me with this if there is anything else you require. Fang Xueshi then gave Han-sun a communication device. Okay, but do you have time later? Let's call Damfeng and get something to eat. We haven't had a get-together in a long time, Han-sun said. Okay, let me give Brother Fang a shout. We will leave once you are done, Fang Xueshi said with a smile. After he left, Han-sun pointed to the machines and explained their functions. They were professional, state-of-the-art technologies. They could accurately gauge high levels of force, up to 100,000. That being said, Han-sun knew the strength test would be useless. Stay Up Late gave the power tester a good hit. Then the machine immediately hit the max number. The other tests displayed similar ridiculousness. Most of them were maxed out, and so there was no way for Han-sun to tell what the exact number of his power was. But that was because he was making use of his Geno armor. If he did not use it, his body would only be a bit stronger than a top-tier demigod. But when he wore the Geno armor, his power really was nuts. Since you are here, why don't you give it a test? Stay Up Late asked Han-sun after his own tests were concluded. Okay. Han-sun knew Stay Up Late wished to see his results. And it wasn't as if Han-sun was going to keep his abilities, a secret Han-sun actually fancied, knowing how high his fitness level was anyway. Han-sun walked in front of the power tester. He gathered up his power and punched it hard. Stay Up Late looked at Han-sun's data. He didn't allow his expression to change at all, but he was absolutely shocked on the inside. A body with these statistics can qualify him to be a new soldier. And all the data is really WH distributed. It is very rare to see someone's fitness be so well balanced. He is most certainly qualified. If he could gather Geno armor, he might be able to go out. Stay Up Late retreated into thought after viewing Han-sun's statistics. Stay Up Late watched Han-sun finish his tests, and as he did his eyes sparkled. After the test was done, Han-sun, Fang Xueshi, and Zhang Danfeng went to meet with each other. Stay Up Late in the meantime went home. He wasn't going to follow them. When Han-sun entered the sanctuary next, a month had passed. Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Coin had all reached superclass. Bulwark Umbrella had yet to hit that prestige though. Han-sun thought he could go and accept challenges in the Fourth God's Sanctuary to level up the Umbrella and the Dongxian Sutra. But Dragon Lady asked him for help first. That was why he had come. Dragon Lady brought Han-sun to Starcloud Field. That was far away from Han-sun's own shelter. There were no powerful creatures or spirits there. Han-sun was there, because Dragon Lady fancied being Emperor class now. The only thing she was missing was a certain key ingredient to leveling up. Dragon Lady thought she could summon her ingredient to level up, but she did not know how well the summoning would go. She knew that it'd be a berserk super creature, once it was summoned correctly, though. And for that, she'd require Han-sun's help. She was not confident she had the ability to kill one by herself. To avoid the creature causing harm to the shelter, they had gone all that way to Starcloud Field. It was in the middle of nowhere. Are you ready? I am going to summon it. Dragon Lady, out on the field, asked Han Sr. Yes. Han-sun nodded. After receiving her answer, Dragon Lady summoned the ingredient. Han Sun had seen Dragon Lady summon ingredients many times. Even before he met her, Serpent Throne simulated her, and did the same thing to summon ingredients as she did. As a result, he wasn't surprised. But this one was special. When she began the summoning ritual, the bright afternoon suddenly turned into night. The sky was cloaked in blood-red clouds, like a crimson sea of thrashing waves. They blotted the sun and covered the entire sky. The whole region was dyed red. Han Sun looked up into the sky, and from the bloody waves, a crack formed in the atmosphere. A scary energy came out from that tear, and it sent a chill running down his spine. Dragon Lady's face looked morbid. She had known that she'd end up summoning something powerful, but seeing all that was still a shock for her. A blood-red talon came swinging through the rip, and then the rest of a red body. When it came out in its entirety, it roared into the sky. Roar! Han Sun and Dragon Lady, after seeing it, were both surprised. This was far different than what they were expecting. The creature was actually like a wolf, and its size was no larger than an ordinary dog. But despite that, it was very red. So red, it looked as if it had been painted. After the blood dog roared, it leaped towards Dragon Lady. She was the one who had summoned the beast, so naturally, it made her its first target. It was Dragon Lady's ingredient, and thus, Dragon Lady was its ingredient. Blood Dog looked very angry, and very murderous. It was like a red beam of light when it jumped at Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady made a call, lifted her fork, and thrust it towards the enemy. It became a light of its own, and it pierced right through the dog's body. She then lifted the dog's body into the air. Chapter 1650. Killing Blood Dog Seraphim. It happened in a millisecond. The blood dog's body suddenly split up into multiple parts, and they all became smaller blood bats. They then flew towards Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady was not weak. She was a king spirit after all. She was also one of the strongest king spirits there was. Seeing the blood bats come towards her, though, she couldn't help but scream. She summoned a big pot out of the sky, and used it to trap the blood bats inside. In the next second, Dragon Lady flipped the palms of her hands over. A fire began to blaze at the bottom of the pot, with the intent of cooking the bats that were trapped inside. The bats inside all gathered up together, becoming a blood dog once more. With canine strength, it leaped up and knocked the lid open. Then the beast leaped towards Dragon Lady once more. Dragon Lady summoned a cleaver and a frying pan. With both of them held akimbo, she did battle with the dog, as if she was using a sword and shield. Han Sun was surprised by what he was seeing. It was rare to see a spirit with so many different geno cores. It was almost as if she had more than Han's senator. That being said, she had told Han Sun that her geno core was a set, while it did look as if she had many geno cores. All her summoned cooking utensils were from the same geno core. Because of that, she could only take one rank on the leaderboards, unlike Han's senator with that magical geno core and the power she possessed. The king-class Dragon Lady was able to do combat with Blood Dog. The field they were on was an unfortunate place for them to be, though. When volatile powers were cast, the ground was churned inside out and destroyed. Scars were left everywhere across the landscape, and it was difficult to find an open space with decent footing. Dragon Lady's fork could not stop the dog for long, so she tried slashing it, but when she did, Blood Dog again became a swarm of bats. They raced towards her and bit her. When that was done, they reverted to the shape of a dog again. Blood Dog looked immortal, and Dragon Lady's methods left her unable to do anything significant. If that were to continue, it was only a matter of time before she lost. Han Sun was in no rush to fight, though. That was because Blood Dog had immortal powers. Even if he did strike, it did not seem as if it would help. He knew he'd have to find a weak spot first. Physical power did not seem to work. Dragon Lady's cleaver had whacked the beast a few times, and she had even brought it down on the monster's neck, but none of that seemed to do a speck of damage. Any blood that was sprayed would turn into bats, and they'd fly back to the dog and heal. After watching the beast for a while, Han Sun could not determine its weak spot. Dragon Lady was also starting to struggle. So, Han Sun decided to summon Golden Growler and see how capable he was at fighting. Normally, Mount Beast souls could not fight. But Golden Growler was different. When it was summoned, Golden Growler roared. It ran towards Blood Dog with insane speed. It was a far faster creature than Blood Dog was. Blood Dog wished to dodge Golden Growler, but Golden Growler already had its mouth open. While its body was the same size as an ordinary lion, its maw opened to the size of a house. Blood Dog was unable to dodge, and it was scooped up by Golden Growler's mouth in a flash. Then it was chewed up. There was a wretched crunching sound, as if the bones were all being broken. "Don't eat it. It's my ingredient," Dragon Lady quickly said. She was worried Golden Growler would swallow the dog, and she'd lose her precious ingredient. It didn't happen though. Golden Growler was only able to chew it for a while, before a swarm of bats came flying out of its mouth. When the bats reformed to the shape of a hound again, Blood Dog looked at Golden Growler with obvious fear. It wanted to fly and escape. Blood Dog was incredibly fast, and it far outpaced Dragon Lady, who was left unable to keep up. "Get up!" Han Sun mounted Golden Growler and spoke to Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady jumped up behind Han Sun, and Golden Growler carried them both in the pursuit of Blood Dog. It was much faster than the summoned creature, but the dog was very devious. It kept changing direction, and the lumbering Golden Growler was unable to keep up with that. When Dragon Lady got close to Blood Dog, she slashed towards it, but attacks such as that would not work on the fiend. "Do you have a way to kill it?" Dragon Lady asked with a rush. She was obviously unable to kill it, and she had no choice but to ask Han Sr. "I don't know how to kill it either. Blood Dog is invincible, it would seem. It'll be very hard to kill." Han Sun shook his head, as he hadn't had any promising ideas yet. Dragon Lady kept trying to kill Blood Dog. None of her attempts worked. Golden Growler chased the creature for 10,000 miles. Blood Dog kept running and running, until it suddenly came to an abrupt stop. It turned around and smiled at them. Han Sun and Dragon Lady were given a spooky shock by that smile. It wasn't really a smile. It was more of a cruel, menacing grin. It was an evil display that only looked like a smile. It was in fact very scary. Golden Growler was not afraid though. It continued after Blood Dog. The Blood Dog jumped toward the mountain in front of it, and when the Blood Dog hit the cliffside, it fell inside. The wall did not break. It was like the dog could just fall through the walls. Golden Growler was unable to do this, and when he came against the wall, he came crashing into it. Han Sun had a blackout, but he opened his bulwark umbrella to prevent any follow-up sneak attacks. When Han Sen's consciousness returned, he discovered that he had not been attacked. But what he saw surprised him and Dragon Lady both. Behind the wall was not an underground labyrinth, it was just a field. There were lots of fallen buildings there. There was half a tower scattered across the ground, and a palace comprised of slopes. There were many stone constructs there, but they were all in ruin. It did not look as if they had been built there though. It was more as if someone had just thrown them all away and dropped them there upon the field. Han Sun didn't see where Blood Dog went to. He looked around and eventually found a human that was half buried in the soil. It was actually the effigy of a woman. She was adorned with a crown that was reminiscent of the sun. One of her hands held a book, and the other held a torch above her head. There were a few more statues about, but they were all destroyed. Han Sun looked at the buildings and the statues and he frowned. The style of the rock was similar to that which he found in the Valley of Time. The stone was very similar. Chapter 1651. Guardian Spirit Seraphim Golden Growler went sniffing around the ground. It seemed to be tracking Blood Dog's scent, and after a while, it began running forward. Broken stone buildings were everywhere, and their presence there made Han Sun frown. Golden Growler kept moving, and after 100 miles, there was a large number of stone tablets scattered across a clearing. The stone tablets weren't tidily placed, and many of them were even upside down. But they were the only objects in that place that featured text. Han Sun made Golden Growler slow down. Due to the fact that Golden Growler had to follow a scent to stay on track, he reeled him in a little. If he continued, it'd be hard to find Blood Dog. Han Sun observed the tablets that featured ancient text. the sorts of languages Han Sen had learned long ago. Some parts of the tablets were missing, but many were still readable. Emir defeated. Han Sen thought that was strange. There was only the name of someone, and the word defeated. The tablet didn't look like a gravestone, but it didn't look like a memorial plaque either. Han Sen found it odd. He didn't know who the supposed Emir character was. Han Sen checked out a few of the other tablets that were nearby. One of them said, Velis defeated. Aside from the change in name, all the others were the same as well. Han Sen frowned and continued checking out the other tablets. They all seemed to contain a name, and the word defeated after. Ji defeated, Gautama defeated, Merrily defeated, Ginger defeated, Brahma defeated, Zeus defeated. All of those names were on the tattered tablets, but there was nothing distinguishing about them. They did give him a cold feeling, though, and it made him feel as if he had stepped back in time. It felt like a certain sadness permeated the atmosphere of that place. Han Sen did not know who or what those names belonged to, and he did not know how those folks might have been defeated. Aside from their names, nothing else was left behind. After going through all the tablets, there was a bronze palace. It wasn't as broken as the rest of the place, but it was still worn around the edges. There were the scrapes of a battle all across it, but it hadn't been hewn or broken. The palace seemed to be in good condition, all things considered. It was in the middle of the plain, but one half seemed to have sunken into the earth. One wall was stuck in the soil. Golden Growler followed the scent, which led them straight to the bronze palace. He gave a quiet rumble to Han Sen, as if to indicate Blood Dog was inside. Han Sen checked the exterior of the bronze palace first. There was a big title above the door which said, Hero Spirit Hall. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this, Dragon Lady said, observing the palace ahead. Han Sen nodded. He felt rather unsafe as well. The Dongxian aura had difficulty scanning inside the palace, so he was unable to determine whether or not Blood Dog was on the inside. The creature you summoned, where did it come from? Han Sen asked Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady gave a wry smile. I don't know, my ingredients are random. I never know exactly what I will summon, and I don't know where they come from. After that, Dragon Lady looked towards the Hero Spirit Hall. I think something is amiss. This place is too weird. It'd be best if we just left. We can try again another time. Han Sen wished to say something, but before he spoke he heard a sound. The tightly shut door suddenly started opening up. Han Sen and Dragon Lady stared at the gap of the opening gate. Golden Growler growled at the sight ahead. Tap. One hand suddenly appeared, pushing the door open. Han Sen looked at the hand that was holding the bronze door, and noticed that it was rather skeletal in its appearance. Although it had kept the shape of a hand, the skin was thin and dried up against the bone. It was like birch bark, and it looked creepy. It looked dead. The hand grabbed the bronze door and slowly opened it. As the door opened toward them, Han Sen saw beyond it. He couldn't see much, but a massive support pillar was visible, holding up the roof. The bronze door opened halfway, and when it did, Han Sen could see the master of the hand. It was a being that was garbed with a black cloak. Aside from the hand, Han Sen couldn't discern anything more about its body. The entire being was wrapped up by that same cloak. All Han Sen could truly notice was the rough outline of its body, which looked rather human. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura again, but he was unable to feel anything. The man in the black cloak looked dead. It was as if he had no life force. Since you are here, come on in. The cloaked man opened the bronze gate fully now, and he stood at the entrance as he spoke. He looked toward Han Sen and the others before making a clanging metallic sound. It was quite spooky. What is your name? Han Sen asked the cloaked man, very alert. I am already dead. So what would be the purpose of having a name? If you require one, refer to me as the guardian spirit. The creepiness of the cloaked man's voice would strike so much fear into a person, their teeth would chatter. He lowered his head as he spoke too. His face was fully concealed by the hood, like a spirit haunting a graveyard. Guardian spirit, who are you protecting? When Han Sen heard the name, he didn't feel any better. He wasn't quite willing to step forward either. I am not guarding anyone now, Guardian Spirit said coldly. Han Sen frowned and gave the man another look. Then, he pointed to the tablets and asked, Are you guarding them? Guardian Spirit suddenly laughed quite strangely and said, Yes and no. I guard them, but I don't guard them. What does that mean? Han-sun asked with a frown. You'll know if you come and see. Guardian Spirit was still laughing quite strangely. Whatever you're guarding, I can't say I'm interested, Han-sun said, and then patted his golden growler as an indication it was time to leave. It turned around and started to. The place was weird. Han-sun thought he was invincible in the fourth god's sanctuary, but there were still many strange and creepy things occupying that realm. And so, Han-sun did not think he could kill everything. After he saw Stay Up Late, he knew he was not as immortal as he fancied himself. Even though you are here, you do not want to take a look? Guardian Spirit asked quietly. Han-sun ignored him and hurried Golden Growler away. But he walked so slow now, like some phantom force of power was them back. Golden Growler began to slide backward. He slid all the way back until they were pulled right inside the Bronze Palace. Chapter 1652 Failure. Han-sun summoned his overbearing shield and split blade, then transformed into Fallen Slaughter. Split blade was sent thrusting at Guardian Spirit. Split blade went right into Guardian Spirit's body, but his body was actually like a genuine spirit's. The body faded away with the attack of that blade. Immediately, Han-sun looked around. He was surprised at what he saw next. On the walls of the palace, there were many sets of crystal armor. The armors were all tarnished with damage. It made them seem as if they had all experienced a great deal of fighting. Upon those crystal sets of armor, Han-sun could suddenly feel his battle mode begin to burn. It was like the crystal armor still possessed the urge to fight, and it began to burn him. That hall felt like the site of a great battle. Han-sun, standing in the hall, felt as if he was surrounded by an army of foes. And he felt that the master of the army had been slaughtered in battle. What surprised Han-sun the most was that the armors looked like the one he had procured off Tina. They might have possessed different powers, but they sure looked similar. Are they all Geno armors? Han-sun was in shock. Guardian Spirit's body appeared again, directly in front of a blue set of armor. He was wreathed in lightning. He looked at the armor and said, This is Zeus armor. He was out there for 15 days before he fell. After that, Guardian Spirit walked towards a red set of armor. And he said, This is Ginger's armor. He was out there for 19 days before he died. Guardian Spirit walked to each set of armor that could be seen, and told them who the armor belonged to. They were all the names of the tablets Han-sun had seen earlier. Guardian Spirit told Han-sun that they were indeed Geno armors, and it came as quite the surprise to him. After introducing the last armor, Guardian Spirit looked at Han-sun and laughed. They were heroes as much as they were failures. They weren't able to get out. They were humiliated and made to live here. What do you mean they were unable to get out? Han-sun asked Guardian Spirit. Get out of the sanctuary, of course. Guardian Spirit said coldly. He turned to look back at the armor and went on to say, Their master died, but their armor still resides here. If you gain their approval, you may make use of them. They may have failed, but they did not want to lose. And they'd want nothing more than to fight again. You are giving them to us? Han-sun looked at Guardian Spirit in shock. He thought he'd have to conduct a big fight, but it didn't seem as if there would be. It sounded as if he was going to be given the armor for nothing. If you can take them with you, they're yours. Having them here is useless anyway. Guardian Spirit's voice made people's teeth chatter. Thanks a lot then. Han-sun did not feel guilty, so he waltzed up to the nearest set of armor and tried to lift it. Most people did not know about the power of Geno armors, but Han-sun did. The Bronze Palace was like a trove of treasure for Han-sun, and it was worth more than anything the Alliance could provide him. Han-sun picked up the red armor that once belonged to Ginger. There were 70 punctures and scrapes across it, and they all appeared to have been dealt by a sword. There were some piercings and dents across it too. Pang! Han-sun, after gripping the armor and trying to lift it, was blasted away after it suddenly started glowing red. Han-sun felt a strong power crash into him, one he was unable to block. It was like he had been hit by a train, and he went barreling back into the stone. His ears rang, and he was left seeing stars. Are you okay? Dragon Lady ran over to Han-sun and picked him up. I'm fine, Han-sun said. He shook his head to clear his vision. Trying to maintain conscious after that vicious blast, he directed his attention back to Guardian Spirit. It's fine if you don't want to give them to me, but why do that? Guardian Spirit laughed. They have a will of their own. I can't orchestrate their feelings. I told you that you'll need their approval if you are to take them. Han-sun frowned and stared at Guardian Spirit. He did not believe what he was being told. After he took Tina's Geno armor, none of this happened. He was able to just take it. Believe it or not, but I am who you see. I am Guardian Spirit. Lying to you would not gain me anything, Guardian Spirit said. I don't believe you. Han-sun gritted his teeth and tried taking another set of armor. The set of armor reacted the same way, and it blasted Han-sun away. The battle mood it possessed burned, and it clearly didn't want to be touched by Han's senator. But Han-sun wasn't going to give up so easily. He tried taking every single one. There were many of them too. He was sure one of them had to suit him. But reality never aligned with Han-sun's ideals. After trying each and every armor, none were willing to accept him. His body had ended up all swollen, all for the gain of naught. As Han-sun's heart began to sink, Golden Growler walked forward and touched one of the armors. The armor was rather gold, but it was caked in green rust. Han-sun had tried grabbing it before, but it had blasted him away with gold light. Golden Growler's claws were grabbing the Geno core armor now. Han-sun thought Golden Growler would end up getting blasted away, but he didn't. The Geno armor was actually crushed beneath the might of his paws, like a simple golden snowflake. It blended into the skin of his body. Roar! When the entirety of that snowflake was absorbed by Golden Growler, he roared to the sky. The gold light appeared, and it manifested as a set of armor that would protect him. And then, Golden Growler did indeed look like a lion clad in armor. That's not real, is it? It's weaker than little gold? Han-sun's eyes were open wide in astonishment, unable to believe what Golden Growler had managed to do. He couldn't believe it. He himself had tried so hard to procure the armors, but he had failed every time. Golden Growler randomly touched one, and it submitted to his ownership. That wasn't very fair. Chapter 1653 Message Guardian Spirit looked at Golden Growler in shock, and it was obvious he was thinking about something. Dragon Lady, you try as well, Han-sun said to her. He didn't have much hope she'd be successful, but he did hope he'd be able to take a few of the armors back with him. As he spoke, he also summoned Little Angel. If Golden Growler had been able to catalyze that reaction with the armor, there was a chance Little Angel could do the same. Golden, try to fetch the others, Han-sun asked Golden Growler, feeling greedy. Golden Growler, though, was unable to gain the approval of the others. Perhaps he was only able to forge a connection with the golden armor, or perhaps it was only possible for him to take one away with him. Before Little Angel moved to claim an armor, though, a Geno armor came to her. It went flying off the wall. Carried by a holy light, the holy light was immediately absorbed by Little Angel's body. That's not fair. How does that happen? Han-sun looked at Little Angel's holy light. It had become entwined with the Geno armor she was now wearing. With the increased volume of holy light all around her, she looked even more angelic. Dragon Lady was just as unfortunate as Han's senator. She tried many of the Geno armors, but failed each and every time. But just as it looked as if she was going to fail as many times as he had, Dragon Lady touched one armor in specific. It burst into flames and blended into her body. Damn! This sucks. Why can't I have them? This is impossible. Han-sun wanted to try touching the Geno armor again. The results were the same though. No matter how hard Han-sun tried, he could not get the approval necessary to take the armor. Guardian Spirit looked at Golden Growler, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady and spoke. Roar's Geno armor, Marilee's armor, and Emir's armor. Not bad. Han-sun just looked depressed. He comforted himself by saying, these armors must have belonged to the losers of the crew. That's okay. I wouldn't want them anyway. Go. This is a hopeless place. Do not come back. Guardian Spirit began speaking again with his creepy voice. Are you a crystallizer? Han-sun asked Guardian Spirit. I am dead. It does not matter who I was. After he said that, the gates of the hero's spirit hall suddenly opened. Then a strong force of suction pulled them all the way out of there. Crash! Han-sun and the others were dropped to the ground. When they stood back up, they were on the plane they had reached before smashing through the wall that led to the hidden place. Han-sun stood up and touched the wall again. It was a cold rock and nothing more. They could no longer get back. Han-sun flew up and over the mountain. He realized with shock that the mountain was situated right atop the plain. There was only grass beyond it, and there were no ruins, tablets, or a hero's spirit hall. If it wasn't for Golden Growler still wearing his Geno armor, Han-sun would have believed that entire sequence to be some bizarre dream. They were now unable to locate Blood Dog and the ruins, which meant leveling up Dragon Lady had been a failed venture. Fortunately, she'd get another chance in the near future, and there was no need to rush it too much. And the fact she had obtained a Geno armor made up for that. It may have been a little weary looking, but it was a great find all the same. But after leaving the ruins, the glow of the Geno armors vanished. It seemed as if they had lost their powers. They couldn't be summoned in the general areas of the fourth god's sanctuary. Han-sun tried to clear his mind and think about these matters seriously. That ruin must not have originated in the fourth god's sanctuary, and Han-sun believed it must have belonged to the fifth sanctuary that existed in the Alliance's universe. Something must have occurred in the Alliance's universe, in which many things were destroyed, similar to whatever had made a mess of Stay Up Late's control room. The same fate must have befallen the stone tablets in Hero's Spirit Hall. They must have been scattered across the sanctuaries. The Valley of Time might very well have been one of those places too. What happened there? Han-sun did not have much information to go off of, though, so an absolute solution was not obtainable. Back in the shelter, Han-sun now wished to return to the Alliance. But he overheard Cheap Sheep and Green Cow in the midst of a discussion. I really want to take a look. It must be scary and exciting at the same time. The sheepish character sounded rather hyped. Brother Sheep, where did Death Goddess come from? She killed one of the 10 Son of Gods, Illusion Emperor. If she had joined Divinity's bout, perhaps she could have fought against Dollar. Green Cow mooed. She couldn't fight against Dollar, win, and obtain first place. Second place, sure. But I really can't believe she managed to kill Illusion Emperor with just one arrow. Her power must have been greater than Armored Man's, Sheep said. It does not matter how strong she is alone. Her killing Illusion Emperor prompted the folk of Illusion to rally all sorts of elites to unify and kill her. I have heard they hired 2 super elite alphas, Green Cow said. Cheap Sheep nodded. Illusion knows a lot of people. Their alpha is begging other alphas for help, and they will get it. But even if they didn't get the assistance of the other alphas, they'd be sent some sort of help. And I actually heard Illusion Elder found a way to kill her. If she doesn't relent, she is going to die. If she knew to relent, she wouldn't have been so bold as to tackle Illusion the way she did. She provoked the Emperor and killed him. She is strong to be able to kill him, but the Alpha did not come out to fight her. And now, after all this time, he has found a way to do it, and has thus asked so many elites to rally, so that they can all kill her together. Green Cow sighed. It is a shame we are too weak to participate. She could probably kill us with a mean stare. Still, I'd like to go and watch. It'll take 10,000 years to witness another event like this unfold. Cheap Sheep sighed. They followed Han-sun, and while they did have good stuff to eat, they were simply born too weak. They only had gold Geno cores, and they had yet to reach gemstone class. Cheap Sheep, where will the Illusion Alpha plan to kill Death Goddess? Han-sun walked out and asked the sheep. He thought this entire thing sounded slightly weird. After Death Goddess was born, she did not know she was the Sacred Alpha's heir. But the people in Sacred should have recognized her. She had been out and about for a long time. And yet, strangely, the folk from Sacred had not gone out in search of her. That was strange. Boss, it'll be happening near Sunset Valley. The whole Fourth God's Sanctuary should know. As many elites were invited by Illusion to go there. Cheap Sheep quickly answered. Green Cow said, that Death Goddess is way too cocky. She knows they are going to surround her there. And yet she hasn't changed course. She is going to die. Chapter 1654 Ancient Sky. Are people from Sacred joining the hunt? Hansen asked. Cheap Sheep thought for a moment and then said, I think so. Someone saw Goddess and other Sacred elites heading for Sunset Valley. If you want to go and take a look, please take us with you. This shelter needs you guys. Who else could manage it if you are away? Hansen smiled. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow smiled. They patted their chests and said, Don't worry then. With us here, this shelter will be taken care of with the utmost diligence. There is no need for you to worry. Yep, it's down to you too. Hansen patted Cheap Sheep and Green Cow on their shoulders. He complimented them again, then returned to the Alliance. Sacred is sending people to kill Death Goddess? It looks like they don't know she was the god egg that was stolen by Destroyer Wolf. Judging from her appearance and power, though, the Sacred leader should have recognized who she was. I wonder why he couldn't. Hansen thought about this for a while. The next day, he collected Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star, and took them with him to Sunset Valley. Hansen wanted to find out what was up with Death Goddess, and he fancied a bit of revenge. Hansen felt more relaxed on his travel this time, and there was no rush or need to kill creatures along the way. He went straight for Sunset Valley uninterrupted. The title Sky Sword was not something without weight. Many creatures and spirits that might have thought to bother him ran away when they realized who was coming. When he neared the valley, many other elites had already shown up. Again, they did not provoke Hansen, for they knew all about Sky Sword. Death Goddess would take an extra few days to reach Sunset Valley, but the reason for her delay wasn't explained. She was supposed to be traveling in a straight line to get there, so no one was really sure what was going on with her sluggishness. The super elites that were invited by Illusion had all gathered there. When Hansen arrived, he was initially stopped. Sky Sword, what are you doing here? Illusion did not invite you. A beast belonging to Illusion had stopped Hansen to question him. I go wherever I want. This isn't your territory, so you have no authority to control who comes and goes, Hansen said coldly. The beast was maddened by that. But before he made a move, many scary life forces began to approach. One of them was the Illusion Elder. There were 3 elites that were of the same strength standing next to him. They must have been the other alphas. There were super elites like Goddess and elites from Sacred too. Alpha-class elites did not participate in Divinity's bout, but they were incredibly powerful, and they definitely had the abilities to match a son of God. But their numbers there meant Hansen couldn't do anything. Sky Sword, Illusion has no quarrel with you. If you are here to help, we appreciate it, and your contributions will be rewarded. If not, please do us a favor and return to whence you came. The Illusion Elder spoke to Hansen with a frown. You do your thing. I'll watch and not interfere. We won't bother each other. After Hansen said that, he set up an airbed and took out a bunch of snacks to munch on. Bower and Little Silver dug right in, chowing down as if they were there for a proper picnic. Those of Illusion were enraged, and the other elites frowned sternly. The Elder stopped the members from doing anything though, and he said, focus on your mission. If he doesn't enter the valley, just leave him be. After that, Illusion Elder looked at Hansen one last time, and then returned deeper into the valley. Hansen stayed outside the valley, waiting for Death Goddess to arrive. There were many elites waiting in Sunset Valley to kill Death Goddess, and there was no need to risk having them all as enemies. When the target appeared, he'd also have a chance to sneak in. But Hansen was not being lazy there. When night fell, he used his Dongxian aura to hide himself. Then, he snuck into Sunset Valley in the hopes of seeing what they were all up to. They could surely take Death Goddess down anywhere, if they had a plan. So there had to be a reason for them choosing Sunset Valley for a showdown. After Hansen snuck inside, he noticed there was a surprising number of elites. There were far more than what he had seen from the outside. There had to be at least 100, and there were a few alphas amongst them too. A formation like this was something even Hansen would think twice about attacking. Even if Hansen was not afraid of fighting against large numbers, he didn't know what geno cores the alphas possessed. If they had special powers, Not being able to use Super King Spirit would put him at a major disadvantage. After sneaking across a distance of a few hundred miles, Han Sen saw an ancient mirror in the valley. That mirror was around 100 meters tall. It was gleaming brightly, reflecting the activity of everyone before it. But due to its size, its length partitioned the valley. What are they doing with such a big mirror here? What kind of Geno core is that? Han Sen thought about it for a while, but he had no idea what the giant mirror might have been used for. Not far away from the mirror, the elders rested. A few of the alphas were in deep discussion. They were all holding a big flag that was caked in dust. Due to the sound of the flag rippling in the breeze, Han Sen could not discern what they were talking about. Han Sen hugged the wall and did not move. He cast the Dongxian Sutra to see if he could listen through the noise generated by the flag and hear what they were saying. The flag was powerful, and Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not work on it. Just as he was disappointed about this, he overheard another two from Illusion having a discussion. This time, we have 4 alphas and the ancient mirror. I really think we can kill Death Goddess and achieve vengeance. Oh yeah, so what is this ancient sky mirror? Can it suppress Death Goddess arrows? If they can't be stopped, we will be injured even if we can't kill her. Don't worry, it'll work. Ancient Sky Mirror is Ancient Sky Emperor's Geno core. With the mirror here, we don't have to be afraid of Death Goddess. Why is that? The Alpha said it was a secret, but we'll find out soon enough. Han Sen listened to a bit more but learned nothing useful. Then he decided to leave Sunset Valley. But Han Sen had already figured out that the Ancient Sky Mirror was for the Alphas to restrict her. Chapter 1655 Death Goddess. In the next 2 days, more and more powerful creatures entered Sunset Valley, and from time to time members of Illusion sent messages back and forth. The activity in the valley continued to increase, and it seemed that the Death Goddess should be very close to here. Han Sen did not enter the valley. The people on both sides had nothing to do with him. When the fighting started, Han Sen would kill his enemies and leave. He didn't care much about anything else. On the 3rd day, Han Sen saw the Illusion Elder and 3 other alphas take their people out of the valley. The expressions of all the creatures were very dignified, and they looked like they were facing a major enemy. It seems that Death Goddess is coming soon. Han Sen's gaze also followed them to the distant mountains, and a dark spot gradually appeared on the horizon. Because she wasn't moving very fast, it was a long time before Han Sen could see the true appearance of the black spot. Her black hair was like a waterfall. She wore black armor with a pair of crow-like black wings behind her. Holding a black bow and arrow in her hand, she looked like an archer from hell. However, Han Sen's focus wasn't on her weapons. The delicate facial features looked exactly the same as when Han Sen first saw them, but the eyes were not as hollow as before. The black eyes were bright and pure, and Han Sen could not see through them. If a person only looked at her eyes, she would never remind anyone of the Death Goddess that terrified everyone in the 4th God's sanctuary. Seeing Death Goddess, even the Illusion Elder was intimidated. Despite their preparations, Death Goddess's face still made the gathered elites feel a little uneasy. The Illusion Elder waved slightly, and all the elites moved to their assigned positions and turned toward the entrance of Sunset Valley. The ancient mirror was the only thing that gave the Illusion Elder the confidence to attempt to kill Death Goddess. Otherwise, Death Goddess arrows might wipe out their forces before they even got close enough to kill her. That would be too much of a risk. But with this mirror, they didn't have to be afraid of her. When the Emperor of Heaven used this mirror to roam the 4th sanctuary in ancient times, no one could hurt him. If the Emperor of Heaven hadn't failed to advance to the 5th sanctuary, the ancient sky mirror wouldn't have been left behind. However, because the attributes of the ancient sky mirror were so special, only elites with the same attributes could use it. That was why the Illusion Elder chose Sunset Valley. There was a moon spring in Sunset Valley, and the power contained in the moon spring was the same as that of the ancient sky mirror. The Illusion Elder used the power of the moon spring to operate the mirror. The elites invited by the Illusion Elder knew the power of the ancient sky mirror. So even if it was a powerful being like Death Goddess, they were not afraid. All of them summoned their courage and prepared for the battle. They were keen to fight Death Goddess. Hansen saw those great beings with full confidence. He had some doubts. It was reasonable to expect that some of the elders might escape the conning battle with their lives, but it seemed like even the less powerful creatures were quite confident. That was slightly surprising. Death Goddess had killed one of the 10 Son of Gods with a single arrow. They wouldn't have much time to deal with Death Goddess, as they might be killed instantly. What is the role of the ancient sky mirror? How will it let them face Death Goddess? Hansen blinked and looked into the depths of Sunset Valley. There were several groups of people nearby. Apparently, they had been sent by the Illusion Elder to monitor him. Hansen now had no chance to sneak into Sunset Valley. Seeing that Death Goddess was coming closer, many creatures held their breath, and their hearts were slightly uneasy. It was one thing to have confidence, but Death Goddess's previous kills were too scary. It was normal to be anxious when facing her. No one had retreated, and each one summoned a Geno core as they waited. It seemed that they had made up their minds to fight Death Goddess. Seeing that Death Goddess had entered the vicinity of Sunset Valley, the Illusion Elder screamed, "Death Goddess, if you swear to follow me now, I can still let you live today. Otherwise, today you will die." Everyone looked at Death Goddess and waited for her response. While everyone was keen to see Death Goddess, Hansen was actually the most curious. He was the only one who knew the true origin of Death Goddess. But the current Death Goddess was somewhat strange to Han. Senator Death Goddess was the descendant of Sacred's master and destroyer Empress, and so the power in her body had been inherited from them. However, Hansen used the Dongxian aura to examine Death Goddess for a long time, and he didn't feel both God power and death power in her body. Death Goddess wasn't hiding her power. Hansen could clearly feel her strong life force, but her life force didn't seem to be tinged by sacred power or death. Instead, Hansen felt that the power was familiar. No wonder the sacred elites can't tell where she came from. This power doesn't seem to be related to Sacred's master or destroyer Empress at all. Hansen looked at her frowning. He knew that she was the one who had hatched from the egg, but why would her power look like this? Hansen had no clue. His sense of familiarity was just a feeling, as Death Goddess's power was something he had never seen before. It was understandable that Hansen didn't immediately recognize the traces of his own power in Death Goddess. Death Goddess had the abilities of destruction and death, but because of the unexpected introduction of Hansen's blood, the two forces had merged into a new force. Some of this new power belonged to Hansen, so it felt familiar but nothing more. The combination of the three forces kept this power from feeling like any of the original ones, so Hansen couldn't sense it in detail. All the creatures were staring at Death Goddess, waiting for her answer, and waiting for her to enter a certain range. Since they had to use the moon spring to operate the ancient sky mirror, there was no way to change the location at which they would spring the attack. The scope of the mirror was limited, and they had to be within this range to attack Death Goddess. Otherwise, they wouldn't be protected by the ancient sky mirror. Death Goddess did not give a damn about the Illusion Elder, and she completely ignored the alphas and elites, as if they did not exist. Hansen saw that Death Goddess had flown straight toward him. He couldn't help but sigh. Will this one remember me and want to take some sort of revenge? Before Hansen could act, Death Goddess had already flown over to him and gathered her wings to land. She looked at Hansen with a pair of pure eyes and shouted, "Father!" For a time, all the creatures in Sunset Valley had their eyes wide open, including Hansen himself. Chapter 1656 Black Po. Wait, this is not right. I'm only here to get the goodies. What's happening now? Hansen felt rather awkward. He turned and looked at Illusion Elder, but Illusion Elder and the others were staring back at him. Their eyes, however, looked murderous. Pretty lady, although you look cute and sweet, and you look as if you have my genes, don't just randomly announce that. Hansen wanted to explain, he had nothing to do with Death Goddess. He didn't want to be a scapegoat. Death Goddess had slain so many spirits and creatures. She had a vast number of enemies. If he admitted that she was his daughter, the entire world would be against him. Han Sen was not afraid to face off against the fourth god's sanctuary, but she wasn't his daughter. He didn't want to become a scapegoat before Han Sen could finish. Illusion Elder said angrily. No wonder we were unable to learn anything about her. She is your heir. You made her kill creatures all across the fourth god's sanctuary. Tell us why you are doing this. Otherwise, there is no need for talk. We should just kill them both now, before they bring permanent harm to the fourth god's sanctuary. Yeah, kill them. Many elites stepped forward with their genocores, each possessing a frightening power. They wanted to kill Han Sen and Death Goddess both. Han Sen felt terrible. This had nothing to do with him after all. Even though he wasn't afraid of being Illusion Elder's enemy, he didn't want to start a war for no reason. As Han Sen tried to further explain, Death Goddess was already drawing her black bow. A black arrow was knocked. Death Goddess pulled back the string as far as it could go and loosed it. The raging arrow flew through the sky, driving itself into a super creature's body. The creature had to be larger than an elephant, but when the arrow pierced the beast, it exploded and died. Don't disturb me and my father's reunion. Death Goddess fired another arrow as she glared at the elites. Han Sen wished to say something more, but he stopped. People wouldn't believe anything he said now. He could see the anger burning in the crowd below, and he knew their minds couldn't be changed. Die! Illusion Elder roared. He lifted an illusion disc, which was filled with holy light, as he charged towards Han Sen and Death Goddess. The other three elders and elites were headed straight for them too. As the monsters roared, their scary powers landed. Their combined power was more intimidating than the attacks of the armored man. There was nothing Han Sen could do. He let Bauer, Little Silver and Little Star chip in with the fight as well. But Death Goddess flapped her wings and flew up high. The black bow in her hands was flashing. Every time it flashed, an arrow was fired, and another creature or spirit was killed. Death Goddess was aiming at the powerful Illusion Elder next, but he used the disc to block it. That powerful disc Geno core was shattered by the force of the arrow. But Death Goddess did not relent, as the flashes of arrows came thick and fast. She shot down all the creatures and spirits as she arced between them. Han Sen was frozen as he watched the spectacle. She's that strong? She is going to be as powerful as Armored Man. Han Sen was shocked. After all, Death Goddess never missed a shot. Aside from the four elders, the other super creatures were killed with a single arrow. Even the four elders had to sacrifice their genocores to avoid being killed. Death Goddess arrows were not like falsified sky powers though. It wasn't as if the skill could never miss. And so it was her proficiency that shocked Han. Senator Death Goddess arrows had a strong sense of prediction. Just like when Han Sen fired his arrows, she was able to predict every possibility before letting a shot fly. Many times she appeared to be firing at nothing, but when the arrow reached the end of its flight, a creature would appear and get skewered by it. This is too much of a coincidence. Han Sen's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. If Han Sen wasn't sure he had never been unfaithful, and hadn't watched her come out of an egg, he would have been convinced that she really was his daughter. But Han Sen didn't have time to think much. There were two elders coming straight for him. Not even they had expected that they'd have to deal with Han Sr. Whatever. If you guys have a death wish, don't take it out on me. Han Sen combined with Fallen Slaughter, and summoned his Overbearing Shield and Split Blade. Then he started his attack. With Overbearing Shield and Split Blade put to work, Han Sen was practically invincible. He killed a few super creatures in a moment's notice. But the confusing thing was that after Han Sen cut a super creature in half, he didn't receive an announcement. Then, he saw the creatures and spirits that were killed returning from deeper within Sunset Valley. Both Han Sen and Death Goddess kills were returning to the fight. What is this? The spirits can respawn, yes, but why the creatures? How can creatures do that? Is that the power of ancient sky mirror? The thought crossed Han Sen's mind. Seeing Death Goddess keep fighting in the sky, the creatures and elders did not change their perspective of the ordeal. They all continued to attack as hard as they could, without being dismayed. Before long, Han Sen was able to confirm his hypothesis. Death Goddess could not keep fighting the tide of strong elites, and those four elders were brutally powerful too. Death Goddess could be destructive, but her body wasn't invincible. for elders could definitely destroy her body. Han Sen heard the sound of flesh being torn. Death Goddess armor was cut by an elder. It was a strike that led to the flow of blood. Death Goddess turned and fired at the elder's head. The elder disappeared, but not long after, he was conning back from Sunset Valley. Han Sen used his overbearing shield to break a super creature's skull. He held Splitblade tight and took off running into the valley. He had to get rid of the mirror. Not even God could save them if he didn't. Seeing Han Sen run into Sunset Valley, the elders tried to surround him. The super elites came to circle Han Sen too. He suddenly became the focus of the battle, and not as many super elites were going for Death Goddess now. Chapter 1657 Endless killing surrounding Han Sen never worked. With his Dongxian movement, he could easily escape any possible entrapment. And in this way, he slipped away and proceeded onwards into Sunset Valley. Many super elites were going after him, but two of the elders just laughed coldly at Han Senator. They didn't chase him, and instead, they went after Death Goddess. Death Goddess armor was broken. Her arrows might have been indestructible, but her body wasn't. She looked to be in terrible condition. Has he breached Sunset Valley? Illusion Elder asked the two elders who were coming toward him. He has, one elder answered. Illusion Elder smiled grimly. Good, this is the perfect setup for Death Goddess. Using it on him will work just as well. I will kill Death Goddess and Skysword today. I will shock the entire Fourth God Sanctuary, one elder happily proclaimed. The three elders invited there by Illusion Elder were all from smaller groups. They were weaker than Illusion Elder, and they were excited to kill someone that strong. The really important elders like Dark Spirit were not as easy to invite along. Ignore that thought. Let's just focus on actually killing Death Goddess first. Illusion Elder rallied the other three elders to attack Death Goddess. Han Sen was on his way into Sunset Valley. Little Star carried Bower and Little Silver through the canyon walls, following after their master. They were deep into the mountains soon enough, and eventually, the elites could not keep track of them. Due to the numbers that Death Goddess was killing, the super elites kept on coming out of Sunset Valley. Han Sen looked at Ancient Sky Mirror and saw a super creature come out of it. Han Sen had killed the creature once before, but there it was coming out of that mirror. Han Sen now knew for certain that the mirror could revive the dead. But Han Sen had no idea how such a thing would work. Han Sen also knew that Death Goddess was doing poorly. She wasn't related to him, but he'd still prefer it if she didn't die. He moved his split blade in a strike at the mirror. Han Sen's slash was obscenely powerful. It was something no creature in the Fourth God Sanctuary would underestimate. Split blade could tear through the fabric of space, and even break geno cores. The unleashed sword light hit the mirror, and spread out across it. Unfortunately, it brought no harm to the mirror. This gave Han Sen quite the shock. Han Sen kept on slashing, and as he did, he noticed something rather weird. Ancient Sky Mirror was a mirror. When Han Sen hit it, it would reflect the image of Han Sen hitting it. The sword light would connect inside the mirror and outside the mirror. The strange thing was that the sword light inside the mirror wasn't merely a visual reflection. Two powers met inside the mirror and extinguished themselves. And that meant the power Han Sen unleashed would deal no actual damage to the mirror he sought to destroy. Han Sen changed tactics and attacked the mirror directly with split blade. Sword lights could be a reflection, but the world inside the mirror was not real. Now that the blade was hitting the mirror, Han Sen thought he could damage it. But when he struck it, his face changed. His split blade and the mirror split blade reached toward each other. When they struck each other, Han Sen was sent staggering back. The strike hadn't hit the mirror. It hit the split blade inside the mirror, and the split blade that came against him possessed the same power he himself had unleashed. The mirror was undamaged, and Han Sen was sent reeling backward. Han Sen frowned. This was far too weird. No power could deal any damage to the mirror. It didn't seem likely that he could damage it. Han Sen used a few different elements to attack, but the results were the same. No matter what power he used, it was reflected. It's no wonder the elders didn't follow me. They knew I'd be unable to break the mirror, Han Sen thought to himself. If I can't break the mirror, There is only one thing left for me to do. Han Sen looked murderous. He summoned his god Geno Core and overbearing shield. He brought out the Bloodlust Ant King glyph and transformed into Fallen Slaughter. Then Han Sen used all that power to hit the monsters trying to come out of the mirror. There was a loud noise, and a monster that was bigger than 2 elephants broke under the attack. It bled profusely as it got crushed. Han Sen looked cold, but Splitblade did not stop there. He used it against the lance of an incoming spirit and cut through his entire body. Blood was everywhere, with screaming too. All the creatures and spirits that were trying to come through the mirror were now getting stuck inside it. Han Sen killed them, and they respawned. And those creatures and spirits just kept on respawning, without any of them being able to kill Han Sen before fully exiting the mirror. More and more beings were becoming trapped in the mirror now. Fewer and fewer enemies attacked Death Goddess, freeing her up. When she killed 2 of the elders, they respawned at the mirror and ended up trapped. They were unable to rejoin the fray. Now that they were trapped by Han Sen, they couldn't leave. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go in tandem with his blade and shield. He trapped 2 elders and all the other beings in the valley. Illusion Elder noticed that no one was returning to the fight, and he was confused about what was happening. At that moment, he was killed by Death Goddess. He realized as he died that Han Sen must have blocked the mirror. The idea of one person holding off 100 elites was stunning. It is no wonder he made it out of Outer Sky Shelter. He is so powerful. Not even elders are as good as him. Illusion Elder and the other elders were all in shock. They wanted to leave, but they became more and more hopeless. The mirror was too crowded, and there was nothing they could do to fight Han Senator. They kept on getting killed by him. Chapter 1658. An item with no master. All the elites outside the valley were now dead. Death Goddess, who had been wholly stained with blood, now raced into the valley. She joined in, helping Han Sen endlessly slay the elites with her arrows. The elders hadn't expected a situation like this, and they all sounded furious over what was happening. Skysword, I will eat you, and you will never come back, Illusion Elder roared. Save your threats until you escape the mirror, Han Sen said coldly as he killed another spirit. The overbearing shield effortlessly blocked Illusion Elder's Geno Core attacks. Ancient Sky Mirror was good. It could respawn them and their Geno Cores, so death did not mean much to them. That seemed very strange to Han Senator. No Geno Core had endless power. Not even Emperor-class Geno Cores could keep respawning indefinitely, like the mirror was currently doing. But there it was, not getting any weaker. Han Sen wanted to keep on killing, and see if he could exhaust the mirror's power, anyway. But no matter how long he fought, it did not seem to work. The mirror really did seem to have an endless supply of power. Illusion Elder said, no matter how strong you and that bitch are, it's useless. We are immortal. You will spend all your power eventually. When the time comes, we will eat you alive. Many super elites roared and surged out of the mirror. They all looked so angry, wanting to consume Han Sen and Death Goddess. They had the power of the mirror, so they weren't afraid of dying. It sure gave Han Sen a headache. And just as Illusion Elder said, Han Sen's power really was limited. The fight had already cost him a lot of energy, and he had used beast souls. Han Sen didn't think he could last much more than 10 hours. And when he reached the point of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to fend them all off anymore. Death Goddess was in poorer shape too. She could constantly replenish her arrows, but her wounds kept bleeding. Her recovery speed was most certainly not as good as her attacks. Little Silver, heal her wounds, Han Sen shouted. Little Star brought Little Silver and Bower out from a wall. Little Silver sat on Little Star, showering Death Goddess with his silver lightning. Death Goddess' body shook, and she stopped firing the bow. The lightning caused her excruciating pain, but her wounds healed swiftly. Little Silver's healing abilities were effective. What sucked was how much it hurt. It wasn't like ordinary healing powers that only provided relief. Death Goddess knew Little Silver was healing her though. She endured the pain and started drawing back her bow again. The power was just as strong. She was just a little slower. Now that he had healed Death Goddess' wounds, Han Sen still had to sort out the energy problem. Little Silver was not a pure healer, so he couldn't replenish a person's vigor and energy. Han Sen kept on thinking as he fought. He thought that if he was unable to break the mirror, they could all very well die. But the ancient sky mirror was far too creepy. Han Sen had looked behind the mirror, and there was nothing strange back there. It was just a silver surface, and there was no power pack or control panel. Up until today, the mirror was left unused in this abandoned valley. There must be a reason, Han Sen thought to himself. Obviously, Illusion Elder could not control ancient sky mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed it there. If no one can control the mirror, does that mean it is a Geno core owned by no one? Han Sen's eyes brightened when that thought crossed his mind. Han Sen looked around, but he was unable to see anyone actually controlling it. This was something he was very sure about. Illusion Elder, do you really think a simple mirror will keep you all alive? Han Sen directed his speech to Illusion Elder, who was still shouting. Long enough for me to kill you, yes. Illusion Elder gnashed his teeth as he spoke. It is a shame you are unable to control the Geno core. I'm sure if you could kill me, Han Sen went on to say. It's still enough to kill you, another elder roared. Han Sen was now certain that they were unable to control the mirror. That fact made him very happy. If it had been a self-Geno core, Han Sen didn't think he could fight it. But it wasn't, and so that meant Han Sen stood a chance. Han Sen ignored the screams of the elites and elders, and he found a spot. With his finger he pointed at the mirror. A drop of blood came out of his finger and landed on the mirror. Illusion Elder thought Han Sen was trying to break it, so he sneered. Nothing can hurt the mirror. You're wasting your time. Han Sen ignored him though. He looked at the drop of blood that planted itself on the mirror, as the reflective version of the drop of blood also came against the surface. When the two drops hit each other, they began to spread across the mirror. Han Sen was very happy about this. He had used his real blood Geno core into his own blood, then put one drop onto the mirror. That blood now had real blood's power. If it was not simply cancelled by the mirror, it would be absorbed by the item. The mirror would be gifted Han Sen's power and be wholly controlled by him. If a Geno core like this had a current owner, it would be hard to take. But this one did not have an owner, and so it would be easily taken. Real blood wasn't super obvious, but it was now around the size of a man's hand. But that soon spread larger and larger, wider and wider. Illusion Elder was very angry with Han Sen and Death Goddess. In his blind rage, he had not noticed the changes occurring to the mirror. By the time the elites realized that something was happening, the blood had already taken over half of the mirror. The top part was dyed red. When Illusion Elder noticed the changes in the mirror, he was very shocked. The super elites started to shout. What's happening to the mirror? What did he do to the mirror? Chapter 1659. Suppressing all of the tribe, even Illusion Elder, and the other three elders were in shock. They had used the ancient sky mirror because it was a safe haven, but now they found themselves unable to escape from their refuge. Some super elites began to wish that they had never used the mirror at all. You've only just now noticed? Han Sen said with dark amusement. The red color continued to spread across the mirror. It was a real blood invasion. Real blood's takeover always started out slow, but the more of the Geno core real blood gained control over, the faster the process would go. Pang! The super elites wanted to escape, but they could only hit the bloody reflective surface. They couldn't exit like they had earlier. All the creatures and spirits kept pounding the mirror, like a swarm of imprisoned monsters. They were terrified as they struck the glass wall that stood between them and freedom. They couldn't get out. Asshole! What did you do? The few elders looked surprised. When the super creatures were killed, they'd end up locked inside the mirror. And as Han Sen watched them try to escape, it felt like he was watching a horde of rabid demons from hell. Han Sen was delighted that he had managed to take control of ancient sky mirror though. Not only could the object revive fallen comrades, but it could also trap others inside. Han Sen hadn't expected the mirror to have such versatility. Real blood gained full control of the mirror, and a connection was established directly between the captive mirror and Han Sen's brain. The creatures and spirits all crowded to the front of the mirror, in a frightened and angry mob. They kept pounding the bloody surface. Han Sun thought they looked like a horde of zombies, trapped inside a container. Han Sun and Death Goddess proceeded to kill the remaining spirits and creatures that were outside the mirror. Once that was done, all their enemies were trapped inside the mirror. Han Sun then took control of the mirror, forcing it to rise up slowly into the sky. Rocks broke and tumbled away from the base of the mirror as it rose, and cracks shot across the length of the valley. Impossible! How can the mirror be controlled? Impossible! The beings in the mirror were all so shocked. The mirror's power was special, so finding someone else of the same element to control it was thought to be impossible. They had been happy to add their reflections to the mirror. It did not matter if they were injured or killed, they could come back. In many ways they were invincible, but they knew the implications of the mirror being under someone's control. If someone gained possession of the mirror, that person would control all the reflections that the mirror held. They really didn't want to believe that Han Sun had asserted control over the thing. Unfortunately, it was an undeniable truth. Catcha! Ancient sky mirror tore its way up out of the ground. The place where the mirror had rested was now seeping blood like a red fountain. It was like a spring of infinite power. Han Sun realized now that the mirror was using that as a source of constant energy. It was how it kept on reviving the elites who had died. Skysword, this grudge seems to reside between you and illusion only. Let us go. If you touch the rest of us, that means you will be going up against the rest of the fourth god's sanctuary. One of the elites yelled. Yeah, this has nothing to do with us. Let us go or Een Demon will come after you. The Manlong are heroes. If you kill me, they'll kill you. I Longmei, goddess was inside there as well. She was in shock, and she shouted, Han Sun, if you let us go, Sacred will forgive the grudge it has with you. Han Sun did not care though. All he did was stare at them, letting them yell in anger, sadness and desperation. Whatever their expression, Han Sun did not care. The mirror slowly flew to Han Sun, and as it did, it became smaller. When it reached his hand, it was only around the size of his palm. He was easily able to grab it. Sky Sword, if you touch us you will die. Illusion Elder roared, but he was obviously trying to suppress his fear. Die! Han Sun used his mind to blow up Illusion Elder's body. The mirror was dyed red once more. Berserk super creature Illusion Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. The flesh has been destroyed. The life Geno essence is missing. Han Sun was surprised. This was the first he had never received a life Geno essence. After watching Illusion Elder's sudden demise, everyone became angry and shocked. The rest of Illusion went mad. Han Sun used his mind to kill all the yelling monsters. And seeing that, none of the others dared to speak now. They were all in shock. But the creatures that were killed inside the mirror did not leave anything behind. He noticed there really weren't any life Geno essences being made available. They had life Geno essences, but the mirror absorbed them. They made the mirror stronger. Han Sun took the mirror and went to sit on Little Star's back. He wanted to leave the valley. Death Goddess came to sit down on it too. She did so naturally, as if it was something she was used to doing. Han Sun felt as if he had a bit of a headache. But since Han Sun couldn't undo what had happened, and she seemed to consider him family, he was willing to take her back. News of the fight spread across all of the fourth god's sanctuary. The stories of the fight seemed impossible, but many spirits and creatures had come to watch the attack on Death Goddess. There were too many witnesses for the stories to all be lies. Han Sun and Death Goddess killed the elites of many tribes, and he had even taken the mirror. News of this was everywhere, on the tip of every tongue in the fourth god's sanctuary. The most shocking news was that Death Goddess was Skysword's daughter. It was difficult to believe, but Death Goddess had said it herself. It was rather surprising. And as they were all shocked, many were also angry. A storm was brewing. Han Sun knew things wouldn't be resolved quickly if he was willing to let the creatures and spirits he had collected go. And of course, Han Sun was not going to do that, so when he returned he prepared for a fight. Before, Han Sun might have been scared at the prospect of taking on the whole sanctuary. After all, it was hard to fight with fists. No matter how strong he was, people would be affected. But with Ancient Sky Mirror, Things were now very different. Han's son did not have to be afraid. Chapter 1660 The Coming Storm. Have you heard? Death Goddess is Hansen's daughter. That can't be true. There is no way a human can have a daughter like that. And even if it was true, she could not enter the sanctuaries at her age. And she definitely couldn't have already reached the fourth god's sanctuary and achieved that much strength. Death Goddess admitted it herself. She called Han's son her father. And she didn't just say it once. How can this not be true then? I would say he's more of a daddy figure. It doesn't matter either way. Han's son is going to be famous this time. For elders, and over 100 elites were trapped by those two. I don't know if the beings he trapped can get out alive, even if he let them. I am afraid Han's son is the strongest human there is. $aside. Strong is strong, but he's in trouble. He has bit off way more than he can chew by going after that many shelters. No tribe's elder has a fancy for him. They all want a piece of him. I hope he can hold it together. I don't want to see those creatures kill him. Han's son gained a lot of territory for humanity in the third god's sanctuary. Perhaps in the fourth god's sanctuary, he can do the same. That is difficult to say. It is not difficult to say. Let's just see if he can survive this next attack first. He is currently the #1 enemy of everyone in the fourth god's sanctuary. That's true. Fairly annoying, if you ask me. Han's son was in the sanctuary each day after that. But no elite or elder had shown up. But the shelter did seem to keep getting attacked strangely. Groups of toxic bugs, monsters, and flying creatures occasionally swarmed toward them. And after Han's son came back, the shelter's connections with the rest of the sanctuary went silent. Their connection to the outside world was cut off, and Shadow Shelter became like an isolated island. Any creature that ventured too far from the shelter would go missing. Luckily, Han's son was prepared. The mirror was securely inside the shelter now, and the creatures in the shelter all made a copy of themselves inside it. Queen, Linfeng, and Jingjiwu were each very excited. They reflected themselves so they could go fight without the worry of death. They could keep having deadly risky fights with creatures to level up. But they had maxed out their sacred Geno points, and were unable to absorb life Geno essences. This made them unable to level up. The life Geno essences of the fourth god's sanctuary were difficult to absorb, and the Geno fluid the Alliance had produced did not work there. Even if Han's son gave them a bunch of life Geno essences, there was nothing he could to make them work. Han's son was not a scientist either, so it was a problem he could not solve. But the spirits and creatures had become target practice. Aside from Gu Qingqing and Little Pony, all the creatures had been doing some manner of fighting. The mirror might be here, but you should still be careful. The really powerful elders haven't shown themselves yet. And when they do show up, they will be able to deal with ancient sky mirror. Gu Qingqing warned Han Sr., "Don't worry about me. I have a way to deal with them." Han's son smiled. Gu Qingqing shook her head. "Don't underestimate the elders of the tribes. There is one scary guy in particular, who might come." "Who?" Han's son was surprised to hear this. If Gu Qingqing feared this person, then they must have been wretchedly strong. In the divinities about 100 years ago, one person was able to beat 6 paths and obtain first place. He received God's baptism, so after all these years, I can't imagine how strong he might have gotten. What is his name? Han's son was still not worried. He knew the truth about God's baptism, and it seemed unlikely that this person had received it. When people won first rank, all they'd see was a sealed-up crystal container. None were able to open it, and they could only go back. The reward for reaching first rank was unavailable. Stay up late had been there for many years, so it was useless. "It's Ancient Devil," Gu Qingqing said. "Ancient Devil?" Han's son was shocked to hear this. He knew the name well. He was the master of Dragon King, Xiang Yin and Sky King. He was betrayed by Azura. Han's son knew Ancient Devil had ascended to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, but he never suspected he'd become so strong he was able to defeat 6 paths. "You saw Ancient Devil?" Gu Qingqing saw Han's son's reaction and looked surprised. "I have." Han's son hadn't actually seen Ancient Devil though. He was just very familiar with him. Thinking of ancient devil, Han Sen thought about Xiang Yin. He had never heard much about her, and he hadn't a clue where she might have gone. If she hadn't fallen, she might have learned that Han Sen was in the fourth god's sanctuary and sought him out. Han Sen just hoped she hadn't been killed. If a lady like her had died, it would have been a sad thing. Why are you saying ancient devil might come anyway? Han Sen asked. Ancient devil had no grudge against him. He was not an elder either. He was just a creature that came to the fourth god's sanctuary. Gu Qingqing sighed and said, I have seen ancient devil. He seems to have a deep relationship with Sacred's leader. If Sacred's leader comes, then ancient devil might come too. Han Sen nodded and asked about ancient devil. Gu Qingqing thought about her answer and said, Ancient devil is strange. He's like a human, but I don't think he is. His power is odd as well. How so? Han Sen asked. I have seen him 4 times. Each time he wielded a different power. A completely different one. Time and space elements included. Every time he strikes, it is hard. He has enough power to go against any demigod. It's just difficult to believe he has so many elements. It is hard for humans to have multiple, and they usually stick to focusing on just one. When I saw him, all his powers were on the same level. There was no bias, Gu Qingqing said thoughtfully. Han Sen frowned. That really was weird. Aside from Han Sen, no others could use multiple elements. Not even spirits or creatures could. While it was beneficial for Han Sen to have so many elements, he didn't have the same proficiency with any particular element as someone who explicitly trained with just the one. Gu Qingqing said ancient devil had many elements, and they were all incredibly good. That was scary. Chapter 1661. Someone comes to visit. After a few days, many creatures and spirits had come to harass the shelter. There hadn't yet been any elites though. Still, with ancient sky mirror there, Han Sen didn't lose much. The place did not have the power of Moon Spring, but ancient sky mirror had many super elites inside it. When the mirror started to lose energy, Han Sen could refine the souls inside for nourishment. As a result, there was no need for concern with the mirror's energy. Of the creatures that were killed, some were eaten and some were absorbed by the mirror. It wasn't much energy, but it was better than nothing. Han Sen kept on practicing with the Dongxian Sutra. He needed his bulwark umbrella to become super, and when that was done, he could focus on leveling up to reach the 5th sanctuary. The 4th god's sanctuary could not help him much more, so Han Sen didn't want to delay his ascension any longer than was necessary. He needed to go to the 5th sanctuary so he could get his Geno armor. His position until then wouldn't be ideal, as going up against god-class sorts wouldn't be easy. A person came to Shadow Shelter, waving and shouting at Sheep who stood atop one of the towers. Wait, I come in peace. Sheep saw the human below, and so he went to tell Han. Senator Han Sen came out and learned it was God's retribution. A long time had passed since they had last seen each other, but the man hadn't changed much. God's retribution? What are you doing at Shadow Shelter? Han Sen stood atop the tower and spoke to the man below him. He didn't invite him in. We are old friends. Are you going to treat me like this? Invite me in so we can have a cup of tea together. God's retribution said with a smile. This is bad timing, unfortunately. I can't invite you in. Say what you have come to say, and then leave. Otherwise, the creatures out there might believe you're one of us. And that won't bode well for you, Han Sen said. I am here to talk about the prospect of cooperation, God's retribution said. Cooperation? In what way? Han Sen looked surprised. How about finding someplace quiet we can discuss this? God's retribution asked. Han Sen asked someone to invite him in. With the power that God's retribution wielded, it'd probably easy for him to break Shadow Shelter's defense anyway. He was being polite by not immediately smashing his way in. So, what do you mean by cooperation? Han Sen sat down and asked him in the hall. God's retribution smiled and said, I am here to talk about Blood Legion. If you are willing to help us, we are willing to help you with your predicament. What do you guys want? Han Sen didn't think God's retribution would help him out of the kindness of his heart. He was here for something. I love talking to people like you. God's retribution looked right at him and continued by saying, "We want Snake Witch's Geno armor. If we get that armor, Blood Legion will help you through this." Hansen looked confused, and he asked, "Snake Witch? Who is that? I've never heard of her." God's Retribution frowned. "Do you have to do this? God's organization sent Snake Witch to steal your son Little Flower. I don't know if she's dead or alive, but don't tell me you didn't do it." Now Hansen realized who Snake Witch must have been, and he knew she must have been an elite who had Geno armor. Bauer did it. She killed an elite with Geno armor? Is she really that strong? Hansen was surprised. He thought Bauer simply killed a high-tier demigod. His little baby was scarier than he originally thought, and God's organization was stronger than he thought now too. They had members with Geno armor. "If you give us the Geno armor, Blood Legion will help you sort this problem out," God's Retribution said. Hansen looked at him with amusement and asked, "Aren't you considered a traitor to Blood Legion? Since when have you begun representing them? Blood Legion is different now. The leader has a few descendants, and I'm okay there with them." God's Retribution touched his nose. "Anyway, don't change the subject. Just tell me if you want to cooperate on this." "I would like to cooperate with you guys, but I don't have the Geno armor." Hansen shrugged. "You don't? How? I thought you killed her." God's Retribution shifted his eyes across Han Sr. "I'm not that powerful." Hansen smiled. God's Retribution looked at him with disdain and said, "Stop pretending in front of me. I know you already got armor from Tina, and you can already use it. Aside from you, who else might be able to kill Snake Witch? Believe me or not, but I didn't kill her, and I don't have her armor." Hansen put out his hands. God's Retribution looked at Hansen and said, "I can only suspect you don't understand how serious these matters are. The people who want to get rid of you are not just the elites in the sanctuary. Both God's organization and the new community want you gone as well. Without our help, even if you survive what comes immediately next, Shadow Shelter, and all your followers will die. Do you really think the mirror can stop the forces of all the fourth God's sanctuary? I really want to cooperate with you, but again, I don't have the armor. If I did, I'd be giving it to you right now." Hansen looked sincere. Hansen wasn't lying though. He hadn't seen Snake Witch, and Bauer said she killed a person who wished to kill her. She said she broke the woman. It didn't sound like a Geno armor was left. You should still think about it. God's organization has decided to kill you. It does not matter even if you are related to Han Jinji. Aside from Blood Legion, no one can help you. God's Retribution did not believe Han. Senator Hansen asked, "What grudge does God's organization have with me, anyway? Why do they want to get me? And why do they want my son? Do they just want to use him to threaten me? You might be Han Jinji's heir, and that is a sin. If they had been able to identify you and use you to draw Han Jinji out, you'd have been killed a long time ago." God's Retribution sighed. "They want Little Flower because he is special. He might be able to prove you are Han Jinji's heir. Even if you don't look like you are, they can use him for confirmation." "Special? What is special about him?" Hansen was shocked. Did they find out that Little Flower is already stronger than most people? Chapter 1662. The truth. After 10 years, she hasn't grown up. Don't you think that's strange? God's Retribution said. Hansen sighed. And he knew this was something he couldn't hide from. He was prepared for such questions though. That being said, what is the grudge between Han Jinji and God's organization? Why do they want to kill Han Jinji and his heirs? Hansen did not talk about Bauer, and just shifted the subject. We have investigated this for a while, but we don't have answers. We can only presume Han Jinji stole something from them. But they don't actively go around killing others. They simply want this item back. If they wanted to kill mercilessly, you'd have been killed a long time ago. That was a sickening thought. Hansen asked, "What did Han Jinji steal?" "I don't know. It must be some kind of gene or something. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about you and Little Flower. They want to investigate Little Flower's body once they get their hands on him." God's Retribution then paused for a moment. "How about we cooperate? It'll benefit you. Just one Geno armor, right? You already have a spare. Han's son gave a wry smile and said, Brother, if I had it, I'd give it to you. But I really don't have it. I really did not kill Snake Witch. I have never even seen her before. God's retribution stared at Han's son for a while, and it really seemed that he wasn't lying. God's retribution frowned. Well, if it wasn't you, who else might have killed Snake Witch? I don't know. Many can do that in the Alliance, right? Hansen said. God's retribution said, not many. Aside from a few members in Blood Legion, it'd be people who had Geno armor. Not many Geno armors exist in the Alliance, and they are mostly controlled by God's organization. Aside from you, I'm not sure who else might have done it, and God's organization is certain it was you. If I'm right, the creatures in the fourth God's sanctuary go to the Alliance when they level up, Han Sun said to God's retribution. God's retribution did not hide this. He nodded and said, You are correct, the fourth God's sanctuary is the end. Once you're done here, you're back to the Alliance. But don't think that going to the Alliance requires Geno armor. That is incorrect. Creatures that go from the fourth God's sanctuary to the Alliance will have their fitness decrease. That is because evolving the body requires energy. It will, however, purify your genes. Your body will end up stronger, but your fitness will be much lower. Then you practice, and eventually you level up and get your Geno armor. How many members of Blood Legion have Geno armor? Han Sun was not surprised by what he was being told. He already knew this stuff. None. Blood Legion is different from normal creatures. You know, we have the powers of blue blood. When we go back to the Alliance, we don't rebuild our bodies. So we don't generate Geno armor. God's retribution gave a wry smile. Han Sun was shocked by this revelation. He did not expect Blood Legion's members to be that special. Han Sun thought the blue blood power was special. Yes, but that its effectiveness was reserved for the sanctuaries. Let me tell you a secret, while I'm still here. God's retribution squinted his eyes and said, The creatures that rise from the fourth God's sanctuary, aside from Blood Legion and rare creatures, are captured by God's organization. That isn't a secret. I already know that. Han Sun lifted his lips. Then you must not know that the creatures of God's organization, when they generate Geno armor, disappear and never appear again. God's retribution squinted his eyes. Really? Han Sun was shocked and his face changed. Those words made him understand a lot. The leader of the new community told Han Yufei that if he generated a Geno armor, he would know the truth. Stay Up Late told Han Sun that the Alliance was a part of the sanctuaries. The sanctuaries were something more akin to a kindergarten. They protected different races, and after the things Han Sun had seen with Guardian Spirit, he now understood a lot more. Gathering Geno armor can force you out of the Alliance? That means when Dad gets his Geno armor, he'll face a crisis. Han Sun was shocked. That isn't right though. If things are like that, then why would so many Geno armor elites be in God's organization? Wait, no. The creatures in God's organization are not the real Geno armor elites. They are just creatures that reached the fifth sanctuary. They haven't generated their own armors. The Geno armor they possess comes from places like the Hero's Spirit Hall, left over from Geno armor elites. Now Han Sun understood everything. After Han Sun understood this, he almost jumped out of his chair with his racing heartbeat. In that case, Han Yufei thought he was finding answers, but he was actually dying. Now Han Sun knew why God's organization was strong. They still could not control the Alliance. They wanted to, but they couldn't. Or they just did not have the chance. Once their members got Geno armor, they would be out of the Alliance. And that would be useless. The creatures without Geno armor were strong, but they were not strong enough to be invincible. Even if they used a set of armor that didn't belong to them, they could not use its entire strength. At least the members of Blood Legion could fight them. Han Sun wished he could find Han Yufei and tell him the truth. Tell him not to generate the armor. Otherwise, their family would never have a reunion. Based on what Han Sun had seen in the Hero's Spirit Hall, many elites had been lost in the outside. The chance Han Yufei could come back was very low. But Han Sun didn't know how to contact his father. He didn't even know how to contact Blind Man. Chapter 1663 Death is coming because Han Sun could not provide the Geno armor. He was unable to strike a deal with God's retribution. But Han Sun wasn't expecting anyone to help him in the first place. He might be in danger in the alliance, but he didn't think God's organization could bring him any harm in the fourth God's sanctuary. After sending God's retribution away, Han Sun returned to the alliance. Then, he allowed Zero to follow him back into the sanctuary. When Zero entered the sanctuary, she appeared next to him. Han Sun told her to look after the shelter in his absence, and if anything awry occurred, to contact him as soon as possible. How do I call Dad and tell him not to generate a Geno armor? Han Sun thought to himself. Unfortunately, he was unable to come up with a solution. To prevent God's organization from finding him, Han Yufei did not leave a way for Han Sun to contact him. It looks like I'm going to have to go to planet Tarik. Han Sun prepared to fly his unicorn beetle to planet Tarik. It was the headquarters of the new community. Before Han Sun left, Zero came from the shelter and told Han Sun something had happened. Han Yufei had said it would take him 2 years to generate the Geno armor, so he wouldn't be done yet. Han Sun decided to run back to the sanctuary. Ancient Sky Mirror was in Han Sun's shelter. The creatures there could not be harmed, but a few creatures had been killed not too far from the shelter. Boss, you are here. Black Steel Wolf died somehow, and there were no wounds. Cheap Sheep had some people guarding the body, and he ran up to Han Sun when he showed up. The creatures in Shadow Shelter were very proud and fearless because of the presence of the Mio. Now that the mirror no longer seemed to work, and a creature had flat out died, fear started to take hold. Even the sheep was scared. Han Sun didn't say anything. He walked to a few corpses and asked Gu Qingqing who was looking after them. Sister Gu, how did they die? Gu Qingqing stood up and shook her head. I don't see a wound on any of them. Even if there were wounds, with the mirror there, they shouldn't have died. Han Sun frowned. Gu Qingqing did not have an answer, either. If the mirror hadn't protected them, then the way they died must have been unique. Han Sun squatted and checked the dead bodies. Even while using his Dongxian aura, he was unable to discern anything. Han Sun did not hesitate as he drew out Taya. He cut open Black Steel Wolf's body to get a look inside, and see if there was anything the others had missed. There was nothing to be seen that way either. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and it seemed as if they had died of natural causes. Bury them, Han Sun commanded Cheap Sheep as he stood up. Then he went on to say, get everyone back to the shelter. No one leaves the shelter without my permission. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow went off to do their thing, while Gu Qingqing and Han Sun went back to the shelter. Found anything? Gu Qingqing asked. No. Han Sun shook his head. He couldn't tell how the enemy had killed Black Steel Wolf. The only thing he knew for certain was that the power could defy the mirror. Han Sun also knew that if the enemy could now circumvent the mirror, they wouldn't stop killing anytime soon. So Han Sun made sure everyone returned to the shelter to see if he could draw the enemy out that way. If he was able to learn what power they were using, Han Sun could figure out what would best work against it. Back in the shelter, Han Sun sat in the spirit hall using his Dongxian Sutra. He was able to watch the movement of every creature in every corner of the vicinity with a close eye. No movement would be able to escape Han Sun's attention now, so he waited for the enemy to strike again. Father. As Han Sun took a swig of tea in the hall, Death Goddess approached. Menger, come have tea with me. Han Sun beckoned her near and got her to sit down. Then he poured her a cup of tea. Having been with her for a while, Han Sun noticed how sincere she was when she referred to him as her father. Her mind was surprisingly naive, and she wasn't really all that evil. Han Sun took her as a daughter and gave her the name Han Menger in return. Han Sun wasn't very good at naming things, so it was something simple enough. Death Goddess was now his daughter, and with everything feeling like a dream lately, he used that name. Death Goddess sat down near Han Sun and downed her tea in one shot. She was like a robot, and it didn't look as if she was enjoying the tea. That is not how you drink tea. You need to slow down. Han Sun smiled and poured her more tea. Then he showed her. Han Menger looked at Han Sun, and then looked at his face. She tried to mimic his manner of tea etiquette, but she still looked rather robotic in her attempt. Is there a special meaning behind the way you drink? After she drank it, her black eyes showed visible confusion. To her, drinking tea like that was simply slower. The sips were smaller, and that was the only difference. Han-sun smiled and stroked her hair that was like a waterfall. He told her, "You are still young, so I don't expect you to understand right now. You'll get it when you grow up." Han Menjer nodded. She still tried to drink as Han-sun did, but that confusion never left her face. Han Menjer looked at Han-sun and copied a lot of his precise movements. Han-sun brought her some dim sum. She looked powerful in the fourth god sanctuary, and thus far, no one had been able to beat her. And that was with her being a kid who had only just been born. Bauer came out of nowhere and sat on Han-sun's chest. She said, "Daddy, Bauer wants dim sum." Han-sun gave some dim sum to Bauer then, and the three of them ate merrily. Days like that were lovely, and it would only have been more perfect if Ji Yanran and Little Flower were there. But not long after, Han-sun's face changed. He stood up and teleported to the tower. He saw a guard, Bone Witch, who had a gold Geno core, was lying dead on the ground, but there were no visible wounds. If many people die, we may not be able to see how they are killed, but more info can lead to better predictions, Lin Feng said. "What kind of method is that?" Cheap Sheep exclaimed. "Do you have any better ideas?" Jing Jiwu looked at Cheap Sheep. The sheep stopped talking. Even Han-sun and Gu Qingqing hadn't been able to find out how Bone Witch had died. Lin Feng and the others did not want to go to the alliance. Han-sun spoke to them about changing the patrols slightly. One night, when there was no killing, Han-sun brought Bauer with him on patrol. When he saw Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, he almost jumped out of his skin. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were covered in yellow paper. The pieces of paper were charms with words scribbled upon them. The charms were planted on their heads, bums, and every bodily crevice. Green Cow even had one that looked like a skirt. It was very obvious. "Where did you get these from?" Han-sun asked with surprise. "Boss, we asked Wang Yuhang to buy them for us. Apparently, it costs quite a bit. He said they have been blessed by a god. They can keep us safe and prevent evil from ever touching us. We have lucky charms too. If you wear them, your fortune increases. Even if we end up in a battle, I am sure we will be the last to fall. I bought this for you, boss. You should wear it." Cheap Sheep and Green Cow spoke with mystic tones in their voices. Cheap Sheep moved forward to present the charm to Han. Senator Han-sun did not know what to say though. Wang Yuhang had obviously scammed a lot of money out of Cheap Sheep and Green Cow. "Thanks a lot." Han-sun took the bag that they offered. "You are our boss. We don't want anything bad happening to you," Cheap Sheep said. "We will live until the very end," Green Cow said. "We will all live," Han-sun said, and placed the charm in a bag. Then Cheap Sheep said, "Boss, you need to hang it on your chest. Let me do it for you. And I also got this charm for Bauer." As Cheap Sheep spoke, Han-sun looked increasingly glum. He looked beyond the walls of the shelter and heard a bell ring. Chapter 1665 Killing People and Sending Your Love in the Distance. Han-sun could see a pure white donkey walking towards Shadow Shelter. The donkey was the size of any average donkey, but not a single speck of dirt muddied its pure white fur. A bronze bell was hanging around its neck, and whenever the creature moved it gently tolled. On the donkey's back, a human-looking person was riding it. It was difficult to discern his race from that distance, but he seemed to be clad in green clothing. The man was sitting with his legs crossed. He had one hand in front of his chest, with another clutching a necklace. He rubbed it a lot. If you looked closely at the orbs of the necklace, you could see they weren't what they initially seemed. They were very small skulls. Strangely small, but the skulls were rounded and polished like smooth stones. Most likely a result of long years of rubbing. It was like they were painted. But in the eye of every skeleton, you could still catch sight of a queer red light. Looking at the light in their sockets would make any observer feel nervous. It would almost feel as if the eye socket was ready to suck you inside. As the man fondled the skulls, he chanted something with his eyes firmly closed. He looked very calm, as if he was simply sunbathing. The donkey was approaching Shadow Shelter now. The creature's big eyes were fixed on Han Sen, who stood atop the tower. The donkey looked like a proud animal, and it looked at Han Sen from the corner of its eyes. It was like the creature was saying that, aside from the man on his back, he was the greatest there. Fuck. Someone is waltzing up to the gate. I'm going to take people to kill them, Cheap Sheep shouted, looking at the man and the donkey. I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't take others down with you, Gu Qingqing said coldly. She didn't look at the sheep when she spoke. Her eyes were attached to the man on top of the donkey. Cheap Sheep was suddenly shocked, and he realized that the man below might be someone that he really shouldn't offend. Han Sen looked at the man on the white donkey, and he could tell it was the man Gu Qingqing had mentioned before. It was Ancient Devil. Although Han Sen had never seen Ancient Devil himself, the Emperor had left a replica of himself in his old shelter, in the third god's sanctuary. That shadow looked exactly the same as Ancient Devil did. The only difference was the feeling of him. The shadow looked very holy, but Ancient Devil himself looked like an average guy. Aside from the skull necklace he clutched, he looked like a standard religious person. If Han Sen hadn't known that the being in the third god's sanctuary was only Ancient Devil's shadow, everyone would believe it was the real Ancient Devil. Seeing that the donkey was now only 200 meters away from the gate, Gu Qingqing's eyes looked icy as she drew out her sword. She sent out a sword light that looked powerful enough to sunder the entire earth. The donkey acted as if it didn't see the attack coming. It maintained the same speed as it trotted toward the gate. When the sword light was just about to reach Ancient Devil's head, he lifted the hand that was on his chest. With only his thumb, he reached out defiantly and touched Gu Qingqing's sword light. When the skin of the thumb came into contact with the sword light, it made the attack blend into his other 4 fingers like water. In that moment, the sword light was absorbed. Ancient Devil then opened his hand, revealing the residue that was left. Ancient Devil opened his eyes and blew at the remains on his hand. The dust scattered with the wind and disappeared from sight. The donkey came to a halt then. Ancient Devil looked up at Han Sen, who was atop the tower, and smiled. I am from Nampir Mountain. I am Ancient Devil. Are you Skysword Han Sen? I am. What are you doing here, Ancient Devil Emperor? Does every elite want a shot at my life? Han Sen said, looking at Ancient Devil. Han Sen would not underestimate this character though. A man who had planned to kill God needed some respect, even if his attempt had not succeeded. His subordinates had been scary people too. Sky King, Wuxia, Xiangyin Dragon King and Azura. None of them were weak. As the master of those elites, he might have been betrayed by Azura, but he survived and thrived. He became a demigod after that. He was a legend of sorts. Ancient Devil smiled and said, I am not an enemy of yours. A friend has asked me for a favor, and it concerns you. Whether I can help depends on your friend, and what you'll be asking of me, Han Sen said coldly. But he already knew the answer. The leader of Sacred is a good friend of mine. His young daughter Goddess was ignorant and naive. She offended you. I was hoping if you'd be kind enough to let her go. If you do this, I would appreciate it. Ancient Devil bowed towards him. And what if I don't? Han Sen asked him. Ancient Devil, with his head still lowered, sighed and said, You can save 3,456 lives. It'd be a good deed. If you're a smart person, you'll know what to do. Hearing Ancient Devil say this, Han Sen looked murderous. The shelter's population was 3,456. No more, no less. Did you kill Steel Wolf and Bone Witch? Han Sen asked, his voice hard. To give you a favor, I had to sacrifice those lives. Ancient Devil looked remorseful. You killed my people and say you are doing me a favor? Han Sen laughed at him. Ancient Devil responded. If I hadn't killed them, how would you know that I can kill 3,456 lives? Now you know I could have killed everyone. But I didn't. I have done you 3,456 favors. All these favors in exchange for Goddess life seems fair. Everyone in the shelter was very angry, and Han Sen just laughed. Good math, but you forgot to carry the one. What am I missing? Ancient Devil looked confused. You didn't count your own life. Han Sen teleported in front of Ancient Devil with his split blade aimed at the man's head. Chapter 1666. Born Invincible. The attack did not look like Gu Qingqing's sword light, which was obviously ridiculously powerful. But that was the good thing about Han Sen's attack. It looked simple, but it left Ancient Devil with no option other than receiving the strike. Han Sen still didn't know how Ancient Devil had killed Bone Witch. Killing him would prevent him from harming any more of the inhabitants of Han Sen's shelter. The white donkey Ancient Devil was riding, however, moved and dodged the attack. It made Han Sen freeze. Han Sen was great at prediction and judgment, and that strike had been set up a string of events that would lead to one singular outcome. It made sure Ancient Devil would have to get hit. But now the white donkey had broken this. It had subverted his predictions. This was not something Han Sen expected would happen. Han Sen knew it was hard to predict stuff, and he knew not to be arrogant enough to claim that he could predict everything. He would of course get things wrong occasionally. Han Sen attacked Ancient Devil without reprieve. Every strike used Han Sen's prediction and judgment to the max. Every strike was delivered to Ancient Devil with a rhythm, but Ancient Devil sat perfectly still. It was the donkey that kept moving its legs to avoid Han Sen's strikes. The donkey moved like it was performing ballet. It kept on dodging Han Sen's attacks. Han Sen looked glum, and this actually surprised Queen. Queen thought Han Sen used Heavenly Go very well. It was perfect, as far as she could see. But the donkey somehow always managed to dodge him. It always found somewhere Han Sen hadn't calculated, and avoided a strike by the split blade. This donkey is nothing simple. Does it have power like the Dongxian Sutra that allows it to predict things? Han Sen thought to himself as he continued to swing his blade. Somewhere far away, up in the mountains, the leader of Sacred watched the fight alongside a number of elders. Ancient Devil is strong. It is no wonder he crushed 6 paths before. Even just his pet is able to do that. An elder complimented the spectacle. Sacred's leader laughed and said, "Don't underestimate that beast. It is a born berserk super creature. It was born with an invincible ability. Skysword won't hit it. Not even Dollar could, if he was here. If it is so strong, how come we have never heard about it before?" The elder looked at the white donkey in shock. It followed Ancient Devil immediately after its birth, and it has never really shown its powers to others. I only saw its powers in God's Ruin, when I explored it alongside Ancient Devil, Sacred's leader said. That means Ancient Devil cannot lose. Let's see how he might strike back. Elder Een looked at Ancient Devil, and went on to say, Ancient Devil is a special person. He was able to circumvent the power of Ancient Sky Mirror, and gain the loyalty of this mount. We just don't know if he can defeat Skysword. We don't know if he can win. Why is he not striking? Ghost Eagle Emperor frowned. He is watching and evaluating Skysword's power. When he does choose to strike, he'll kill his enemy. It looks like he is almost done watching though. He will strike soon, Sacred's leader said. Weird. Why doesn't he fight back? Cheap Sheep asked. The white donkey kept on dodging, and even Cheap Sheep noticed what was going on. It's not that he doesn't want to strike, it's just that he can't. Queen looked across the arena. He can dodge Han Sen's attack, but Han Sen's own formation is not exposed. He can't find a chance to fight back himself. All he can do is wait. Queen was familiar with Han Sen's skills, so she was able to speak for him. Does that mean we can't find out who is winning? Cheap Sheep sounded quite happy. He originally thought that Han Sen was having trouble just fighting Ancient Devil's pet, which would indicate that Han Sen was likely to lose. No, Han Sen is still at a disadvantage, Gu Qingqing said suddenly. Queen and the others turned to look at Gu Qingqing. Queen understood some of Han Sen's abilities, but she was not super class. There was something she was missing. Gu Qingqing looked grim, and she said, Han Sen hasn't exposed anything, which is why Ancient Devil hasn't attacked. That means he is at a disadvantage. Sister Chung, could you explain that with a little more clarity? Wang Yuheng couldn't help but ask. Gu Qingqing looked over to their fight and said, Han Sen's attacks aren't allowing an opening, because he keeps striking. The attacks are too continuous to allow a response. Queen understood and said, that means Han Sen is forced to attack, and if he stops, he'll be attacked by Ancient Devil. Gu Qingqing nodded and said, Ancient Devil is like a viper in a cave. If Han Sen's attacks develop a flaw, things could get ugly. That's easy. He can just keep on attacking until he kills the enemy, Cheap Sheep said. It's not that easy, and Han Sen can't touch Ancient Devil. And the beast has a strange power. It won't be weaker than any elite, Gu Qingqing said. While they were talking, Han Sen's body stopped for a moment. At that moment, Ancient Devil attacked. The hand he held against his chest was pressing forward towards Han's senator. It felt as if the entire world rested in that palm. One flower, one world. One leaf, one Bodhi. Ancient Devil's hand was like a hand that was picking up flowers. It felt like the entire world was in his palms. Han Sen's eyes looked clear though. He wasn't afraid of this move, and in fact, he had been waiting for it. As Han Sen was waiting to strike, he felt a movement inside his sea of soul. Chapter 1667 Battling Ancient Devil. Han Sen's mind was like steel. He focused and did not allow the Sea of Soul's discord to affect him. He punched towards Ancient Devil's hand. This was an opening for Ancient Devil, but Han Sen also thought that it was an opportunity. His Dongxian aura was not maxed out yet, and because of that, he was unable to place one finger on the donkey. It was best to end these proceedings than continue with a stalemate. Fists and hands swung through the air, but there were no collisions to be seen. Han Sen felt as if he was powerless, like he had been sucked into an infinite hole. His power was being drawn, but nothing else happened. This drain sapped his power and nothing else. Han Sen used some of his power, and realized he could not escape Ancient Devil's hand. His power kept on getting sucked into Ancient Devil's body. The rumbling inside Han Sen's Sea of Soul was getting stronger, as well. Eventually, he noticed that the activity was coming from Destiny's tower. But it wasn't the tower itself making the fuss. It was the armored man that had been trapped inside it. He was casting ice and fire spells, thrashing around his prison inside Destiny's tower. He couldn't break the trappings, but it made the tower shiver and shake, all the same. Han Sen was surprised. When Armored Man was first captured, he tried to break out to no avail. And in that process, he had ended up hurting himself. But ever since then, there had been no further activity from him. If he was causing a commotion at this moment, perhaps he knew Han Sen was in the midst of a fight, and that there'd be no chance of containing him if he managed to break free. But Han Sen did not think this was the case either. Armored Man was trapped inside Destiny's tower. He could not see what was outside that prison, so there shouldn't have been a way for him to know Han Sen was in the middle of a fight. Han Sen did not have to think right now though. His power was like a river, all going into Ancient Devil's hands. If this were to continue, he'd eventually dry up his reserve. Han Sen summoned Bulwark Umbrella, and used it to take stabs at Ancient Devil's hands. Ancient Devil tried to grab the umbrella, and just like earlier, he wished to take it. The Bulwark Umbrella then opened up. Ancient Devil's hand made contact with it, and yet, there was no shockwave. None of the Geno Core's power was absorbed. A light appeared, separating Han Sen from Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil's hand was unable to absorb Han Sen's power now, which meant his hands were free. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen's Bulwark Umbrella in immense shock. Then he changed his momentum, and when he did, a burst of air came out from him. His hands were collapsing onto Han Sen. Next, Han Sen frowned, and he saw a red light appeared around Ancient Devil. It was the power of Han Sen's god Geno Core. Now Han Sen knew Ancient Devil could absorb the power of his enemies, and even make use of it. It wasn't just that either. Ancient Devil's own power was stronger than what Han Sen was losing. When he absorbed the powers of his enemies, he could put his own power into the element of what the enemy had been using. It was practically cheating. Now Han Sen knew why Gu Qingqing had said Ancient Devil could make use of any element. It was too easy for him to make use of other elements. Pang! Ancient Devil threw his palm forward at the umbrella. The umbrella curved like a broken drum. But after that, the surface bounced back into a correct position. It hadn't been broken. Ancient Devil continued to slap the umbrella, as a red light doused the entire area. The umbrella was repeatedly curved, expelling thunderous noises. But no matter how strong Ancient Devil's powers were, he could not break a gemstone-class umbrella. The situation had been changed. Han Sun had initially been attacking, but now Ancient Devil was on the offensive. Han Sun used Bulwark Umbrella to block each and every attack. The umbrella is strong. Where did it come from? Ghost Eagle Emperor looked at the Bulwark Umbrella in shock. Ancient Devil's palm was strong, and every strike was like a red sky falling. Each blow deformed Han Sen's defenses, but the umbrella still bounced back every time. Skysword has good sword skills and a good Geno core, Elder Ing grumbled. He actually looked greedy when he looked at the Bulwark Umbrella. Ancient Devil was suppressing Han Sun like a demon. Every palm was a shocking spectacle. But none of them could harm Han Senator. Everyone knew it was because of the umbrella. It was such a powerful defense Geno core, and many elites thought it was keeping him alive. I wonder what Skysword's self-Geno core is. Sacred's leader frowned as he watched the umbrella. Han Sun had used a few different Geno cores, and each one was powerful. They couldn't tell which one had actually come from Han Senator. No one thought it was actually the Bulwark Umbrella. It was famous, but it was only gemstone class. They didn't think something like that could break Ancient Devil's powers. Sacred's leader thought Bulwark Umbrella was a super Geno core. Han Sun did not expect the umbrella to be so strong either. Ancient Devil had taken Han Sen's God Geno core power, and so his strikes were stronger than anything that Six Paths could deliver. And yet a gemstone class Bulwark Umbrella was able to block it. Han Sun was shocked to see that it had not been damaged. It is no wonder it is Dongxian Sutra's Geno core. It is so strong. Han Sun complimented his own blade. Han Sun used the defense of the umbrella to wait for the right time to fight back. So far, Ancient Devil hadn't used his Geno cores. It had been a while since Han Sun went up against a strong enemy such as that though. If he was unable to win, he'd use Super King Spirit and summon Destiny's Tower to suppress Ancient Devil. Speaking of that, Han Sun turned his attention to the armored man who was in the tower. He was still shouting. The ice and fire powers were gunning like active volcanoes. His body kept slamming against the barriers, but he could only shake the tower. That was bad, as his body kept getting cut by the vortex whenever he slammed into it. The hard armor was unable to withstand the powers of space. He kept on getting cut even now. His blood was flowing like streams of white lava, seeping through the gaps of the armor, even. It went everywhere. Armored Man would not stop though. It was like he had completely lost his mind. Chapter 1668 Armored Man Seeker. What is wrong with that guy? Has he been locked up for so long that he wants to die? Han Sun wondered. But seeing Armored Man's face, he didn't look quite crazy. Ancient Devil's palm was getting heavier, and Han Sun couldn't think of a way to repel it. So he used his Bulwark Umbrella to brace against it. Seeing Ancient Devil's incoming attack, Han Sun thought to himself, Armored Man seems to have gone crazy right after Ancient Devil decided to attack me. Is there a connection between the two? Bulwark Umbrella blocked Ancient Devil's move. Then Han Sun spoke to his Sea of Soul, which was rolling with thunder. Are you related to Ancient Devil? Armored Man, who had thus far refused to talk to Han Sun, was enraged. He exclaimed, If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be like this. Let me out, I want to kill him. After that, Armored Man kept thrashing about. He didn't care for his wounds, he just desperately wanted to get loose, get free and get out. Then tell me, what is your grudge with Ancient Devil? Han Sun needed to hear more of the story than that. Armored Man was unable to get free. He gritted his teeth. I am a born emperor created by Ancient Devil. I was in the Chimenia, refining for eternity. The tone of voice was one that possessed intense hatred. It was obvious that he wanted to skin his enemy alive. Han Sun was surprised though. He wasn't a terribly trusting individual. But Gu Qingqing told him Armored Man's powers were the work of a Qigong master. But now, Armored Man was saying that he had been imprisoned inside the Chimenia by Ancient Devil. Both stories were vastly different. Ancient Devil did not look like a human Qigong master. So why would he have an immortal Chimenia? He couldn't use Qigong. Weird. How was Ancient Devil able to imprison you? He didn't kill you. He just made you stronger. And he even let you out. Why would you create trouble for him? Han Sun didn't believe him. Armored Man roared. He didn't let me go. He just didn't know I'd grow that much. He didn't know I'd become strong enough to slay his guardian. Han Sen's heart then jumped, and he asked, "Is Headless Rockman a guardian belonging to Ancient Devil?" "No. Headless Rockman was damaged by Ancient Devil himself. It is why he was like that," Armored Man answered. That surprised Han Senator. He went on to ask, "Who is the Headless Rockman anyway?" "I don't know," Armored Man replied. "Ancient Devil wanted Destiny's Tower. He turned the owner of the tower into the Headless Rockman, but he was still unable to take the tower. I became strong once I was released, and I did my best to defeat Headless Rockman. I didn't want Destiny's Tower to be lost either. Somehow, you managed to come into its possession." Han Sen then got to mulling what he had been told, and determining whether or not Armored Man was telling the truth. Ancient Devil was an even scarier figure if so. Ancient Devil had already caused a lot of trouble in the Third God's Sanctuary, and he had killed the Master of Destiny's Tower in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. He also created Armored Man. Trying to comprehend what his true goals might have been was a baffling endeavor. While Han Sen thought this over, Armored Man was still as desperate as ever. He kept roaring and thrashing around. He said, "Let me out. I'm going to kill him." "Calm down. Ancient Devil is strong, and you are still injured. If I let you out, you won't be able to defeat him. Wait until I find the right opportunity. Once I have, I'll free you." Han Sen did not let him out. Han Sen did not trust Armored Man, and he had used Dollar's identity when capturing him. If he let him out, it would expose Han Sen as Dollar to everyone. But Armored Man would not give up. He kept on thrashing about. It didn't concern Han Sen much though, as there was no chance of him getting free despite the effort. Ancient Devil could not finish off Han Sen, so he ultimately decided to leave. "It looks like we have come to a draw today, so there is no point in us fighting. I implore you to consider handing Goddess back over. If you need me, just shout to me outside the gates." After that, Ancient Devil rode the white donkey away. Han Sen could not stop the white donkey, so he just let them go. There'd be no point giving chase. Seeing Ancient Devil leave, Han Sen felt strange. Ancient Devil hadn't used all his strength, and yet he was already leaving. That was surprising. After Ancient Devil left, he went to meet up with Sacred's leader and a few others. "Leader, I am sorry. I was unable to kill Sky Sword and rescue Goddess." Ancient Devil sighed. "I am grateful you were willing to help. And it's okay if you were unable to kill him. With your Ancient Devil power, you can just kill one creature every day. It won't take long," Sacred's leader said. "Unless he kills Sky Sword, selecting targets will be difficult. But if he kills Sky Sword immediately, the Ancient Sky Mirror would be useless, and he wouldn't have this much trouble," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. Elder Een said, "It was Illusion Elder's mistake. He did not kill Death Goddess, and he allowed Sky Sword to take the Ancient Sky Mirror. If he hadn't, we would have already wiped out Sky Sword." "Don't worry. We will soon seize the shelter and kill Sky Sword," Sacred's leader said. "It will be difficult. We cannot kill Sky Sword, and we cannot use the Ancient Sky Mirror. Ancient Devil killing one creature a day would still take forever because they have so many there," Elder Een coldly said. Ancient Devil looked very upset, and he said, "To be honest, my Ancient Devil power can only take down the weaker creatures. People like Sky Sword? I can't do much from a distance." Hearing Ancient Devil say this, they felt relieved. If Ancient Devil said his power could kill anyone from any distance, they would be very afraid. "Kill as many as you can anyway. We'll find another way soon," Sacred's leader said. "But it won't be difficult to kill Sky Sword. My power is just not enough to break through that umbrella-looking Geno core. If everyone helped, we could break it easily," Ancient Devil said. "Ancient Devil Emperor, he has the Ancient Sky Mirror. Even if we broke the umbrella and killed him, he could just respawn," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. "My Ancient Devil power can't just kill someone like that, but I can still circumvent the mirror if I kill him myself." "I can kill him," Ancient Devil said coldly. "We can try it. If we cooperate, we will destroy the umbrella easily," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. Chapter 1669. The army comes. After Han's son returned to the shelter, he asked the armored man more about what happened. Armored man was very angry, and he had no way of releasing his rage. He started ranting, and Han's son understood what had happened. Armored man was a born emperor, that was actually called Inferno Skeleton Emperor. Ancient Devil destroyed his shelter, and claimed his spirit stone. He had no choice but to obey. But after submitting to the service of Ancient Devil, he was placed inside a chimenea. While imprisoned, he was burned with ice and fire for a very long time. Inferno Skeleton Emperor could not die inside the chimenea, but he had to endure incredible agony the entire time. Some urgent matter pulled Ancient Devil away, and he left. For a long time, it was only the guardian that was left there, so there was nothing Inferno Skeleton Emperor could do to escape. But despite all that, he still earned something after the ordeal. During the time he spent in the chimenea, the Emperor's body was reinforced. He also learned to command the powers of ice and fire, as well. When he gained control of the chimenea, he absorbed much more ice and fire. That was how he had made himself an overwhelming contender in Divinity's bout. But before he could gain his revenge and go up against Ancient Devil, Han's son claimed him and trapped him inside Destiny's Tower. Armored Man didn't know much about Headless Rockman and Destiny's Tower, but he knew that the feud between Headless Rockman and Ancient had been going on since before he was forced to serve Ancient Devil. One thing Han's son learned, however, was that Ancient Devil was apparently afraid of Destiny's Tower and Headless Rockman. And Ancient Devil was unable to defeat Headless Rockman, who controlled it. When Inferno Skeleton Emperor was made free, so was Destiny's Tower. Inferno Skeleton Emperor knew that Ancient Devil was scared of Destiny's Tower, so he wanted to take that tower with him in his pursuit of revenge. After trying many times, he finally managed to defeat Headless Rockman. But unfortunately, he did not receive the tower he had been so desperate for. Han's son was the one who got it. "Let me out," Inferno Skeleton Emperor was raging. He hated Ancient Devil more than he hated Han. Senator Han's son kept him within Destiny's Tower because his struggles had weakened him. Han's son ignored his repeated plight, but after a while he said, "Although you are strong, you cannot beat Ancient Devil. But Ancient Devil, you said, could not kill Headless Rockman. Yet you managed to kill Headless Rockman. Perhaps he put you in the chimenea to strengthen you, so that he could use you to defeat the one opponent that he feared. Then he could have Destiny's Tower." Inferno Skeleton Emperor froze. His eyes flared with an icy fire, and he said, "Regardless of what his purpose was, I have to get my revenge. I have to kill him." "You can have your revenge, but he's not here right now. There is no point of you conning out. And even if you did find him, there is no way you could catch up with the beast he rides. Even I was unable to chase him, and you're not very speed efficient. Or at least I don't think you are," Han's son said. After he heard that, Inferno Skeleton Emperor went silent. Then he got back to roaring. "Wait a bit. If the opportunity arises, I'll let you get the revenge you seek." Han's son provided him a little comfort. There really was a chance he could be a useful half-ally further down the road. Inferno Skeleton Emperor's physical power was most certainly as good as Ancient Devil's. His strength must have become quite impressive over the years. Unfortunately, his skills were too simple. If he did go up against a mysterious elite like Ancient Devil, things would turn awry. Not long after, Cheap Sheep appeared. He had come with a report, and he looked glum carrying it. He said a creature had just died inside the shelter, and now, all the creatures there were scared. No one knew who might be next. Some creatures had even sneaked away from the shelter to escape, but their attempts hadn't worked out. Elites were outside the shelter, so none of the escaping creatures made it very far. Han's son called a meeting in the spirit hall to discuss how they should proceed. "Ancient Devil is scary, and we're in a bad situation," Gu Qingqing said. "There is a limit to his power. He can kill one of us every day, but he won't be able to select the target at will. Even so, that is bad. If he kills one of us a day, it won't take long for everyone to die." Cheap Sheep sounded scared, and he was one of the weakest there. He could be brought down with ease. "If you are afraid, go and obey Ancient Devil," Han's son told the sheep. Cheap Sheep jumped up and said, What is that supposed to mean? I am your sheep. And I always will be, dead or alive. Sheep wasn't that loyal though. There were so many people outside the shelter. He was just worried that if he did try to switch bosses, he'd be killed before he could explain himself. And right now, he thought Han Sen was just testing his loyalty. Han Sen actually wanted Sheep could go and serve Ancient Devil as a boss. Perhaps there was a chance Ancient Devil could die before striking again. But he knew there were too many elites out there, and Sheep was too weak to do much of anything. He'd probably be eaten before opening his mouth to speak. He wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Ancient Devil's face. It's a shame Ancient Sky Mirror's power is limited. Otherwise I would go and fight them, and kill as many of them as I can, Tang Jinliu said. While they were talking, Green Cow barged into the meeting and said, Boss! The enemy is coming. They are almost before our shelter. Han Sen was surprised by this. He looked at Gu Qingqing, Lin Feng, and the others. If they were striking now, that meant they had found a way to ignore the Ancient Sky Mirror. If things go wrong, you guys all return to the Alliance. I'll find a way to make it out of here, Han Sen said to Lin Feng. Then he ran out of the spirit hall. The sky above the shelter was clouded by countless flying beasts, and creatures swarmed across the ground like the tumultuous waves of the sea. There were so many scary life forces to be seen amidst them. And in the front, there was Ancient Devil and Sacred's leader. And there were many more spirits and creatures Han Sen did not know. But even without knowing, Han Sen could tell they were things to fear. Chapter 1670. The battle begins. Buzz. Han Menger, who was next to Han Sen, fired her death bone. An arrow was loosed, and it slew a creature that was quickly approaching. She strung her bow again as a beast from Ancient Devil's side leaped forward with a roar. Its body was running to meet with the arrow. That monster looked like a bull, but it was covered with green armor. Its horns glistened like golden screws. There was a horn on its nose too, like that of a rhino. The beast flew towards the arrow and smacked it with its head. The arrow did not hurt the beast, and it was simply knocked away. Han Menger frowned and fired her bow again. Wherever she fired an arrow, it was pulled toward the horn of that frantic beast. Those powerful arrows generated shockwaves when they came against the horn. But no matter how many times it happened, she could not damage the tusk. Horn Beast Alpha is powerful. It is no wonder why he is said to have the strongest horn in the world. Ancient Devil complimented the creature. Other alphas also complimented the performance. They planned to let Horn Beast Alpha deal with Han Menger. Aside from Horn Beast Alpha, no one else was confident in dealing with Han Menger's arrows. Horn Beast Alpha's horn was indestructible, and he had a magnetic ability that could absorb things in his proximity. It allowed him to capture Han Menger's arrows. Han Menger was powerful. Her strongest skill was her empty shot, which enabled her to shoot wherever she wanted to. Unfortunately, all the arrows were being snared by the horn, and there was nothing that could be done about it. I will deal with Gu Qingqing. Elder Yin drew his sword and went towards Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing's eyes looked cold, and she drew out pure. Then she went to Yin Elder. If Gu Qingqing's sword skills were overbearing, then Yin Elder's skills were soft. The delicate nature of his sword and performance nearly made him invisible. He didn't touch Gu Qingqing's attacks, and moved around her like water. He was a tough target to face. Gu Qingqing couldn't kill Yin Elder, and so she was trapped. Han Sen frowned. Horn Beast Alpha and Yin Elder were stronger than Illusion Elder. They must have been the elders of larger and older tribes. Han Sen heard a long cry come from the shelter, and it boomed and drowned out the sounds of all else. Han Sen saw Red Pony standing upon the tallest point of Shadow Shelter. Its small neck arched proudly as it whinnied loudly. Han Sen felt safe. With Red Pony's sonic protection, not even the alphas would be able to get close to the shelter. Even if Ancient Devil had discovered how to break the mirror, he couldn't do it now. But they circumvented Han Sen's expectations. Ancient Devil and the others did not make the shelter their target. Instead, they all went for Han. Senator Han Sen understood what they sought to do. They wanted to kill him first, so they could get the mirror easily. Han Sen was not afraid, and he felt calm. He had been worried the mirror would end up destroyed. and so it was a bit of a relief that their first target wasn't the item. Han Sen summoned his overbearing shield. With his other hand, he summoned the bulwark umbrella. Ancient Devil was hard enough to deal with, but now with all the others coming, he absolutely had to have the umbrella equipped for defense. A spirit elder came forward with a spear. The spear turned into a black dragon as it approached. At the same time, Ancient Devil used his palm, and Sacred's leader used the cane he held. It released a golden light that was like a holy punishment to Han Senator. A dozen Elf-class elites surrounded Han Sen. And with so much power coming down from the sky, he had nowhere to run. Lin Feng used the power of the ancient sky mirror to fight the creatures. He killed many creatures in between dying many times. Without the mirror and little pony, he would have been permanently dead long ago. Creatures and spirits covered the whole of Shadow Shelter. It looked like a hellscape. There was screaming, and rivers of blood were running everywhere. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The shockwave vaporized the creatures and spirits in the vicinity of 100 miles. Nothing was left. In the center of the explosion, Han Sen was holding his umbrella and overbearing shield. His mouth was bleeding, and there were cuts running across his face. His overbearing shield looked to be in a worse state, and it seemed as if it was going to snap in half. Fighting a dozen alphas, even Han Sen's bulwark umbrella and overbearing shield could not keep him protected. He was damaged a bit. Han Sen did not say anything though. When his body moved, he was headed for the alphas. Others might have been afraid of taking on such numbers, but this was something Han Sen was good at. After he blocked a strike, he ran into a bunch of people, opening and closing his umbrella constantly. Sometimes it was used for defense, other times it was used as a weapon. Combined with his overbearing shield, none of the alphas were able to kill him. Han Sen's desire to fight was high. Blood was everywhere. Shadow Shelter and the encompassing few thousand miles became a bloody hellscape. The mountains were breaking beneath the pressure and power. The blood was like rain as the sky turned red. Bodies were mounting and piling up outside the shelter. Han Sen bet no gold shelter had ever survived a glorious fight like this. Even a super shelter would be horrendously damaged by now. Ancient Devil's target was not the shelter, though, and Red Pony was using its sonic protection. If these had been reversed, Shadow Shelter would have been flattened. It would have been wiped off the map of the Fourth God's Sanctuary and vanished without a trace. Even if Shadow Shelter was destroyed, with the mirror there, they could still be safe. Arg, I'm dead. A creature came running towards Cheap Sheep, and the sheep screamed. He fell to the ground with his neck broken, eyes rolling to the back of his skull, and tongue hanging out. The creature looked surprised. Then it went forward. But when he ran past Cheap Sheep, another Cheap Sheep appeared. Cheap Sheep summoned his horn scimitar and shoved it up the creature's bum. Arg! The creature suddenly jumped up and screamed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.